Are we alive? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Boot Camp and Real Estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are ready. We are finally getting into the week and the big data. We get Bank of Canada, then ECB tomorrow. So far, nothing is going wrong. We didn't hear anything too bad, and everybody reacting to the bad news, good news, and all of that dynamic from yesterday. Once again, bonds are still going up. It could be off of some of these Canada expectations as well, but all in all, we got a little bit of data. It's not moving us too much. We are off 1% from the highs, but we are still looking ahead for a little bit more data for this week that leads us into Powell. So, Chattadonia, I hope you guys are ready. We're going to have a lot to go over. Hopefully, God willing, we got 7 hours, but it is already, I think it's going to be an interesting one, man. You're already doing the up 0.4. Not too much has happened. We're still waiting on the event, so I don't know, man. I hope you're locked in, but Chattadonia. Good morning. How are you, baby? What's going on? Why you living, baby? What up, Andy? Kenny, oh, man, the chat already went crazy. Brah. Good morning, baby. What up, PNC? Karma Garst, Chris Sayi, Nazi Wolf, Laker J. Oh, good morning, baby. What up, Mark? How you living, Matthew Warman, the Jacksons, FFK, baby, Agent of Chaos, S-Dub for Mayor, baby. You feel me? Good morning. Dakota, Shy, Cart, Matthew, Kenny, Troy Lenman in the house, baby. Noah, good morning. How you living, Monica? What's going on, Zane? Gary, Juice Tray, Shining Fox, Battleborn, Most Dope Andy, Miss Santel, Data Dog, Ace, baby. Me Nacho, Canthology. What's going on? Awaz, RHP, Tony Garlinger, Riley Mack, Daniel Slammer, Humble Business. Oh, my goodness. Good morning, baby. Oh, it's Wednesday, right? Today's Wednesday. I don't even know what day it is, man. I don't know. Is that a good thing or do I need help? Oh, it's today's Wednesday. Yeah, okay. It was last weekend. What up, Cody, Chris, Bart, Steve, RHP, Mitch Matsuno. Good morning, baby. Oh, my goodness. That's what I'm talking about. What about the Twitch? Oh, Carissa Hines. There she is, baby. What's up? El Coyote, Nikki on Smash, Blowing Dough, It's Mums, Hailstone, Mother Liquor, Blowing Dough, KJ Lemur, Roach, baby. How you living? Uncle Nick, and Blazing Bob, baby. Good morning. Oh. That's what I'm talking about. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're feeling good. I hope you are feeling blessed. We have a whole day ahead of us, and then let's see, man. Let's see what it brings, but good morning, and I hope you're ready for global headlines all around the world. Yeah, that's what we have here today in store. I know, in Bank of Canada. Thank you, thank you. Now here is Josh AI. There it is. Stocks remain higher after ADP payrolls report. Stock futures rose after a private payrolls report pointed to a slowdown in the U.S. labor market that would allow the Federal Reserve to start cutting interest rates. Equities pushed higher in early trading after data showed hiring at U.S. companies grew in May at the slowest pace since the start of the year. Private payrolls increased 152,000 last month. According to the ADP Research Institute, the median estimate called for a 175,000 increase. Treasuries barely budged. Recent data indicate the labor market is cooling, but it's been gradual through slower hiring rather than outright job cuts. Fed officials hope that trend will continue in order to rein in demand and tame inflation without putting millions of people out of work. Friday's monthly employment report is expected to show the U.S. added 185,000 jobs in May, while the unemployment rate held steady. The S&P 500 was poised to extend gains into a fourth consecutive session. Treasury 10-year yields were little changed at 4.33%. Corporate highlights Hewlett-Packard Enterprise Company reported revenue that beat analyst estimates on a big jump in sales of servers built to handle artificial intelligence work. CrowdStrike Holdings, Inc. delivered first quarter earnings that beat Wall Street's expectations despite a pullback in spending that has challenged its cybersecurity rivals. Alphabet Inc. named Anat Ashkenazi as its new chief financial officer, replacing Ruth Porat, who announced last year she would be stepping down from the role. Discount retailer Dollar Tree Inc. is reviewing options for its troubled Family Dollar business, including a potential sale or spinoff. Stocks rise, global stocks advanced, and U.S. futures pointed to more gains on speculation that a cooling economy will give the Federal Reserve room to lower rates this year. Treasury yields were steady after their largest two-day drop for 2024, with markets shifting their focus to Wednesday's private employment figures and the all-important payrolls data later this week. ECB challenge. The week's other big policy event is Thursday's European Central Bank meeting, where officials are widely expected to cut rates from a record high. Still, the uptick in Eurozone inflation is increasingly drawing comparisons to the U.S., fueling concerns that going forward, the ECB could face similar impediments to lowering rates as the Fed and Indian stocks rebounded after an alliance partner of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's party affirmed support to form a coalition government. The Nifty 50 index rose more than 2%, recouping some of Tuesday's loss when the gauge fell the most in 4 years. The development comes after Modi vowed to continue as India's prime minister even after his party unexpectedly lost its majority in parliament. Dalio warning. Ray Dalio, billionaire investor and founder of Bridgewater Associates, said the world is entering a period of greater risks on the back of enormous debt creation, unprecedented internal conflicts in developed countries, and great power clashes. He flagged in particular the issue of whether the U.S. election result will be accepted by both parties. In addition, U.S. policies toward China may lead to a great risk of economic sanctions that would be really terrible for the world. Dalio said HPE jumps. Hewlett-Packard Enterprise shares surged as much as 16% in pre-market trading after the company reported revenue that beat analysts' estimates on a big jump in sales of servers built to handle artificial intelligence work. Meanwhile, Dollar Tree edged lower after the Wall Street Journal reported it was exploring the sale of its Family Dollar arm. Top overnight news. Treasury Secretary Yellen said the Treasury never tries to time the market in debt management. She added the issuance of Treasury bills is in line with historical averages. Market participants believe that short-term rates will come down. She said short-term bill issuance is in line with recommendations from the TBAC. Yellen said there is nothing about issuing short-term debt that creates a sugar high for the economy, according to Reuters. A group backed by BlackRock, BLK, and Citadel Securities is planning to start a new national stock exchange in Texas, according to WSJ. Nike has cut staff in its European HQ as part of a multi-year cost-cutting plan, according to Bloomberg. Bridgewater's Dalio says Chinese assets are attractively priced. Bridgewater has done well operating in the region over the past 5 years. The Dollar Tree, DLTR, is exploring the sale of Family Dollar, according to WSJ. Bond traders are tilting dovish again, piling into wagers that would benefit from a faster pace of Federal Reserve interest rate cuts as treasuries rally. Japanese workers' base pay jumped by the largest margin since 1994 in a sign that corporate pledges to offer wage increases are starting to take effect, though market players appeared unconvinced over the strength of the trend. Donald Trump asked the New York judge presiding over his hush money trial to lift his gag order in the case, arguing that the basis for limiting what the former president could say no longer exists after the jury convicted him of 34 felonies last week. Hedge funds are backpedaling on yen option trades with a sudden spate of bullish bets on the currency. According to market participants, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is gearing up for coalition talks after his party lost its majority in parliament, forcing him to rely on allies to form a government for the first time since he stormed to power a decade ago. BBG. Yeah, he got hyped. I don't know why he got hyped on Dalio. He's like, bro, Dalio, China. Okay, AI, good job. Good. I'm glad you're excited. But there's more. S&P futures, they are up by 0.3. Wednesday morning trading comes after U.S. equities finish mostly higher on Tuesday, with big tech and defensives among the standouts, while cyclicals lagged again. Treasuries narrowly mixed after strengthening for a fourth straight session on Tuesday. Dollar is up by 0.2. Gold is up by 0.3. Bitcoin up by 0.4. WTI crude up by 0.4. And the peach is up every single day, thousands of %. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle and the peach. Wow, if that's not a way to start off the second set of news, man. Oh, good morning. Oh, Peach Nation. Y'all gotta like the video. If that don't, remember, we need to like the video. I don't know if I told you that. And now the Peach show up while we doing the news. Oh my goodness. Oh, Bradley Frizzle, thank you, my friend. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Where were we, man? Where were we? Okay, no big directional drivers in play ahead of some of the higher profile macro data over the next few sessions, along with upcoming Nvidia stock split and Apple WWDC next week. Tech earnings are positive following last week's scrutiny around enterprise software and recent focus. The recent focus has been a pickup in growth concerns, 30 basis points of decline in 10-year treasury yields over the past week or so, and underperformance in some cyclical pockets of the market. At the same time, S&P is only 0.5% below all-time closing high. It was 1% earlier, I know. Oh, Noah, you got a peach tax toll. Oh, my God. Yeah, exactly. Trickle down economics. ADP private payrolls were up by 152, softer than the 175 consensus and lowest since February. Pay growth for job changers is down for the second straight month, while pay growth for job stayers is unchanged at 5, tied to the lowest since August 21. Report out ahead of Friday's May non-farms, with the street looking for 185 following 175 gain in April. ISM services out later this morning, expected to tick up to 51 from 49.4. Contractionary print in April. Bank of Canada meets today with the market putting rate cut odds at more than 75%. ECB widely expected to cut rates tomorrow. Friday brings May employment report. Crowd beat and raised against elevated expectations, with street positive on 22% NNAR growth. HPE beat and raised, with company highlighting stronger AI systems, order conversion, and expertise discipline. Dollar Tree missed but confirmed report that they're exploring options for Family Dollar. GWRE beat and raised, with street positive on cloud deal and pipeline momentum. PVH revenue declined less than expected, and EPS beat, with CK offsetting softer TH, while the company reaffirmed full-year operational guidance. VRNT beat and raised, highlighting large deal strength and AI leverage. Stitch Fix up big after margin drive. EBITDA beat and raise outside of earnings. Intel up on confirmation of Apollo stake in Ireland chipmaking unit. eBay to stop accepting American Express cards due to fee dispute. Wow. Traders resuming Fed easing bets, with futures fully pricing in a rate cut by November. FX strategists see dollar weakening over the next 12 months, though remain somewhat supported by short-lived Fed easing cycle. Eurozone inflation mirrors U.S. trajectory, raising concerns for ECB rate cuts. RBA Governor Bullock says won't hesitate to hike again if inflation is sticky. Booming U.S. economy and rising household wealth help some consumers keep spending. China Caxton Services PMI marks the fastest growth in 10 months. Eurozone composite PMI showed economy is growing at the fastest rate in a year. UK PMI data showed expansion of services continue to support domestic expansion. Japan base wages rose by the most since 1994 in April following March pay negotiations. Japan service activity gains in May while price pressures persist. Australian GDP is weaker than expected. Consumer spending more on essentials. South Korea economy bigger than previous estimates of 23. Q1 growth rate unchanged from earlier. Apollo to acquire 49% interest in Intel's Irish manufacturing facility for $11 billion. Dollar Tree exploring sale or spinoff of Family Dollar. eBay no longer accepting American Express. Some of Tesla's institutional shareholders are giving up on the stock. Musk confirms many Nvidia chips initially intended for Tesla diverted to X. Elliott pushing for $15 billion in buybacks from SoftBank. Biden signs executive order that bars migrants crossing Mexico border unlawfully from receiving asylum. Biden shows signs of slipping in recent closed-door meetings with officials. Wait, signs like actual slip? I don't even know what that means. China manufacturing trade surplus or trade retaliation by more countries. China AI chip companies skirting U.S. sanctions by designing less powerful processors to retain access to TSMC's production. Indian PM Modi forced into coalition talks as BJP loses majority in surprise result. Israel steps up military offensive in Gaza amid renewed truce efforts following hostage deaths. Worry growing that Israel and Hezbollah moving closer to full-scale war. And U.S. ready to back $50 billion loan to Ukraine, providing EU extended sanctions against Russian state assets. Wow. And then ADP private payrolls, they came in 152 versus 175. My goodness. Wow. There's more. There's plays. Not too many, believe it or not. So HPE, I feel like they're trying to do the Dell. They're up 15% off of earnings. They brought up their AI data centers. Crowd is up 12.3 off earnings. Palo Alto, Zscaler, Net, FTNT all up in sympathy. BFB up 5.3 off earnings. GFL up 2.0. Single bidder reportedly offering 15 times EBITDA for the environmental service unit. CPB is up by 0.7 off earnings. HBI up 15.2 to sell global champion business to authentic brands for $1.2 billion plus $300 million earnout potential. VIR up 8.9. Preliminary data, phase 2 solstice trial of Tobevibart. VIR, SHLS up 5.6, nothing. OLLI up 5.5 off earnings. SMR 5.2, nothing. AUR 4.2. DRS up 3. Aspen up 2.9. RevG up 2.8 off earnings. Oklo up 2.8. NYCB is up 2.8. Appoints President and CEO Joseph Otting to additional role of Executive Chairman. CART is up by 2.3. Gordon Haskett upgrades to buy. WKME up 42%. SAP to acquire for 14 a share. Stitch Fix up 20 off earnings. Triple D Systems up 16, dental contract award and commercial launch plans. ASET up 14, receives FDA fast track for AD001 and lupus nephritis. G-Wave up 13.4, BYRN up 9.3, preliminary quarter 2 revenue. CAPT up 9.3, nothing. BNAI 5.8, nothing. NNOX up 4.9, ABUS up 4.7. Industrion with short course interferon. Achieve sustain undetectable HBsAg. No idea what that means. Chip stocks trading higher, crypto higher, Chinese tech stocks and internet ETFs all higher. Dollar Tree trading lower by 2.7 to review Family Dollar business and earnings. Eli Lilly down 0.2, CFO resignation. MDGL down 11.7 to reaction to LLY synergy abstract. FSM down 9.5, private offering 150 convertible notes for 2029. AKRO down 7, reaction to Eli Lilly synergy Nash EASL abstract. BNED down 23, shareholder Greenhaven Road sold call options. CRKN down 16.4, Med down 15.1, DA Davidson downgrades to underperform, JDZG down 13, CMPS down 13, FDA panel votes that MDMA is not effective in patients with PTSD, VSTE down 13, SGRP down 11, IMMP down 9.7, institutional offering raise, ATAI down 9, ADRT down 8.6, MNMD down 8.6, FDA panel votes that MDMA is not effective. ETMB down 8.4, reaction to Eli Lilly synergy. ANNX down 5.2, 125 million common stock offering. AMBC down 4.2, and select Japanese stocks trading lower. Wow. Wow. So Jadadonia, that is all that I have for you. We have actually made very good time. So, honestly, I might use this to go to the bathroom. I could use the potty. You know what I'm saying? We could, I hope. Actually, let's see. Yeah. So, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram, at the Trading Fraternity. I hope you're ready for Wednesday. I can't believe it's Wednesday, baby. Oh, my goodness. But I will BRB. And like the video. I forgot. We need 1,000 likes. You guys done good so far for June. So, I'm not going to lie. Y'all good. But y'all, I don't know. You got 10 more minutes? It could get weird. It could get weird.
The Neuralink company, the Boring company, especially when scarce resources that he needs for each of these companies, he diverts to one or the other. A week ahead of a vote on his pay package, a $56 billion pay package. We heard from Ron Barron on CNBC this morning that he's going to support that pay package. Marcy Frost over at CalPERS said she's not going to support that pay package. Doesn't this highlight an issue, a weakness for the Tesla CEO?
It does. Well, so it's sort of a threat to him, really, because you've had this concern for quite a while with Elon that he's got all of these different companies, and it was always sort of overlooked with Tesla because Tesla was a hot growth company, mostly because EV sales were doing great. When that slows down, he comes up with an AI story, and look, it may very well come true that he's got great self-driving technology, but we're not seeing the growth from Tesla that keeps the stock multiples this high, and if he can't do that, then his shareholders are unhappy, and that's where the controversy is. And Tesla's once again a battleground stock. You've got those who think Elon has a great story and a great company, and he's got to keep pushing that. If he doesn't, they'll be very disappointed. And you have others who doubt him, and that's where the fight is. And that extends to this pay package too, right? Because if he doesn't deliver, then people are going to be very upset that he's making this much money.
The other issue is for Tesla, an affordable car, right? That's long been the goal, and that was, I think, pushed out by Musk and then brought back by Musk. Yes, we are going to make an affordable car, especially, well, lucky for him, we don't have to compete with China, right? Because they have a pretty good one in the BYD Seagull. Is Tesla going to be able to make an electric car a green choice for Americans who don't want to shell out 40, 50, 60 grand?
The Yang Wang. I don't know why he left the Yang Wang out of this
Tesla has
discussion.
The technology, they've got the battery,
the Yang
they've got
Wang's
the
the only
software.
thing out of China I've seen where I'm like, damn, the Yang
They're
Wang.
really the only American company, maybe the only global company that can compete with the Chinese when it comes to cost and comes to
My goodness. So, Chadadonia, you've got to hear enough of this. You know what I'm saying? You got to hear the people on TV. You got to hear the news. The market is going up, man. Let's see what the Chad feels. Are we selling it? Is it going to fade? Is it going to go up? You tell me anything, Chadadonia. What is your first play of the day? Like that video and drop that play in the Chad, baby. What do we got? Bruh. He said, nah, it ain't going up. Selling. Long on SPY, Bitcoin long, Intel, HODL, GME, Boeing puts, Boeing call, CLSK calls, Nvidia, SPY call, Tesla call, long ES, shop, selling QQQ, Palantir, flipping AMD, HP puts, Riot calls, FYE, most high for the LT, baby, Apple, HME, AMD, Lulu calls, Tesla, QQQ, TSMC, Boeing calls, XTIA, Moonshot, NVAX calls, sell Stitch Fix, up, more on Euro, close, QQQ, gold, CRM calls, Meta calls, GameStop, QQQ, long silver, gold stock, Tesla put, Nivdel puts, Baidu 96 for Friday, DNUT long calls, scoping, PDD, Nvidia, AMD, no plays, Boeing, SPY calls, long on everything, waiting for Bank of Canada, SPY puts, Enphase, MSTR, Lulu, Weird Vibes, FTSE, KRE puts for August, CNM in the final plays. PSD call, O call, Chipotle after split, and Apple. Oh my goodness. So not bad. I mean, sadly, all I am going to be watching is gold and then oil. That's going to be my view. Maybe a little bit of the bonds. Maybe we could throw in the Zaza there. There was a little bit there even too with like Eli Lilly, the back and forth. Now the CFO resigned and then they had some little trial. But other than that, I do want to wait till Bank of Canada as well. I want to see kind of the action that we get there and go from there. Gold you could play through literally /GC on the futures, MGC. There's GLD. That's the ETF, but I'm usually going with the futures. All right, is that it? Yeah, man, I'm double checking. Yeah, but that is it, man. That is it. So, Chadadonia, we actually got a decent amount of time. Wow, we have 6 minutes. So, I'm going to do 6 minutes of telling you guys to like the video. Okay, I don't know if I should do, hey, like the video. 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 Hey, we need 1,000. Like the video. Is that, no? Or maybe I should get the AI to do it. Uh-huh. You got 10 for me? I was to say, if you have any questions, now would be the time. You got like 1 more minute. But you're saying they're going to tax EV drivers in Cali? There are too many now and not enough money going into the gas tax fund? Oh, wow, that's why. Hey, like the video. Like the video. Hey, like the... Oh, thanks for the roses. Like the video. Oh, thanks for the roses. Like the video. Hey, thanks for the... Is anyone going to send a like? You got to send the like. Send me like a galaxy like. That's what they go crazy over that. Hey, like the video. Hey, run up the likes. Oh, thanks. Oh, ice cream. Like the video. Is that what it's going to take? Oh, I got to do 1,000 like the videos? And or like, do you want me to be the AI? like the, hey, like the video. Hey, long term. Hey, long term. Good morning. All right, enough of the BS, Chatadonia. There's something more important. It don't matter if the video's liked. It don't matter what happens, baby. We woke up today. It's a blessing. Y'all living in this country, you have a lot of blessings, and it's very easy to take it for granted. And one thing here that we do take for granted every day, man, and that's why I hope we could bring attention to it, is the service, sacrifice, and dedication of a very special group of people that we have all benefited off of and are living off of the sacrifice they have made. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your dedication and everything y'all have given to this country. I know it often gets overlooked, and I pray, man, that the chat, I hope y'all really show this in real life beyond a chat room or anything like that. So veterans, thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their community run. God bless you, baby. That's what I'm talking about, but... Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no. Let's go. Oh, wait. I don't have my other horn. Oh, my goodness. Hold that thought. Oh, yes. Oh, I found it. I lost it. I had to get to the backup. Yeah, it still works, baby. We good to go. We good to go. So, Chad, we got about 1 minute and 30 seconds till the bell. I hope you guys are locked in. Again, chips are all over the place. Oh, wow. We have 1 minute and we need 50 likes. Holy crap. Holy crap. Oh, my gosh. Gensler's been live on CNBC? No way. Are you talking about crypto regulations? Gensler. Gary Gensler. Well, Chad, you got 1 minute. I hope today is simple. Again, I think a lot of the continuation or not is getting very interesting. I think some people are expecting this thing to sell off. Some of you also think this could be our squeeze. You got Nvidia absolutely killing it, and then the bonds once again are up. Y'all really got to keep that in mind with how everything's been playing out, bro. It's absolutely wild. We got the likes. God bless y'all, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. Thank you. I know it's a burden, but we did it, baby. Let's go. So, Chatadonia, you have less than 30 seconds. Post any plays. You have any questions, you let me know, and we will do good. Oh, you just had surgery, day 3, laughing in bed all day. That's good, bro. Enjoy it, man. Be relaxed. I wish you a speedy and easy recovery, my friend. Let's go. Even the long term is working while you healing, baby. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty, again, chip makers, see if they hold up. Pfizer already gave up. Again, Nvidia, that is doing very well. Even Marvel and a couple of the others. Intel's still green. It's crazy, though. Intel was up a little bit more from the morning. But again, chip makers are starting it off. Canada, we're going to hear from here in a little bit. But it is 70% odds of a rate cut. They're probably going to do it. And then remember, if you don't even get like a big rate cut move, just don't forget that ECB is going to be tomorrow. So, like, you still have another element of all of this. Where is it? Gold's even up already by 0.65, so we'll see how that plays out. Apple, 3 trillion. Where's Nvidia? Is it Nvidia? If this thing goes to 1,200, what does that make it? Nvidia dumped. I mean, I think we're just getting the first. I'm even surprised, bro. This thing's right at 1,200. So we will find out if they cut, what happens with USD Canada. I mean, the Canadian dollar will probably weaken, but I think the bigger effect is what happens with gold. ASML over 1K. Bro, SPY is holding up great, actually. Oh, I need another TD. ASNS halted up 648. Bro, this is the biggest bond rally of 24. Yes, I know. And literally right after the rollover again. But straight up, the last like 3-4 days, this has been the biggest the bonds have rallied all of 2024. So, and then again, it's not just even government bonds, it's even your Fed futures. So you are now pricing in the cut by November instead of December. That was a lot different not too long ago. No, not July cut yet. No one's that bullish yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if the bonds keep doing this, the data and Powell supports it, the market will maybe get to that level. But pretty much you went a couple months of bullish bonds and Fed expectations, a couple months of bearish bonds and Fed expectations, and now if it starts to turn back up, we might go through that until we get to hear from Powell. AAL dump. AMD's up 1.5. Nvidia still kind of hanging out there. Nvidia, Apple. Again, Apple has an event, so don't forget about that. Yeah, Apple's up 1. Bros is on the high. CME, ZM is on the high. The bond rise to the bond buyback they announced. Well, there's both like Yellen and then the tapering. It's not necessarily buying back, but the weird part is that this is like a bond rally affecting everything. It's not just government bonds. What the same impetus is being seen on the Fed futures. So, and those don't have any government buyers or anything like that. Disney dump. Well, I'm surprised Disney is still holding up after your boy Peltz sold out of it. But yeah, they're on the low. SPY 53.11. I don't know. It felt like we were a little bit higher. I guess, I mean, you are 0.5% away from the highs. So I don't know. Depending on how you want to look at it, this is pretty decent. But we'll see again, 5,300. If that doesn't hold, or if it does hold and bounce off there, those will probably be your moves. Nvidia trying to come back up again. JP Morgan dumping, Chad says. Nasdaq's up 0.7, SPY 0.3, Russell 0.5, and then Dow's at 0.15. Meta ripping. SPY's coming down a little bit. Coin huge. Wasn't crypto going crazy yesterday? Yeah, coin. I don't think it's that huge, but yeah, and the other cryptos, CLSK came down a little. I didn't see the news on Mara. Penn just had a pop. Yeah, Penn. I don't know if it's like, yeah, no, it's at the highs. The chart's not loading. Yeah, Disney down 1. Intel only up by 0.5. That might sell. AMD was up like 1.1. They're still holding 1.2. And Netflix. Yeah, Netflix is in the red 4.5. Disney's down 1. NVO on the high. NVO 52-week high. Crowd next week. Oh, maybe because it is, what's it called? That's 1 standard deviation. Or I think they were pricing in 12. So literally all the plays should be red. And then we have what? Bank of Canada in 10 minutes. And you also have ISM. So that's the other thing. Like, although I am pretty focused on the central banks, The other thing is that ISM services. So that could be a very, very big one. Again, that affects bonds and everything else. Damn, you mad? You say Canada not dropping rates? Oh my goodness. I don't know if they operate the same way that we do. I think they do to a degree, but right now, like the Fed futures in Canada, they're pricing in about 75% odds that they cut rates. So I don't know if they have the same strictness that we follow, but as of now, the general idea is that they will cut rates. I do think tomorrow the ECB, they are a little bit more, people are a little bit more uncertain on that. He said, I saw it too, baby. I'm going against the grain. Well, let's go. Honestly, I'd be very excited if we saw anything like that, because then that would just be absolutely wild. If we saw like a reversal in sentiment from what it was, and then everybody would have to reprice. I wonder what would happen to what's it called? To gold in that instance. Is Vanny halted? I don't think so. Again, Vanny just like, it don't really trade that much. But I don't know. It doesn't look like there's volume, but I don't know if that's a halt or not. It shouldn't be a halt. And then SPY coming down here a little bit after your gap. Crowd moving all over. And then Nvidia's going up, man. Where is it? They got a letter from the SEC. That's the only thing I see on Vivani via Edgar. Coin, Meta, SMCI, again, crowd dancing all over. I see Meta on the high. There was something that got halted 500%. It was like ASTS or something. Something like that. And then that's it, bro. Nvidia up 1183. That's it. I mean, under or over. You guys think it's hitting 1200 a day or what? That's crazy. It's up $200 even from post earnings after the release. And then I think Intel is going red though on the day. Yep, Intel sold it off again. AMD's going up with it. You guys brought up SMCI. They're up 3-4. ASML 2. Oh yeah. Where's HP? I forgot about that one. Tesla dying, AAP hacks circulating. That's what Troy's saying here. They're down by 0.8. CDNS, again, Cadence. They're related there to Nvidia. And then what time we got? So literally in the next, you'll get data in like 6 minutes, but then 15 minutes or so, or 25 minutes, we're going to get the real bigger data. Uranium waking up. I was seeing CCJ moving earlier. Yeah, they're killing it actually. And then TSM 52-week high. That one's going up. Where is Mexico? Mexican ETF down 148. India up 2-4. So again, remember those two elections been causing some stuff. Young Pfizer. I know, he struggled, Habibi. He struggled. Wing gold on the high, literally the stock gold. But even then, yeah, GLD's coming down a little bit. I like the India ETF. I'm mad I didn't buy it last time I told you it would be a good time, and that was after the whole Adani thing. But ever since then, it's already went up. I love India. The thing I don't like about India is the premium. You know, India is kind of like AI. If you want to get in on it, you got to pay for it now. It's not really, you're not really getting a discount. You know, it's kind of like, it reminds me of like China in the later days before China started getting clapped. Wing almost at 400. MCL is micro oil. And then gold at 2360. Solventum on the low. 52-week low. ARM, they're up 2.5. And then SPY's been coming straight down. So realistically, I do think that data, any of our big moves will probably arise after the ISM services. Bank of Canada is in 5 minutes. So get ready. Should we listen to it, guys? Should we treat Bank of Canada like it's Powell? Let's see. And then bonds are starting to run up again. Oh, so the presser starts in 48 minutes. So literally, it's literally just like the Fed. So they're going to have their presentation 30 minutes later, and then they're going to put everything out in a couple minutes here. So I'm down, though, once it comes out. But remember, you better have your cleats on, because if there's not an event, you're punting. If literally, depending on what happens and the effect on anything, if it's not a big effect, you're punting until ECB tomorrow. GME on the high. That's starting to break out. Carvana's on the high. Myrna, Reddit. Couple names on the low. Again, we have kind of given up all of this from the morning. Dow's at 0.4. So that's the weakest on the day. Back to 53.08. This level, I mean, you've been kind of familiar with it over the last couple of weeks. Caresdale Capital says short riot platforms. XLF, let's see where the banks are at. XLF's about to go red. KRE barely up. Pfizer trying to move. SPY off the bottom. Bonds a new high. I can't believe that, bro. That bond rally is wicked. Yeah, SEC hedge fund fee disclosure rule struck down by court. Airbnb on the low. Dash on the high. And then Uber, man. And then Marvel's starting to go up. Intel is all over the place. And then Qualcomm. So all the chips are back up to green, I'm pretty sure. Spot, you still hold them from yesterday. Yeah, they're still holding up. Not too bad. High-low ticker is like balancing out. There's just still a lot of names going down, and then still got your rippers, and then SPY trying to get its first couple of candles up. Bonds hitting a new high. Dollar is barely green, and then Canada. You get the announcement. If you want to listen to the thing in Canada, it comes on in 30 minutes after. So, unfortunately, you will have to wait. I think Nvidia is coming down while the other guys are running. So chips are just playing a weird game of back and forth. Walmart 52-week high. 53.11. Yeah, I just saw GME hit a couple of times. Yeah, literally doing it again. So GME's up 8 now. That one's actually starting to run. And then JD on the high. Baba, Pinduoduo, Baidu. Why Pinduoduo is getting clapped? We should have held that play. Damn. But yeah, that's starting to go down. Caresdale Capital is long Bitcoin. I like it. Short Riot, long Bitcoin. Not bad. Reddit on the high. ETNB. And then Intel now starting to break out. Very weird move on that one. It's been like that the last 2 days. Bank of Canada. Canada override rate target to 25 basis points. 475 versus 5. Previous was 475. They cut. So there it is. Gold got a little candle off of it. Honestly, not too big. But yeah, Bank of Canada has cut. And then you have S&P Global PMIs coming in slightly above estimate. 54.5 versus 54.2. Not bad. And then Macklin, Governor Rogers press conference 10:30, aware of risk of cutting too quickly. Progress toward reaching 2% is uneven. He's saying the same thing as Powell, but he actually cut. There's sustained evidence underlying inflation is easing. We're taking rate decisions one meeting at a time. Reasonable to expect more cuts should CPI continue to slow. And then again, I'm surprised bonds are going down off of it and even gold. But for now, you got your first reaction. They cut. It's kind of weird. The speech, I want to hear what he says, but the speech sounds the same. But then he's saying we're still cut. I don't know. It does kind of look more formulaic, or like they're following a plan rather than responding to the data. That one's, but again, the odds were like that. And then it happened. Bank of Canada with continuing evidence the underlying inflation is easing. Monetary policy no longer needs to be as restrictive. Recent data has increased our confidence that inflation will continue to move towards the 2% target. Risk to inflation outlook remain. Shelter price inflation remains too high. All right, I'm going to start with a small one. I did MGC to the high side, 2360. One of them, one contract, and it's a micro, so not too much size on it. Who else has cuts? We have ECB tomorrow will be a behemoth. But now, honestly, I feel like odds of ECB cut are going to rocket up. Because now it's like, dude, even Canada, they're taking the same speech, but they're changing it. My insurance is playing it small. Because even then, the last GCs, I had like 3 of these contracts. So even the small futures, you get a lot of them, they'll add up. But in this case, I'm just going to start really small with it. And I probably won't add or take away until I hear from ECB. And then Nvidia, bro, I'm what, $10 away now from $1,200, $13. Oh, I'm my business. Habibi. Shukran. Oh, no. Let's go. Amen. Let's go, baby. Humble business. Shukran, Habibi. Yeah, MPW coming down. And then Intel is just, I kind of hate Intel already. Literally, the last 2 days, it just gaps up, has news, and then just sells off for no reason. It's absolutely wild. Canadian swap market shows 60% chance of further cuts in July. And then literally, bonds are at the low from it and even our market. But again, don't forget, we just had data. We also had our S&P data. But now, give it about 10 more minutes. ISM service PMI, that's going to be the final driver of the day. Except for, we will get a Bank of Canada comments a little bit. Yes, well, CRM is wicked. And then Nvidia, again, $12, $10 away now from $1,200. Remember, that's CRM, bro. It literally, every time it gets to this 235, like it breaks and then it just dumps. So I got out of it yesterday, but I do think this is a pivotal level. And then, speaking of which, where's Humana just hugging 360? All right, SPY getting a little uglier off of that. Your Nvidia 614 when they split. The watch list has your answers, my brother. So, make sure you check out youtube.com/the trading fraternity. There is a watch list. This one showed up as the questions right after Nvidia. But essentially, everything just gets divided and multiplied by 10. So you'll get 10, one option will now become 10 options that are each worth a tenth of the value of the strike price and actual price of the contract. So thankfully, it's a 1 to 10 split. It makes all the numbers easier. 10 for 1. NVV halted. Apple, they gave up 0.5%. Trying to move. There's Nvidia. ARM is breaking out now, 130. Marvell. NTAP on the high, too. What's the other one? Marvell. Apple getting a decent candle off the bottom. Literally just went up almost a quarter on that candle. Snow tanking. You still got those ARM plays? I don't have any. If you got them, good shit. Because that's great. Nvidia breaking out now. New 52-week high on Nvidia. $10 away, my brother. Who else is? I'm going to keep up Nvidia. There's Quality World. NVAX on the high, too. And Caesars. You guys just called that. That's still going. Caesars up to on the high. Micron. Yo, Micron's starting to break out. HP still up a quarter or 20%, 15. SPY bonds trying to dance around here. Gold is a little bit higher. So gold is right to the level pretty much of the data. Airbnb. How much do I regret selling Nvidia? I don't really regret shit, but it is cool. It's cool to watch. I'm very surprised, but I've gotten better sleep, if anything, in the last couple of weeks. So it's all good. That's it. I'm kind of even, I'm in the AI game now. I got Intel. Woohoo! No? That doesn't count? It doesn't get the same excitement? Okay. Fine. ARM. AMD. NVAX, they got something related to getting like a vaccine approval. And then again, all of this stuff we dealt with yesterday. It was a similar news, but then all of the healthcare names, they did good. And then vaccine stuff, there was that FDA AdCom thing. Josh not only sold Nvidia, I was shorting it. I mean, fun fact, Josh is not lost on Nvidia in a year and a half. Every single Nvidia trade I have executed, short or long, I've walked away with a profit. So make sure you put that as an asterisk. You know what I'm saying? Because I did short it at random times, but I've only traded this shit. But yeah, every single one has been a win. So that's why I say I don't really I'm not really losing any sleep on it, on either way. NVAX is going crazy. Again, even yesterday, I think, was it NVAX or BNTX? Novak says JN1 vaccine generates broad neutralizing response for JN1 lineage subvariants in non-clinical models. Are? There's something else with it, too. But they have been getting... I'm surprised. NVAX and Myrna, too. How they trade. I'm even still shocked to this day. Myrna's like right under 200. Yeah, I'm still in the oil play. Apple event, I don't know what they're going to announce. I mean, it could be big, and then bonds are starting to come up. Gold is starting to break out as well, too, if that holds up. And then again, we will hear from Bank of Canada in about 30 minutes, and then 5 minutes we have ISM. ISM can really move us, especially after how we're up today. My voice cracking, am I okay? I hope so. I mean, the only thing I'm hoping for is that I'm going through puberty and I get taller. So that's otherwise, usually by end of the day, I think the voice will come back. But, I'm kind of holding out, hoping I get taller. There's a shot, Every time my voice cracks, I'm like, puberty again. Let's do it. I'll be 5'3" now. I can't wait. If I could grow like 4 or 5 inches, get up to like 5'3", maybe I'll be able to go to the NBA. For now, I play 2K. See it cracked again, man. Inshallah, we grow. The best we could do is acne. No, bro. Why can't I just... Nah, come on. You're 6'6"? What, Noah? No, Noah. Why'd you tell me that, Noah? I naturally discriminate against tall guys. It's fucked up though, bro. All my friends are tall. Like I don't know what it is, but I don't know why tall guys like me. Like I'm only friends with tall people. But now I'm totally gonna discriminate against you. Yeah, I said it. You tall, I'm short. You don't understand my struggle. That's crazy. Yes, bonds are killing it right now. Every day, bro. The last 4 or 5 days, what it's doing to rate cut odds, all of that, bro. It's definitely its own little fascinating world. But they're starting to rip. Again, remember, Bank of Canada. So literally gold looks exactly the same. You had knee-jerk reaction. It dropped, and then now we're popping up. But literally, you just had a central bank finally move. I met you in a dream and you only 5'2". Oh, wow. I don't know. I told you guys the other day I had a dream. I met up with Chads, and I was taking one of the Chads everywhere with me. But, I don't remember their height. It slipped my mind. Turkey has no plans to tax profit on stocks and crypto. Frank! What's up, baby? Thank you, my friend. Tall people don't know about steak. I don't know how that... Yes! I agree. We should ban tall people from steak. You know what I'm saying? I'm 5'3". You sound way taller than me. Well, 5'3" and 3/4 of an inch. That 3/4 really adds up sometimes. And that's it. And, bro, posture. I swear I got taller after all this stretching. And my back stopped tingling, so I think I just pulled something. But, yeah, bro, like in the stretching, bro. Yeah, literally 50 seconds till ISM right now. Oh, this could be big. Watch out, because bonds are already at the high. SPY equities are still in their own little world, man. And Nvidia is still climbing, but I do think ISM can move us a lot. So literally you're looking for 51 or 50.8 as the service PMI, and then prices you're looking for 60. And then again, I don't know. Bad news, good news. I wish I could tell you, but I don't really know how that'll play out right now. All right, 15 seconds. The play on the news was gold. I told you that on the watch list, and literally I did it right after. So you guys liked the video, so you had all the plays posted. 3, 2, 1. Boop! Ooh. Okay, so bonds getting clobbed off of that. Came in strong. 53.8. So that came in hotter. Business activity surged. Employment came in a little lower. New orders was still kind of stagnating. And then prices came down. So I don't know. It's a weird-ass print, especially since we don't know if good news is bad news. That one's a little weird. So literally, let me tell you what happened here once again. Overall activity rocketed. Employment went down and prices barely went down as well. But then, like, activity is just still higher, and it's kind of different than the last sets of data. The last sets of data, your activity wasn't hot, it wasn't slow. The other sets of data were more stagflationary. This one's just business activity is up, but it's not like the new order. Like, new orders did not rocket up. So that is the thing. On the other one, new orders plummeting, that had people worried about the stagflation. But it's a weird middle, but given that we're not doing the same dance that we're doing of like good news, bad news, I mean, I would judge it at its merits. Prices went lower, activity went higher. It's better than the stagflationary stuff, but it's not the best. I don't know if slowdown fears will subside. It just kind of, it leaves you asking questions about different areas more so. So very weird print. We'll see. Watch, the market is still in its own little world. If you guys don't notice by now, bonds are moving way bigger than the market is. So I would kind of keep an eye on that. If the bonds stay down or go red, that'll tell you how people are feeling, and then vice versa. If the bonds still find a way to go green like they have the other days, then that'll tell you a little bit about that. Equities are trying to fight it a little bit. Again, gold, we're still up on gold. Gold is just kind of dancing around there. Spiral. Bonds are really moving. Again, every single day. That's why it's been confusing. Remember, I've been telling you, like, good news is bad news for the bonds. Bad news is good news for the bonds. It seems like you're getting that reaction there, but tying it to equities, the dollar, everything else, not so much. Yeah, Intel's going. I mean, again, they've had so many sets of news. Nvidia is about to hit 1,200, bro. $5 away. All right, not bad. So, see, like I said, I think we got to give it some time. Hard to really read that data just because we don't know the market's reaction. Generally, I think it's lukewarm. That's all. I mean, your employment showed a little bit of the softening trends. The prices are lower, not the lowest, not the highest. Activity is went up, but it hasn't translated into new orders, and that new orders on the other data sets have been kind of fluctuating. So I think it's very lukewarm. And if bonds go red, I think market will maybe follow that. But at the end of the day, I just think if bonds like it, market will hold up. If bonds don't like it, we could introduce some of that bond pressure again that we faced. And then we got Bank of Canada presser in 23 minutes. You already got the Bank of Canada rate cut. Yeah, new orders was higher, but by a little bit. Or no, lower, excuse me. On the other ones, new orders were going down, but the overall business activity and the ISM like itself, that's what rocketed up. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, new orders went up. Estimate was 53, came in at 54. But some of those aren't big beats. Some of them are borderline in line with what they've reported on the ISM for the last year. Marvel's coming up. That's on the high. Again, Intel just hit the high. Nvidia, all I have is chips up here. Nvidia is trying to go to 1,200. I think this data is more soft landing than the other ones. The other sets of data last week and a half have been more stagflationary, but I don't know if I don't think it's as easy as a read as a soft landing would give us. I think it just kind of, it's like I said, very lukewarm. It just seems like there's some aspects that were good, some that were bad, but like comparing it to the other data sets that had similar orders and employment, it kind of seems like it's in its own world. So look at equities reaction are minor compared to what the bonds are doing. So lately, again, we've been waking up with these bonds going green and all this shit. I think that's kind of the answer there. Marvel got a big candle in volume at the high. Again, Nvidia is still up there too. Oil is, it shouldn't really move oil too much, and oil kind of has been in its own world. Oil's more about global demand right now, as well as OPEC. Canada was expected to lower rates. It's the thing I think is surprising is how the language still is the same. So that's a clue, because I hate to break it to you. I pray that if we get a rate cut, I pray it's not like Canada. And why do I say that? Because, you got to watch. We'll listen to the guy in a little bit. You realize homie just cut the rates and then came on and said, well, we were confident of the data, but now we still need to see more confident, and then just saying the same exact speech. So if Powell does that, think about it. You're going to get your rate cuts not even going to feel like anything. You're gonna have the same confusion after the rate cut. That's my interpretation, and we'll see if that holds. GME on the high. Cytokinetics engaged in acquisition talks with Afakataka. And they did not lead to acquisition. I can't believe this thing came back to 48, bro. We played this in the 20s or something and sold it out, or 30s, and we sold it out on that, and then it came. Remember, this was even the buyout one after they got drug approval. Bonds still flushing. Yeah, Canada cut rates this morning. About 20 minutes ago. And then we're going to hear from Bank of Canada, Macklem and the lady. All right, bonds are red now. So literally, data has made bonds a victim, or the victory over the last week. But now, first set of data, Bank of Canada, bonds didn't move much. ISM does this little lukewarm game, and then it makes you ask more questions about the previous data. Equities are in their own world, but now bonds they've moved about a quarter, 0.3, I think 0.5 at one point. And then 22 minutes, we'll hear from Bank of Canada. Presser. Gold is coming down now, too. JP Morgan. It seemed bonds are just the one. Think about it. Whatever the data does, how it leads to Powell and policy, the action is going to happen in the bond market. That's what literally, if you think rates will be higher or lower, that's where it's attracting a lot of attention. And even then, just any of these times the market's been bad, rates have been higher, and vice versa. You notice we're holding up as the rates have retreated and came back down. GME's just pumping. It's just going up here. I don't think there was any headline. I think some of the headlines were just around Roaring Kitty support and the fact that it's still up. And then, I think Ross Gerber was talking shit about him, and then somebody else. And then your boy Andrew Left said he's re-short on GameStop. So that's another one. All right. See, bonds down by 0.8. Cytokinesis going up. So literally talking about their acquisition, how it didn't lead to a buyout, and now they're just dancing all over the place. NVAX on the high too. And then SPY trying to go lower. Nvidia $5 off at 1,200. Thanks for the community, and thanks for the children's table. God bless you, Taco. My man. And God bless the long term. Amen. Amen. NVAX still going. Oh, that's Pfizer. Intel kind of chilling. SPY trying to go lower. GameStop on the high once again. And then bonds down by 0.16. So you've moved like 0.5 off of it. Snow, I think, is related to CrowdStrike, no? I think they moved in sympathy. That was the headline from the morning. I saw something on Twitter saying the top call option sellers combined do not have enough shares to satisfy deep values calls if exercised. We were talking about that yesterday. I mean, it does. I think that would be a challenge. It's kind of like a weird game of chicken, but yeah, I mean, dude, he has a lot, like $100 million deliverable. Honestly, I'm pretty sure like he might have to file a large trader form, but that's a shit ton of money. So, like, that is, if he did say, give me the exercise, the only way they could be, like, dickheads about it is if, like, they're like, hey, well, but he has the cash. I don't know. Like, he does have the funds to act, especially if it has equity. Or, again, that's where, everyone's saying he has backers. I mean, anybody would back him and give him a loan. That's guaranteed money if it has 100% of equity. You could even sell it 50% off and still walk away a winner. So, but yeah, I do think it could be there. Yeah, GME, more volume, it's going up. And then bonds still at the low. Nvidia trying to make round 2. NVAX all day we've been talking about as well. So a couple names just keep hitting the highs there. Even Intel trying to work its way up. It's crazy, though. The one thing with GME that kind of blew my mind, I forgot that they split. American Air Union says all members should be ready to strike. Air Union opens strike command center. American Air flight attendants don't have legal rights to strike. But, bro, like, that's the crazy part. GameStop split. So I always forget, like, the price. I mean, you got to think about it. There's a pre-split adjusted price, and it's just like, damn. So GameStop is, like, really high right now. Even if you, like, really think about how it played out. It's only $90. That's a lot, though. I mean, remember, it was a $2 stock. And, like, it was all based on, like, everything else going on and this recovery and everything else. Yeah, 10-year flip. SPY is not reacting as much. It stopped with that. Gold came down a little bit. Oil kind of meandering, barely green. ASNS, that was the other one, right? Wasn't that the one that was up 500? And then Tesla, TLT still do. TLT's moved like 0.75% now. So again, bond volatility in response to the data much higher than effect on equities. You're still green. Only thing red is Dow Jones. NASDAQ still has 0.75% of gains. Cytokinetics board management would never stand in the way of value maximizing transaction. Board would have supported actionable proposal in best interest. That Novartis backed away from the pursuit. Other parties didn't move forward. Cytokinetics CEO board was supportive moving forward on the deal on terms that company believed would be mutually acceptable. Previously held good faith talks with another party. And the video chart, we need 10 of them. All of them. NVAX, I might keep one up on NVAX because that one's kind of crazy. That one's still going. And then Cytokinetics, that's the one I was just reading those headlines on. Troy had that like 10, 15 minutes ago. But it's still moving around. That sucks. I want them to get another offer. I like that play. Tesla. And then another new low on the bonds. Equities are holding up. No, well, bonds have just been going crazy. So I don't know. It just intraday, it's a big move when you look at it compared to close of yesterday. It's not that big, but like I was saying in the morning here, this was the biggest rally of 24. It was even bigger than that little one here too. After the first month. And that one, you had a Powell. Dollar pop. Shout out always, Raj, baby. Good morning. AMD breakout, no play. Way to disclose your position. ARM is going insane. That was already there. Oh, beyond big pop. 3% in one candle off 90,000, 100,000 shares. So up 3.6. 36 minutes till Boeing Starliner launch? No way. Dollar jumped heavy. Oh, where's your boy Canada? They got 13 minutes. So 7:30. Yeah, Reddit was moving up there early again, beyond 2-3% on that candle. I don't know if there's a headline on that. ARM is on the high still, and Reddit is at the high as well. DJT moving up. Hume up. Oh, what's up, Canada? How you living, baby? Canada, Canada, have maple syrup, please, and play hockey in freezing cold, and we'll ban everything. Oh, Canada, oh, Canada. No? Justin Trudeau is our king. No, okay, I'm sorry. I'm not even Canadian. I don't know if I can make these Canadian jokes. Forgive me. I love Justin Bieber. You know what I'm saying? He's a real one. Man, you mad. I'm sorry you have to acknowledge GME. I mean, respectfully, you need to wake up earlier and pay the F attention. You do know what I'm saying? I'm sorry for having to tell you that, but you apologize to me too. Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, I swear we probably spent like at least 5 minutes talking about it minimum. And like, we acknowledged it. We talked about theories. We were just talking about pre-split, post-split. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sorry, but like, you got to wake up early or like pay attention. Otherwise in life, that's not going to be good. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to miss that, like, if it's in front of you. Drake gonna find me? You're not doing it enough. Well, I have faith you'll do it enough for the both of us. You know what I'm saying? So get out there, bro. I'll free you from this chat room and just go into the world and let the world know, bro. They need you, man. They need you, man. I'll see you later. Okay? I have faith in you. I think you go spread the word, man. Spread the word. Amen. Amen. $86,000 Yeah, 24 hours. I don't know if you guys, like, I've been doing like I love 24 hours. And then I changed the Chad to like, you have to be subscribed for 24 hours to even chat. So like, if you already subscribed to the channel, that's fine. But now, even if you do get banned and you try to play that game, like, you have to be subscribed for 24 hours now. That's it. So then that way, like, even then you're like, I'm mad. Like, you got to take a 24-hour timeout. And then if you're still mad tomorrow, then we can talk about it. You know what I'm saying? If you still feel Let's say, and it's nice. I told you we got a chattitative tightening, but we got a high standard, and a lot of y'all have met it. So, I know some of y'all may not like it, but I'm fighting for y'all. I'm fighting for the community. We raise this standard. They meet us there, baby. It's good, baby. That's it, man. That's it. So, amen, bro. Amen. Yeah, man. Keep the standards. No, for real, though, bro. That's it. Even we were talking on it yesterday. It's like, I'd rather be surrounded by 4 lions than 100 sheep. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not calling anybody that. That's just a phrase that people say. But what I am saying is that it's not really about getting as many people, whereas like all of us here together, if we even have a smaller amount of people highly focused in the game, are able to communicate respectfully, that could take us a longer way than having triple the amount of people or anything. So, yeah, unfortunately, there's other places you can go, and y'all should do that. Otherwise, you got to meet the standard, baby. You got to meet the minimum. Quality, baby. Quality. And like the video. Y'all killed it, though. Y'all been liking the video, man. That's what I'm saying. Let's go. That's what, and I got y'all. I haven't made a couple plays, but, gold, that one's coming right back up. I kind of wanted to grab another goal, but I already told you guys the play is keep it small, so then we don't have to, like, hedge it or anything. You're getting ads. I haven't even got a Hims ad, bro. Let me see. I'll go to the Fed monitor tool and we'll see if any sketchy ads pop up. I don't even watch baseball. They're giving me a Padres ad. Oh, if you're high, don't drive. What the fuck? I'm not. They think I'm high. Why? Is it because we said MDMA? That was the news? What? That they're warning me, saying if I'm high, don't drive. That in the Padres, I was like, I don't even watch baseball. I don't even get high. That's bullshit. Man, wait, do they sell weed at Hims? Oh, man. Man's listening. I don't know. I guess there was MDMA. We did talk about that. I made that joke on my sister. But I'm surprised. That's crazy. They got me, bro. Speaking of which, where is MSOS? And then SPY, man. So bonds are starting to chill out a little bit, but still pretty ugly. And then now SPY is back to VWAP. And gold is hitting a new high, so we're back up on that one. Oil not moving up 0.5%, though. QQQ, NVEX ain't stopping. Neither is Nvidia. That one's about to go. I think I just saw SMCI. High ticker is a lot more gassed right now. So before in the morning you were getting like 50-50. Now you have literally a majority of these names moving up on the high side. Oh, I did. Philip Hamilton. Shout out to the respectful Chads, baby. Oh, man. I think I missed another one. Oh, and Kung Fu Korean. Oh, my man. Oh, Luis, I don't see yours, Luis. Why are they hoeing me like that, man? Well, I appreciate y'all. Horna. Wow, let's go. Amen. Oh, my goodness. That's it. I had to time out a rocket ship, too, in the process. Oh, Kung Fu Korean. What's up, baby? Oh, I'm gonna see. I don't know why I don't see Luis's. Yeah, Luis, I don't see your super drive. I miss Phillips and Kung Fu Korean. And now he come in with 5. Honestly, your name just inspires me to tell the Chads. Don't forget, South Korea is a big economy, and it is important to the global economy. Okay? Honestly, you know, I wish you would. Bro, I'm thank you. That was enough. And even then, bro, I'm saying, we got to start looking at South Korea too, bro. They ain't feeling me with Japan and with China, bro. They ain't. Amen, bro. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Oh, whoa. Arthur Petrano, man. I hope I didn't butcher it, bro. God bless you. Amen. You work at Samsung? I got a screen that has it's a broken Samsung screen. Can you fix it? Just, I don't know if y'all are in the business of fixing people's screens when they break, but that'd be nice, Samsung. Come on, you're the man, bro. You got a long term? I lied. If you don't have the long term, this is gonna get weird. You're the man if you got the long term, bro. If you're really out here, bro, get the long term. That's it. Save the 10%. I hope they feel me, bro. Cytokinesis, is it going up? Yeah, round 2. Oh, shit. That's up another 4 now. Damn. So that's really, really going up. The ISM was weird. It was very lukewarm. The overall ISM and activity beat. The prices went down a little bit. So did employment. But then new orders was slightly up. So a lot more different than some of the other data sets we've gotten. And just in general, like very lukewarm. Too good, too bad in terms of the factors. And then you compare it to the good news, bad news. Very hard to get a market reaction. But then the bonds, they just instantly vomited. So in a weird way, you can, if you want to listen, we'll see where the bonds end up. But it seems like bonds did not like it. So that could be the answer. Who knows? You never know, homie. I need some bonds, homie. You need to pump your brakes in long term, homie. Coin. Oh, Canada should be starting in 2 minutes. This is some Canadian-ass intro music. Y'all are wild, bro. All I picture is like some Canadian with no shirt on. He have like 17 tattoos, a white dude with dreadlocks, and he just hitting one of those hand pans, you know, playing like bum 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 bum. Like that's their intro music, dog. What? Y'all so French. This is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Boom 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 boom. I don't know. For some reason, I thought they'd be playing Drake or Justin. I thought y'all were really like prideful about your superstars. I really thought it was gonna be Drake and ahead of that, but hey, I'm French. That made me chuckle. God bless the French. You guys are so important historically. A lot of people don't know. A lot of people, and then again, I'm short, so like shout out Napoleon. You know, I could say that. I guess. Are you guys fans of Napoleon? I don't know. And why? What's the difference between Napoleon and Neapolitan? That always confused me. I did just shout out Napoleon. You don't really hear that too often in modern times. The spelling, but yeah, like I never, let's just say for a while, I thought Neapolitan was Napoleon. I was ordering Napoleon ice cream. I'm like, can I get the Napoleon ice cream sandwich? But yeah, I never really understood. Was Neapolitan and Napoleon. Like, I don't get it. Maple. I had the other day I had like a vanilla maple thing. Oh, crude inventories 1.2. Estimate was 2.3 million draw. Cushing 854,000. Estimate was 1.76 thousand. So I'm surprised oil's going green. I would think these numbers would make it go down. Gasoline inventories 2.1 million. Estimate was 1.7 million. Distillates 3.19 million. Estimate was 2.17 million. Why do these numbers seem huge? So good. I mean, no, it seems like I'm surprised. Oil's kind of holding up here, but these numbers seem like a big oversupply or a lot of inventory. You would think it would kill it with how weak oil's been. So we'll see. And then cytokinesis still going. Bonds leveled out here. They're right at break even, but now equities, again, the whole connection, equities, bonds, good news, bad news. It has been very, very different here. And chips are still on fire. Marvel, Intel. Marvel's actually really killing it. Qualcomm. Wow, I read the Bible for the first time in decades because of you. Thank you. Proverbs 27:17. Oh my God, bro, really? That's awesome, man. I'm very glad. I'm gonna go look up the verse, man. Oh wait, Canada's starting. Well, my boy just said he picked up a Bible for the first time in over a day. That's hype, bro. I'm not even. I'm typing in this verse. What do we got? Woo! Oh, of course, bro. Of course. Iron sharpens iron, and one man sharpens the face of his neighbor. Oh, it's seen as positive. Some view this maxim as an example of tough love. Others rewording a verse. Faithful are the wounds of a friend. Wow, so one person sharpens another. Let's go, baby. That's awesome, bro. I have something I'm working on with Proverbs, man, so read the book, bro. It's a good one. I'm telling you, all of Proverbs, man, is good, man, and go after the wisdom. So I love to hear, bro. That's exciting. No way. Amen. Amen. All right. Bank of Canada.
With the economy in excess supply, there is room for growth even as inflation continues to ease.
I hate this. Bonds are coming up.
Le Conseil de direction a convenu que la politique monétaire n'a plus besoin d'être
French,
aussi restrictive. Il a donc baissé le taux directeur
like, what if
de
Powell
25
started
points base
explaining
pour
it in
l'établir
Espanol?
à 4,75%. On a fait beaucoup de progrès dans la lutte contre l'inflation.
He said all your progress is wasted if you don't get a long term.
Continuer vers la cible de 2%.
He said continue to save your 10% or you're a hoe.
On a fait de grands progrès pour établir la stabilité des prix.
It's better to do it now than later.
Pour la population canadienne.
Best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago.
Depuis le report sur la politique monétaire d'avril, l'inflation
monetary policy will confuse the shit out of you if you try to gamble on it.
La croissance économique
so get a croissant and buy the long term and just hold.
L'excédentaire, l'économie peut encore
He said the economy is making a lot of progress, but you still have to get a long term. Otherwise, you'll be left out.
Let me provide a little more detail around these
dynamics. Okay, you could understand this part.
After stalling in the second half of last year, economic growth picked up in the first quarter of this year. At 1.7%, growth was lower than projected in the April report. But consumption growth was solid at about 3%.
And now he's talking all serious.
And housing activity
like he just didn't go croissant. He's like, and then housing growth was in line with our progress and mandate, and that was mandated for our stated goals.
But at a slower pace than the working age population. This has allowed the supply of workers to catch up with job vacancies. Elevated wage pressures look to be moderating gradually.
All right, SPY's taking off. Bonds
inflation
are trying to
remains above the 2%
Gold
target,
is even up. Gold's already ripped. Another 0.5%.
But total CPI inflation has declined consistently over the course of this year, and indicators of underlying inflation increasingly point to sustained easing. I'll highlight 4 indicators in particular. CPI inflation has eased from 3.4% in December to 2.7% in April. Our preferred measures of core
This is their
inflation
power,
have
yes.
come down from about 3.5% last December to about 2.75% in April. The 3-month rates of core inflation slowed from about 3.5% in December to under 2% in March and April. And the proportion of CPI components increasing faster than 3% is now close to its historical average, suggesting price increases are no longer unusually broad-based. This all means restrictive monetary policy is working to relieve price pressures. And with further and more sustained evidence underlying inflation is easing, monetary policy no longer needs to be as restrictive. In other words, it's appropriate to lower our policy interest rate. Si l'inflation continue à ralentir et que les données continuent à renforcer notre
If you don't
confiance qu'elle se
continue
dirige
to add to the long term,
vers
you will
la cible de
continuously be
2%,
behind.
il est raisonnable de s'attendre
And now you
à
have a reason to
d'autres
get the
baisses
long
de
term
taux
because you have seen
directeurs.
enough history to see how it
Mais
works.
on prend nos décisions de taux une
This is your
à la
sign to
fois.
do it, otherwise you're never going to
On ne
do
veut
it.
pas resserrer la politique monétaire plus que
And ignore
nécessaire
all the
pour ramener
politics
l'inflation à la
because you
cible.
get rich under any
Mais
president.
si on baisse le taux directeur trop vite, on pourrait
You say you are the
compromettre
director of your
les
own
progrès
future,
réalisés
so if you don't care
dans
about your
notre
future
lutte
self, then
contre
don't get a long
l'inflation.
term.
Les progrès à venir seront probablement
The progress will be
inégaux.
slow, but
Il y a
adequate
et
is
il y a
enough.
encore des risques.
That's what he's. Man, I don't
L'inflation
know.
pourrait être élevée si les tensions mondiales
He said you will
augmentent.
watch that shit
Si les
elevate
prix
like
des
a
logements
mountain.
montent plus vite que prévu au Canada, ou
And
si la
you don't have to only
croissance
buy
des
things in
salaires
Canada,
reste
you can
élevée
buy all around the
par
world.
rapport à la productivité.
And then you will be productive.
If inflation continues to ease and our confidence that inflation is headed sustainably to the 2% target continues to increase, it is reasonable to expect further cuts in our policy interest rate. But we are taking our interest rate decisions one meeting at a time. We don't want monetary policy to be more restrictive than it needs to be to get inflation back to target. But if we lower our policy rate too quickly, we could jeopardize the hard-won progress we've made. Further progress in bringing inflation down is likely to be uneven and risks remain.
See, this is
Inflation
the part
could
I
be
don't
higher
like.
if global tensions escalate,
Bro, they're
if
saying
house
the
prices
same
in
thing
Canada
even
rise
after they
faster than
cut rates.
expected, or if wage growth remains high
All right,
relative to
SPY breaking
productivity.
out. Bonds are back to waking
In
up.
assessing where inflation is
Gold
headed,
is at the highs.
we will continue to closely watch
So rally
the
is
evolution
continuing,
of core
and then
inflation.
Bank of Canada
We
effect
remain
is playing
focused
out
on the
how we
balance
thought.
between demand and supply in the economy.
Watch the bonds though if they come
inflation
back up.
expectations, wage growth, and corporate pricing behavior. With that summary, the Senior Deputy Governor and I will be very pleased to take your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Governor. Let's just
And
quickly
vax,
go over the
too.
ground rules. We're going to start here in the room in Ottawa and then go to the phones. I've got quite a long list, so let's limit it to one question, please, per outlet. If I forget to do so, please state your name and affiliation. For those who are new here in the room, please press the green button on the little
New
box in front of you
high.
to activate your microphone. Press it again to shut it off once you've done asking your question. Avant de poser une question, veuillez vous identifier et si je ne l'ai pas fait. Et comme toujours, libre à vous de poser vos questions dans la langue officielle de votre choix. With that, let's start here in the room. I'm going to start up here
said
up
the
front with
Christina
Jordan Gallen
Aguilera
from
song.
CTV, please.
Something ce soir. Ce soir.
You previously said that you won't be cutting rates at the rate that you raise them. Does this mean Canadians should not expect a cut next month, or do you plan to cut again in July?
Look, I think the message was pretty clear. We're going to be taking our interest rate decisions one meeting at a time. If the economy continues to evolve broadly as we had expected, if we continue to see inflation pressures easing, it is reasonable to expect that there will be further cuts in interest rates. But the timing of those cuts, or of any further cuts, are going to depend on incoming data and our assessment of what those data mean for the future path of inflation. Look, we are determined to get inflation back to the 2% target. At 2.7%, we're still above target. There are a number of risks that we're watching closely. So, the work's not done. We're going to be seeing how things evolve and taking our decisions one meeting at a time.
Let's go now to Promit Mukherjee from Reuters, please.
Thanks, Paul. Hi, Mr. Governor. I would like to again take it forward, that question. Considering that so far the data has shown that the inflation has been easing and it's going in the trajectory that you wanted. If it continues in that way, and you will have more numbers in terms of GDP and job by July 24th, if that all continues the way you want it, do we see a rate cut in July?
I want you to think.
I'll get to the going ahead, but
this is probably how Powell's going to answer questions.
Let's just enjoy the moment for a bit. Let me just say a couple of key points about the rate decision today, and then I will come back to where we could be headed. But look, a couple key messages today. We've come a long way in the fight against inflation.
Powell is going to say
Headline
the same
inflation has come down. Our measures of underlying inflation have been easing, and growth has resumed again in the Canadian economy. Second key point is the economy has evolved broadly the economy has evolved broadly as we've expected in recent months, and that has increased our confidence that inflation will continue to move gradually back closer to the 2% target. So we decided at this meeting that monetary policy doesn't need to be as restrictive as it has been. And we lowered the policy rate by a quarter point. I know this is welcome news to many Canadians. I also know everybody wants to know, okay, where are we headed? That is going to depend how things evolve. What I can say is that if the economy continues to evolve broadly as we expect, and we continue to see a broad easing in inflationary pressures, it is reasonable to expect further cuts in our policy rate. But, and I want to stress this, the timing of any further cuts is going to depend on incoming data.
Yeah, bro, we're fucked.
In particular, is going to depend on what those incoming data tell us about
usually
the most
they all follow
future
Powell,
path
but
for inflation.
remember,
we are determined to get inflation
it's all
back
of these
to
other
the 2%
countries
target.
moving ahead of Powell.
We know it. We know there can be some bumps along the way. There are a number of risks, which I highlighted in the opening statement, which we're watching closely. So what does all that mean? It means we're going to be taking it one meeting at a time.
Paul Vieira from the Wall Street Journal, please.
In testimony to lawmakers last month, you talked about how if there's going to be rate cuts, they would be done gradually, and you talked about that there are limits to Fed policy divergence. Why is the word gradually or cautiously in terms of describing further cuts? Why is that absent from the statement?
I think we're being pretty clear. We're going to take it one meeting at a time. When I was asked about the pace of cuts, I think the question was something along the lines, you raised rates very rapidly. What's the pace of cutting looked like? Our own when we raised rates rapidly, we were in a situation where inflation had moved up very rapidly, and we needed to raise rates rapidly to control inflation and bring it down. The situation now is quite different, and our own forecast has inflation easing gradually back towards the 2% target. So what that suggests is that the future path of interest rates, while it's reasonable to expect further cuts if inflation continues to ease, given that it's likely to ease gradually, the path for interest rates likely to be gradual.
Let's go to Kevin Carmichael from The Logic, please.
Governor, you, the senior deputy governor, others at the Bank of Canada have been obviously doing a lot of work around the productivity crisis. You seem to have surrounded the lack of investment as one of the big issues behind that problem. To what extent has the higher for longer interest rate environment impeded investment in your view, and how will that factor into your decision on how quickly to bring down rates going forward?
Well, Kevin, as you know, the productivity problem we've had here is long-standing, has multiple factors. It's had multiple factors contributing to it. It'll take more than one thing to solve it. Interest rates, certainly right now, interest rates and inflation are both uncertainty factors that affect business investments. So, as we get inflation back to target, that'll remove that uncertainty. Interest rates, as the governor said, it's welcome news. We've been able to lower interest rates today. We'll take the next decisions as they come and see how that factors into investment.
Okay, let's come down here to Najud Amalise from Canadian Press, please.
Hi, Governor. Building on Paul's question about the limit on how much Canada can diverge from other countries in terms of interest rates, can you talk a little bit about what that limit looks like and what it means for Canada right now to be diverging from many of its peer countries?
So,
Good question.
in Canada, we have
all
our
you
own
need to know
currency.
is the
We have a flexible
divergence.
exchange
That's why we're
rate.
paying
And what that
attention to
means
this
is
right
that
now.
We can gear
Don't forget
monetary
that.
policy to the needs of the Canadian economy.
Remember, there's only a few countries
so
in the
we
world
don't
right
need to
now
move
that are
lock and
starting
step
the
with the
cutting,
Federal
and now
Reserve.
Canada is one of them.
Obviously, what happens in the United States has a big impact on our economy. The U.S. is the biggest source of Canadian imports. It's a major source of, it's a biggest source of Canadian exports. We also import a lot from the United States. Our financial markets are very integrated. So what happens in the United States certainly has an impact on Canada, and we take that into account when we develop our own forecasts, our own outlook. We take that into account when we take our monetary policy decisions. But we have our own currency, we have a flexible exchange rate, so that means that we can take decisions that are geared to what the Canadian economy needs. And our judgment today is that the Canadian economy doesn't need monetary policy as restrictive as it has been, and so we cut the policy rate by 25 basis points. There are limits to how far we can diverge from the United States, but we're not close to those limits, and I expect that we will continue to be able to get inflation back to target and run.
This isn't the Bank of Canada, but I'll put up the rocket launch while we listen. If y'all like the visuals.
Next on my list, I have Alicia Sikirska from Yahoo Finance. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Governor, for taking our questions.
That could have been a hint towards Powell cutting.
Consideration in weighing this cut,
but just avoiding. He's trying to avoid the connection
on the housing market and in accelerating shelter prices.
When we published our April monetary policy report, we were expecting some modest increase in house prices. That was ahead of this decision. We did then, and we continue to point out housing as a risk to our inflation forecast. So it's something we're going to continue to watch. Ultimately, what we target is inflation. We don't target any particular measure in the housing market or an interest rate, but it's clear.
Uber and Microsoft on the high, and SPY working its way up. Bond stop going.
See how it goes.
Okay, I'm going to come down here now to Mackenzie Gray from Global, please.
In the same vein on housing, 76% of Canadian mortgages are going to be up by 2026. How much does that play a decision when you're thinking about cutting or keeping rates where they are? And how concerned are you that broadly for an impact on the Canadian economy?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking a lot about the data that we look at when we make our decisions. We always look at how our decisions are going to affect Canadians, and certainly the mortgage market is a big part of that. Mortgages are one of the biggest interest sensitivities that Canadians have. So we're looking at the same data. The 76% is a number that OSFI put out. That's something we've been watching all along. We did a deep dive on this just a few weeks ago when we put out our financial stability report. And you'll remember in that report, we also pointed out the impact on renters. So, we know mortgage, people holding mortgages are feeling the squeeze. We know there is concern about higher interest rates when they renew their mortgage. But the effect of the credit stress we see is also showing up in renters too. And, that's really inflation as well as interest rates showing up. So, What we can do to help that situation is get inflation back to target. We know Canadians with mortgages that are renewing will welcome this interest rate change. They would like to see further further reductions in interest rate. As the governor said, it's reasonable to expect that if the economy continues to evolve as we expect it to, if we continue to see an easing in core and headline inflation. But the bottom line is we also need to get inflation back to target. We're determined to do that.
Okay, Randy Thantong-Knight from Bloomberg, please.
Hi, Governor. How concerned are you that slower population growth will change your assumptions for potential growth, and how does that affect your thinking?
We are expecting population growth to slow. It has been exceptionally strong. The government has announced a number of measures, particularly to slow the number of non-permanent residents coming into Canada. We built that into our April forecast. That announcement came out before the April forecast, so we have built in that path for population growth. Population growth affects both demand and supply in the economy. Obviously, if you've got more people coming into the economy, you've got more workers, they're adding to the labor force. That has eased the tightness we've seen in the labor market. Those newcomers to Canada, though, they also need to rent apartments. They need housing. That has put a lot of pressure on the housing market. So there are both demand and supply effects. As population slows, that should, and if the supply of housing can increase as demand comes down, that should help relieve some of the pressures we've seen in the labor market, in the housing market. And with the labor market coming into better balance, we've seen businesses are hiring. They're still hiring, but their hiring has slowed, and it's actually below population growth now, which has helped rebalance the labor market. But the labor market is reasonably balanced. So. We will be watching population growth carefully, and when we get to our July forecast, we will update our assumptions about population growth and feed that into our projection. But given that it affects both demand and supply, it's not going to probably swing the forecast dramatically.
Okay, next on my list I have Mark Rendell from the Globe and Mail. Please go ahead, Mark.
Thanks for taking the question. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the trajectory you see for the economy over the next coming quarters, next year or so. Obviously, as was mentioned before, we have a lot of mortgage resets, quite sizable mortgage resets and payment shocks coming up. Are we through the worst of it? Is there still a possibility for a recession going forward?
Well, as you know, we don't have an updated forecast at this.
It's going. Look at Boeing. Boeing's
policy
running.
Decision.
Look at that thing's taking off.
We run our forecasts 4 times a year with the national accounts. We will have a new forecast in July. But we did receive, obviously, the national accounts for the first quarter recently. And so growth in the first quarter at 1.7% was weaker than we'd forecast in our April monetary policy report. At the time, we forecast 2.8%. I guess what I would stress is that if you look at last year, certainly the second half of last year, the economy was really quite weak. GDP growth roughly zero through the second half. On per capita terms, consumption was actually declining. In other words, households were reducing, individual households were reducing their spending. In the fourth quarter and in the first quarter, consumption growth was about 3%. It's broadly in line with population growth. So what that means is that per capita basis, consumption was roughly flat. So you're seeing some strengthening in consumption growth. In the first quarter, you also saw investment picked up a bit. Housing market has not been particularly strong, but it was positive. So growth has resumed in the first quarter. We'll certainly be looking at our growth trajectory going forward. But, to get back to your soft landing question, yes, so far it is looking like a soft landing. Plane hasn't been landed yet, so we're not cheering yet. But I would say the runway's in sight. But we still need to land this.
Okay, Greg Quinn from Market News. You're next, please.
Good morning. I want to ask about growth in the other sense, because the statement mentions the idea that there's room for growth in the economy even with inflation slows. I mean, that's a nice scenario. How big is that crawl space? Do we have a substantial amount of room to grow from here without sparking new inflation pressure?
Well, to go back to the previous question, so with growth roughly zero in the second half of last year, excess supply opened up in the economy. And that's actually been key to relieving price pressures, has been an important reason why we're seeing inflation and underlying inflation come down. With some excess supply in the economy, what that means is there's room for the economy to grow. In fact, there's even room for the economy to grow faster than potential for a period, even as there is still downward pressure on inflation. So, we will be revising our forecast in July. I don't have a new forecast for you today, but I think what we're seeing in the first quarter, our growth has resumed. I think we expect over the course of the year, we expect household spending to gradually strengthen. And our message really is, given that the economy is in excess supply, there is room for the economy to grow, even as inflation keeps coming back down closer to the target. And, so to get back to our decision today, why did we conclude that monetary policy doesn't need to be as restrictive? Well, an important reason is just looking at inflation itself, core inflation, our various measures of underlying inflation. Since the start of the year, they've all been moving in the right direction. The fact that the economy is in excess supply, though, is another element that is giving us confidence that, even as the economy, even as growth resumes, inflation can keep moving back towards the 2% target.
Okay, our final question in the room here goes to Daiichi Mishima from Nikkei News Service.
This is Daiichi Mishima with the Nikkei. Thank you for taking our questions, Governor Macklem. While you decided to cut rates, you also decided to continue quantitative tightening. It seems to me that you're stepping on the gas and brake pedals at the same time. So how do you determine when to stop QT? What are the conditions for that? Thank you.
Well, I don't see it quite the way you see it. The way we see it is we're normalizing our balance sheet. And as long as let me put it this, we've gone through this before, but I'll go through it again. Yes, we reduced our policy rate today by 25 basis points, but at the policy rate of 4 3/4, monetary policy remains restrictive. And in fact, with inflation at 2.7%, underlying inflation roughly 2 3/4%, we still need restrictive monetary policy. There is still some work to do to get inflation back to target. It doesn't need to be as restrictive, but we still need restrictive monetary policy. And in that sense, continuing QT, continuing to normalize our balance sheet makes sense. If we were to lower interest rates so much that we're actually trying to provide stimulus to the economy, that would be a different situation. And in that situation, we probably would stop QT because, and then they would be working at cross purposes. But that's not the situation we're in now. With respect to the path for our balance sheet going forward, we have been letting maturing bonds.
I wonder how. So pretty.
Sheet.
He's
saying
there's no easing to get demand unless you end QT. Again, none of this matters
We will
for
get
us
to
right
a
now.
point where,
It's affecting
our
bonds and
balance
gold,
sheet
but
is
like you got to
normalized, and
start
at that
applying
point, we
this
will
to
resume
future
our normal
Powell.
operations and QT resume normal operations and begin buying government debt once again. As Tony Gravel has outlined certainly in speeches, that'll probably
SMCI's
happen
going.
Sometime,
Nvidia trying to
next
make
year.
another pull.
And we will provide, as we get closer to that point, there is some uncertainty exactly where that point's going to be as we start to get
bonds
closer
trying
to
to
that,
go
as we-
and SPY.
as we,
Micron breaking out too. NASDAQ up
hone
1-1.
in on what the steady state level of settlement
FSI,
balances,
GLP-1 news?
needs to be. We will provide markets update on that.
Flexible solutions.
Okay, that's it for the room. We're going to go to those reporters who have joined us remotely. I'm going to just remind people on the line, please come off mute only to ask your question, then go back on mute as soon as you have finished so everyone can hear the response. I'm going to start with John
Flexible
Ehrlichman
expands
from
into
Bloomberg
food and
BNN.
nutrition
John, please
supplements.
go ahead.
Injectables is GLP-1.
Thanks so much. Governor, I just wanted to see if you could shed some light on how you think about the level of our dollar, the currency, the relationship.
Their expenditure to acquire a vial filling line for injectables.
Weakness in the loonie. And, also,
and then
since
gold is
you
ripping,
haven't
new
asked,
high.
Your deputy governor haven't asked about your pin so far. What happens to the Canadian economy if the Edmonton Oilers win the Stanley Cup?
Hockey
well,
question.
Let's hope. Canadian team, let's
That's
hope
great.
the Oilers win the Stanley Cup. Go Oilers.
This is why we make these stereotypical
Canadian
jokes,
dollar.
Canada. That's all. You never had.
as
They
I
don't
said
ask Jerome
previously,
Powell for
we
a
have
Big Mac.
flexible
You
exchange
like
rate.
Big
And
Macs,
one of the
Jerome?
ways monetary policy
You
works
fat
is it
American
works through
Jerome?
the flexible exchange rate. And it's the flexible exchange rate that gives us the ability to set interest rates in Canada that are geared to the needs of the Canadian economy. So, we don't have a target for the exchange rate. We have a target for inflation. We believe in flexible exchange rates. And I think by being clear about our forecast, being clear about what's on our mind, by doing these press conferences, by publishing the monetary policy report, by providing a summary of deliberations, I think markets have a very good idea what's on our mind, and that's going to be reflected in the expected future interest rates. That's going to be expected in the exchange rate. That's monetary policy working.
Okay, next on the list, I've got Max Sato from Mace News. Max, please go ahead.
Thank you, Paul. Governor, leading up to today's rate cut decision, was there any discussion among the governing council members as to how this could affect the value of the Canadian dollar and import costs, or how the policy difference with other major central banks could affect the real economy?
Yeah, we discussed all those things. Of course we did. As I said, with respect to the exchange rate, it's one of the ways monetary policy works. And yes, we have been assessing the impact of higher interest rates on Canadian households, on Canadian businesses, and we know it's been difficult. We know it's squeezed households and businesses. That has relieved price pressures in Canada, and we came to the conclusion of this meeting that monetary policy doesn't need to be as restrictive as it has been. So we lowered the policy rate. So yes, those are the things that we're looking at.
So simple.
Maybe I'll add. I mean,
FSI and Holton.
Past
So again, they're
run-up in
acquiring
inflation,
a company
in the early
to
days,
fill
a lot of what was
vials
going
to
on
offer those
was
products.
global. So there was commodity prices, there was supply chain impacts, and so central banks across the globe were acting sort of in concert. We were doing the same thing because we were seeing the same things. We were dealing with the same thing. As inflation's come down, what is remaining for most of us is really more about what's in our domestic economies. And so it's logical that we're going to diverge a bit, because what we're doing is responding to what's in our our domestic economy, and that's different. And it's different for a variety of reasons that the governor's mentioned. It's different because
SPY,
monetary
ASML,
policy is working a
SMCI,
bit
more
differently in each
chips.
economy.
And
There's different
T-Mobile.
factors. So
No, TLT
although we
came
were,
back
we
a
were
decent
quite
amount.
coordinated on the way
That just
up,
moved
and that was
0.4
really
from the
helpful
bottom.
because a big
And
part
then
of
gold is
inflation was
breaking out
global.
too.
You're
Oil's
gonna
the
see
only
some
thing not
divergence
moving.
on the way down, and that makes sense.
Well, yeah, bro, it's another cut.
Okay, next I've got Rob McClister from Mortgage Logic News. Go ahead, Rob.
Good morning. I'm wondering how Canadians should view the bank's estimated
Is that
neutral
Peter?
rate now that we've pivoted to an easing cycle. So, in other words, if inflation
Boeing and Lockheed was the rocket.
and drops back to 2%,
And then 150 cents away from 1200 on Nvidia. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen.
close to the bank's estimated neutral rate.
Okay, well, the first thing I need to tell you is I don't think Canadians should spend a lot of time thinking about the neutral rate. The neutral rate
TSM?
it's a theoretical concept. It's something we need in our models. I mean, the neutral rate is, where the policy rate would settle in the long run when the output gap is closed, inflation is back to target, and there are no new shocks. In other words, we'll never get there. There's always going to be new shocks. There's always going to be new events. The interest rate is the thing that we adjust to get inflation back to target and to keep it there. Now we do need an estimate of the neutral rate. We can't observe the neutral rate, obviously, directly. We do need to put an estimate of the neutral rate in our models. And in the spirit of transparency, we publish our estimate of the neutral rate. We updated our estimate in our last monetary policy report in April, and we increased the neutral rate estimate by 25 basis points, or we have a range. The midpoint of the range is 275. Look, I know, talk of the terminal rate, the neutral rate, I really think you're getting ahead of yourselves. If you want to know where we're headed to 2% inflation. And the interest rates are going to be what they need to be to get us there and keep us there. I mean, as we've said, look, in the near term, if the economy continues to evolve broadly as we expect, if we continue to
private
see
payrolls
inflationary
didn't do
pressures
anything.
ease, it is
but we're
reasonable
listening to
expect,
Canada because they cut rates. And
further
then
cuts in our
ISM was
policy
weird.
rate,
We'll
but the
cover it
timing
after.
is very much going to depend on incoming data and our assessment of what that means for the path for inflation. When you look out beyond that, I mean, we don't have a crystal ball. But what we have said a few times in the past is that if you look at where interest rates were after the global financial crisis and before COVID hit, it was at a period of unusually low interest rates. When you look at that today, a number of the forces that resulted in those very low interest rates look to be unwinding. So we don't have a crystal ball, but it does seem likely that interest rates, while we do expect they're going to come down, they're probably not going to come down as low as they were pre-COVID. Or to put it another way,
for enterprise.
It would be prudent for households and businesses and governments not to plan on interest rates
All right,
getting
bonds
back
are still
to
going up.
pre-COVID
SPY still
levels.
near the high. All the chips moving.
Okay, and our final question goes to Barbara Schechter from the Financial Post.
Hello, thanks for taking the call or the question. I wanted to ask if you've modeled how far you can diverge from the Fed. Your financial stability report talks a lot about the interconnectedness of the financial markets, so you've obviously looked at that. So how far can you diverge before it starts to flow into problems with the currency and markets like the bond market, that kind of thing?
Well, I think you can look over history and see how much we have diverged at various times in the past and give you some guideline. As I said,
Canada
we're not
did cut
close
rates,
to that.
yes.
I think
That's why we're listening to this.
As a senior deputy governor just indicated, conditions are somewhat different in Canada and the United States. Inflation has been easing consistently in Canada. It's been stickier in the United States. U.S. economy has been stronger. Conditions are different. I think markets are seeing that.
This is Canadian power, yeah.
That's been built into our rate expectations. It's certainly something that factored into our decision. And I think, markets will continue to absorb the incoming
They only cut by a
information.
quarter.
So I don't think we're close to that limit.
And then he just spent this whole time telling you the same speech he gave months ago that every central banker has given.
There have been periods.
It's kind of crazy.
Considerable divergence.
And with that, that will conclude today's press conference. Thank you, Governor, Senior Deputy Governor, and thank you, everyone, for joining us. We'll
and
see
there
you
will
in a
be
few
maple
weeks
syrup in the lobby
NPR.
for those interested. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
I'm sorry. I have a lot of low blows on the Canadian jokes. But I don't know. I don't like that at all. So first things first, why do we listen to that? Because there's only I want to say Canada, besides now the Swiss National Bank, they are now the second developed country to cut rates. The only other places that have been cutting rates so far has been in Latin America. So the fact of the matter is, again, think about it, even with our rate cut odds moving as of lately, the number one thing that's happening right now is that you are getting another one of these developing nations, or already developed nations, that is going and raising their rate or cutting their rates after previously everybody in the world doing this little rate hike thing. So this is a big deal. The thing I keep saying, and I'm kind of worried, and I hope you are too, and I'm not trying to scare you. There's nothing to be scared about. It's just all information and being prepared. But what you just listened to, it's giving me heavy vibes that when Powell cuts rates, Powell is going to sound exactly like that. And why I say that, because he just made his first rate cut, but his speech, even Canada, it sounds like he did in the past. And it's all still saying, well, we need to be confident. We're doing this, but it's all about getting back to 2%. We don't have a crystal ball. Oh, we don't know. We could diverge a little bit. We're doing our own plan. We're not looking at anybody else. It's literally the same thing, but in a weird way, this was what was it? You remember how we called it the dovish pause? That was in a weird way. It'd be like a hawkish cut. As ironic as that sounds, they're trying to cut rates while at the same time talking and not giving you a future plan, kind of even like Japan. So it's pretty wild. It's very interesting. And then again, if you notice the thing we were talking about with gold and all those other effects, it's playing out. And then now, tomorrow, we're also going to get the ECB, and that's going to factor into this too. You got to think about it, because what's going to start happening, you're going to even have the ECB cutting rates tomorrow, and then now it was Canada, and now ECB, and then add that to the other list of people who have already cut rates. So low-key, the ball is rolling down the hill. All rate cuts internationally now. If we get ECB, and then the B of E after that, before you know it, man, one after the next. I mean, you're getting these cuts starting to happen. So very interesting. And then gold is up another 0.6 from that. So we'll try to get. Yeah, it could be because they're not sure. I think it's strategic ambiguity. I don't think they want anybody to front run, and I do think there is coordination to a degree with all of them. But it's also along the lines of at this point, if rates are heavy, think about it. He said it too. Even after they cut, their rates are at 4.75. Canada's inflation is at 1.7 or 2% right now. So even though he keeps saying we're going to get back there, so technically, even just like America, right now, our CPI is below the current rate of interest. So that's why they keep getting mad when you ask them about neutral rate. But that is the other part of it where it's if things are slowing down and maybe they want to start moving, they just don't want to be too restrictive where, as always, they run into problems and crash the economies. Shout out central banks. My Canadian play was gold. So again, I feel like if you watched the watch list, you were prepared for that one. We talked about it a little on stream too. But no loony play. Just go. SMH, chips on the high. SPY breaking out. Nvidia about to hit 2,000. It was an unreal pump, but we started off good in the morning. You gave up a little bit with the data and all of that, but then literally Bank of Canada, we kind of started melting up there and all the other assets went with it. But we were talking about it, Are we going to sell off this morning? And surprisingly, I think a lot of Chad, you guys are feeling it. You didn't think it would be the same sell-off effect. And honestly, I mean, it sold off a little, stayed in there, and then now we're going crazy. Coca-Cola and Coke are different companies. Yes, Coca-Cola is the beverages, and I think they have a couple of food products. Coke is the bottling company. Have to check Josh Super Bowl. Sure. Shout out to long term, baby. Shout out to long term. Truly think we're good to go. I mean, right now, the only issue has been the recessionary data and how people are feeling with that as of late. I mean, anything else is going to be arising out of Powell, but like you got to think about it. You just had another central bank cut rates. So if you are on team rate cut, the tide is turning in your favor now. This could be why the Fed futures have been moving how they have. But like literally, Canada did it. Remember, it was a couple months ago, people thought Canada was going to do it, and then they surprised and said no cut, and now they're doing it. And then we'll see what happens with ECB. So when it's all said and done, this is part of the story that is starting to move along. Thank you for your expertise. Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Why is everything popping? I mean, we were good in the morning. People were feeling good off of that, and then the data didn't get in anyone's way. It did for a little bit. There was some good and bad, but I think we were already up to begin with. So it's like, take a look. You're barely higher than pre-market, but I would blame Canada for this in a good way, in the sense that you got another rate cut. So now this could justify some of those Fed futures, now leading into ECB, now factoring in Powell. This makes the story more real. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, think about it. All these central banks do the same thing. They have all flowed together, some earlier and later than others. So that's why the evidence that you're getting from this is that, hello, ta-da, you finally have another cut. The yen is, I mean, it's weird. Even Bloomberg was pumping it, or like they were scaredly pumping it the other day. They said hedge funds are starting to back off. It actually dropped, though, again today. But they're saying there's like a shit ton of call bets that have came out of nowhere. But yeah, Japan's going to get weird, too. And they have their stuff around the corner. It is, though. I think, like, it's, the thing is, I think the elections in the last 48, 72 hours, it just highlighted, man, when something with the, with anything that's going to move these currencies around. So, like, again, Japan, the dollar, even China, we have to think about. There's a lot of volatility baked into these moves. It's like everything's adjusting, and they're trying to, like, stay matched up. But if we get anything that moves the currencies pretty wildly, again, like a rate cut here, that is, I think, going to be the next part of it. Rate cuts, elections, watch for currency effects, because they're all matched up, and we haven't really seen that currency volatility start knocking. But when it does, I think it will have a negative effect. TSMC says board approves capital boost for TSMC Global up to $5 billion. Says it plans to repurchase 3.2 million shares between June 6th and August 5th. Yeah, shit. Where are we levels-wise? 53, you're 20 points from the high, yeah. Holy shit. Oh, yeah, wait, hold on. Bro, you're literally in no man's land. So, like, last time you went above any of these levels, I'm pretty sure you started to break out here. Yeah, literally. So you've wicked higher than these areas right here. So anything higher, I mean, it either stops here or we test the highs probably. And you have a lot of momentum, and the bonds are playing along, and you even have gold. Only thing not playing is Apple is oil. Oil already flipped negative. We have the election pump. Well, that should be the next coming months or already. Again, it's not necessarily, it doesn't have to be an explicit pump, but fiscal spending and money and policies and where that goes leading into it. 30 months, baby. Long term. Amen, bro. Amen. A VWAP touch on NQ. NQ's killing it. 1.6. Dow barely green. That was red earlier. Where's Intel? Pfizer. That our market will go higher if Fed cuts rates soon if that happened. The market will go up for a little bit on the cuts. But then I think that will be the negative sign. But it kind of depends too. I picked up a little bit on that. I think what he said about quantitative tightening highlights if there's a problem or not. But this is why I don't like what I just heard. Because even when Powell cuts, I think he's going to do it just like that. And it's not going to be it's going to be very hard to read. So I think people will like easing of conditions and they will like, ending the biggest tightening cycle, But I don't think Powell is going to be as clear and I don't think he's going to communicate about the future. But there will be a short-term positive reaction on that. Below. Your IRA about to hit 50K. God bless, baby. It's at in the long term. Amen, bro. That's good to hear. Shout out to retirement accounts in the long term. Long-term update, if you go to this channel and click on community, you will have the whole long-term right in front of you. All the channels, big account, small one, all of that. How do you get over being burnt out and being a part of the market? You're getting over mine, but still having the issue. Well, this is a question I feel like I've been asked for years. I mean, y'all watch me come up here every single day, and I deal with all of the nonsense from the people all the way down to the market. And that's why I've always said, man, just like to a degree, you notice I'm here 7 hours a day. And after that, bro, I'm not talking to anybody. I'm doing my own thing. And I do think you have to disconnect and make sure you kind of have your own little schedule, and scheduling will keep you in line with things. It's easier to follow a schedule, but above all else, you do have to like decompress. And that's why we have PHILOs for real. I know it sounds weird to some people, but like you do have to be able to like control your mindset and being able to like not get too involved. Amor fati, love fate. And then I'm not saying this as like a joke, and again, I don't get anything out of this, but long term as well, because it's nice to know that like for real, you got to think about it. At any time, if I want to back away from trading, I can, and I'm not going to feel burdened. You know what I'm saying? Because I have a long term. I'm not really ever leaving. And that's something that I really believe the long term, and having something doing what it needs to in the background and being a part of everything, that also helps you a lot too. So that's my view on it. You love the game. I do love it. I mean, I do have a lot of passion for it, but at the same time, like there's a lot of bullshit, and you have to. It's not easy. I mean, you could love somebody too, and I'm sure it doesn't mean you're gonna have an easy relationship with it. But that's why how you control yourself is a very big part. And again, I think a lot of people get obsessed. Isn't that funny? I'm the guy every single day. You would say I'm obsessed with it, but it's like I'll go play 2K, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like straight up, like you got to disconnect and make sure you're not so like bogged down by everything and constantly, oh, what do I get? I got to do that. I got to, and this and the market like this and then, you know what I'm saying? So like, that's it. So I think that will help a lot. Be at peace. Amor fati. Love fate. That's why too, don't fight it. Some things might be bullshit. But that's why you got to set yourself up to win no matter what, and just enjoy and take it all in as it happens. You never know what the next thing will lead to. NBA stream. Yeah, eventually. Maybe Friday, we'll see. And then Spy Bro still going. Bonds are back up. So that's even a crazy intraday move on the bonds if you wanted that. That's crazy. Been working, so been able to disconnect and save money. What about the long term? How's that working? Because like I said, that's the other part. Otherwise, like so where do you think you're struggling on, like, you know, finding that and not letting it get to you? QQQ. I mean, all that and the chips. SMH was on the high. MGM's moving too. Again, Caesars was moving earlier. You're going to start Ubering so you can fund the LT. Let's go, baby. You didn't even, if you drive by houses that look like they need work, be like, what's up? Another thing, too, is, what's it called? I think, again, bank jobs. If some of y'all really want to get into finance, it's always good to start at a bank, and you'd be surprised. I think you could learn a lot, and if you already have a passion for some of this, you'll be good. Long term strong. Even Wayne made one for my nephew. Well, there you go, baby. You got the long term. You grind in. You take in your little break. You know what I'm saying? Like, just don't overthink it, and you're doing the right steps. If anything, just don't get. Maybe you're getting bogged down by time, and you're like, oh, I need to do this. It's like, nah, you gotta take it easy. And then again, at the same way, you show up in a way where as long as you're giving a good effort and being wise about how you're putting your money. We had a talk yesterday about, you know, the goal should be to let your stuff work for you. You know what I'm saying? And like, that's how you're going to have to get on it, about how to add to it. Now that that's easy. Oh, trust me. As long as you're not stressed out about trading and, you know, you're like, oh, like I'm working now. How do I add to the long term? I get the long-term alerts, you know, just stay. But like that, you could do it once a month. I'm telling you, just have your names. Have your principles. Let your portfolio speak to you. Do you have more growth, more dividend? There's a couple of plays out there we've been talking about and monitoring, and like I wouldn't be. You're in the perfect position, bro. Yeah. I wouldn't even trip, because adding to the long term and not in a weird way, not being as connected will help you a lot. So hey, man, you think of getting into accounting? You think the business will be around another 20 years? Oh, yeah, 100%. And you probably might be, you're like, well, ChatGPT will be able to do taxes. Yeah, but ChatGPT by that time is going to have a legal authority to snitch on you and do whatever you want, and then it's going to factor all of your data and then send it to government agencies and then any insurance company or McDonald's or Brondo who wants it. So, you know, a high-quality human accounting will always be a value. You'd be surprised, especially if you're as good as a computer. Cutting out all the trading until you get the keys in hand, baby. Hey, man, if you stop stream alerts, is it easy to reinstate it? It is. I mean, sometimes people will be like, the number, you might get a lag when you come back on. As long as you're not like just switching phone numbers or carriers, that's usually harder. But like, if you're on stream alerts, you leave, come back, it's not difficult. Shouldn't it be? Tesla green. Again, MGM and Caesars, they've had quite the interesting day. Bro, Nvidia's insanity. I can't believe it's already up there. Microsoft too. That one has been the big one. Kodak and ARM on the high. MSTR. Yeah, 3.6. Again, coin. CLSK. I think MAR was up a little bit. No, they're in the red. UPS going up. So that was another one of those long terms we talked about. On Docu. I still think Docu's a buyout company, but I don't know. Is it like an individual company? I think it's just weird as a standalone, but I think people have talked about the buyout potential on that one. Right. Somebody shorted it. Somebody shorted it and then said they're buying Bitcoin long. Everything you've done for me, amen. Hey, man, finger to the sky, you know what I'm saying? Hey, man, baby. Amazon. I'm kind of mad I didn't go bigger on the gold, but you never know. Because I was worried that if today didn't have the gold effect, I thought it may have. The only thing that would have not made a move was everyone punting till the ECB. But that worked for now. Boeing space taxi reaches orbit with first human passengers. All doors intact. That's amazing. That's a big accomplishment for Boeing. You know, it's one thing to go to space, but to have all the doors, that's amazing. No, ECB is tomorrow. Today was Bank of Canada. They did cut the rates. It was the expected outcome. Homeboy sounded very obscure, even though they cut rates, and it doesn't, you know, still makes you data dependent on the future plan, but bonds and gold, I mean, there was a weird effect initially, but ultimately gold had a little bit of a pullback and then has been ripping up since. And now people are going to factor this in to Powell, our Fed futures, and then the ECB is tomorrow. Tesla. Boeing's getting volume, though, again with this. Tesla is starting to break out. Oh, Adobe. Yeah, Tupper, we talked about this one yesterday. So he's there, man. He's there. Opposed European push for censor voted in favor. Iran threatened to retaliate by reducing monitoring of nuclear program. Macy's on the high. What's this? I guess it was already up, but they're kind of popping there into the highs. And then Nvidia right below 1,200. My goodness. ASML2. Oh, shit. Chatadonia. Look at the time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream a Large boot camp and real estate course and free long term. But Chad, we've been here for 2.5 hours. It's Euro close. We have 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4, 3, 2, 1, anything. Okay, but come on. I just want you to move. Like, for real. This ain't like, just get up and change your body position. It's good for you. You know that? If your spine is mangled, if you don't take care of yourself, you don't get a long-term, it doesn't affect me. Okay? It doesn't, unfortunately, fortunately. And that's why I'm saying, out of the love of goodness, it's just virtuous. A virtue. Everybody loves to be healthy and could feel better. Just move your body, bro. That's it. Just get the blood flowing. Click the like button. Stand up. I'm moving around. You don't hear this? I'm moving around. I'm jogging from every corner of my room. You hear it? Just move, bro. Just move. Oh, that's it, man. That's it. Just get the body moving, then chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you, not right behind your computer chair. Okay, you are not riding a dolphin. Okay? That's it. What are you doing? Legs in front, baby. There you go. Good posture. Looking good, man. And then relax the eyeballs. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Okay? Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Relax those. And then relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Get it. Oh, what are you watching? Is this seriously, bruh? Are you new? I don't think you're new. Hold on. Let me put my resistances and I'll check your chat facts. So not only do we do like push-ups and like long term, but we have a special thing here that like if you talk sideways at your ass on stream, I've come into the crowd like Ron Artest and I clap you back. You know what I'm saying? So I haven't done it yet, but I'm just saying that's another feature if you're new. I don't know. Are you familiar with Meta World Peace? Are you familiar with Ron Artest? Unfortunately, that's my fatal flaw, because like I will literally be around like 4,000 people, and then one motherfucker throw a drink at me in the crowd. I will come out to the crowd and find you. I will find you, right? And I'll be like, oh, yeah, what's up? What's up? So, yeah, I do push-ups, bro. And you should move around. Like I said, I don't benefit off of it, bro. Like if you end up being like just mangled spine looking like Hunchback of Notre Dame, it doesn't affect me. You know, whether you're good or bad. So, but it is, you know, I think health is important. I've been here for 17 years, I think, in the stock market, and it's just a lot of sitting. So, if you don't move around, bro, that's it. You Googled nerve flossing yesterday. It helped, right? It was good. And standing, hey, man, bro, I've been standing too. Yeah, nerve flossing is great. I'm going to go do one of them now. You know, so like, you know the thing, y'all know when you were little and you would do that, like where you put like your fingers in a circle with like your 3 fingers up, and then you like put your like backwards on your eyes to make the goggles. You guys know what I'm talking about? You know that little move where you take your hands and you turn them into glasses? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Let me, I don't even know how I could Google that. Is it hand goggles? Yeah, this right here. I know one of you guys too, y'all be reading too much like numerology bullshit. You're going to be like, Josh is a Satanist. No. Listen, this is not like a symbol or anything. Calm the fuck down. But this right here is a stretch. I'm telling you. Just go and with one hand at a time and do this, and you'll feel. I couldn't even do it, bro. I'm telling you, like literally, my muscle would be tight. But this is a nerve floss, and just put your hands to your eyes, then go down again, and then just do like 10 reps of this. You'll actually feel it, believe it or not. It's kind of a trip. It's a real trip, bro. So I'm doing it now. I got to get quiet a little bit. Yeah, I feel it, man. Yeah, we'll all look like Batman. But that's a nerve floss from like your shoulder to the elbow to the wrist. It's crazy. Yeah, you can't do it. You will be able to. So do it a couple of times. Yeah, if you can't do that, you have a fucked up rotator cuff and shoulders like me. I could do it now, but it took me like probably a week of that shit. But yeah, try it, because just do it every day, little by little. Do a couple reps of those. That'll start loosening up your nerves and your muscles. I feel you, man. I feel you. It's stiff. Yeah, well, there you go. That's one. You could do that. Do it during every push-up segment. Do like 5 of those. Little by little, it'll stretch out your muscles, and you'll actually feel a little better. You'd be surprised. Don't walk around like with hand goggles. Do the hand goggles like a rep. So literally go one arm at a time, hand goggle, and do 10 reps of that on your right hand, and then 10 reps on your left hand, and that's one set. And that in and of itself will just loosen up and give you some better feeling from shoulders all the way down to your arm. It's kind of wild that it works. It's kind of hard. Yeah, man. It's crazy. Look at you, learn something new today. And SPY, bro, still going. Bonds, even Intel at the high as well. My PR for hand goggles, I have not maxed out yet. I'll let you know when I do. Never thought about it. But I've done a lot. I don't know. Like if I'm sitting down ever and like my shoulders feel weird, I've been doing that for the last like week. Good gains, good gains. Hand goggles for your leg. You lay down, and then you pick up one leg stays down. You pick up the other leg with your hand, and then you extend your leg. And then when the leg's at the top, you move your foot in a circle. Or you sit down and cross your legs, not like too sus, but like, you know how people like the Arab leg cross, and then you put like your legs in a triangle, and then you push down the one leg and let that move. But the other one's better for the nerve floss. I hope my words have described this good enough for you to visualize it. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do those while driving. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's a great idea, actually. Nvidia, would I short it? Maybe for a trade eventually, but I haven't in a while. I mean, again, someone was saying that like Josh was shorting Nvidia at 200, and I think every couple $100 we took at least one mini short, but I don't know. I think with the whole like split shit coming up, I'm still a little bit cautious. HPE will announce solutions with Nvidia AI at conference next week. HP. It's already up 11, man. It was up 20 earlier. Don't short chips. I mean, except for Intel, right? Dude, people hate Intel. So I don't know. I'm glad we have it in our long term, but it's not. Man, it is the awkward middle child when it comes to AI plays. Yeah, HPE was like just like Dell, which is one of the old computer like OG legacy names. That's like, hey, we in the AI now. All your comps. I got one of each. Intel's on top. They just, again, during like that little chip glut earlier, they started failing. And then they cut their dividends and profits were slowing. And they got into AI and then they complained that nobody was giving them love. And then right as they started to get love, it just started to guide down. Tesla on the high. SMMT. Dude, high ticker's fully gassed right now. There's like a little bit more lagging on the 1 minute or 5 minute, but low key, you are going crazy. 533.1, like I told you, this is already no man's land. You're above every wick, 10 points away from all-time highs. Oh, my gosh. EG, that's your first one. Oh, my goodness. Orna. Amen. Amen. That's crazy. SMT, and that Semtech? Frag out. UAV online. Semtech out. We'll get them again next time. But I haven't looked into them too much. I remember their last earnings, but I wish I could give you something. It looks like they were a growth name, and they had to go through the struggle, and now they're turning into a recovery story. But I'd have to look more in detail into like what they're actually offering. I think we did talk about it, though. I just forgot. I think somebody asked me about this, and we did have a discussion. Then, damn, gold new high. Oils came back to green. That was rough for a little bit. Gold going down. That's definite. That's the, well, of maybe it will, but that for now it's hitting a new high. Like literally right now. Like literally. But we'll see. Dude, we had the talk, but I do know that it is, and thank you for your first time super chat, man. That means a lot. But I do know Semtech, just by the looking at the chart, I could tell growth recovery story without a doubt. I don't know if it's like AI related. It says semiconductors. And then again, if they're silicon carbide, they're probably clap like the other ones. Canada did cut rate. Mixed Semiconductors produces high-end consumer enterprise communication. They operate through business signals, integrity, wireless, and sensing. They were founded in 1960. No way. And the CEO's name is Paul Pickle. What a name. His name is Pickle. Honestly, maybe this is one of those cheaper semiconductor companies. I'd probably research their involvement with like AI and stuff like that. Because if they do have a good AI link, they are trading good. And I don't know, 1960? I'll look into it a little more. Average target price is $42. Break from jury duty. We were already up in the morning. The data was kind of weird. It was kind of lukewarm, not the best. But then eventually, the Bank of Canada, that's the only thing I'm attributing it to. And it's not just Bank of Canada as much as it is. You just had a global signal of rate cuts. And then leading into tomorrow and non-farms, that's all playing along. And, I mean, ADP did come in lower, but yeah. Apple has an event. I don't know if it's today. I thought it was later this week. Check out Dava. AI play. Well, any of these smaller ones, I'd be down to trade, but like for the long term, Intel will be my only one. Like, it's a big name company. It has AI exposure. Maybe it does good, maybe it does bad, but like I'm not gonna shoot for like any like Warren Buffett shit, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't think I'm gonna find the next big one, but I think positioning in a place where there's both value and opportunity, that's kind of what I'm going for. Damn, they were doing good. That's crazy. This had $20. So I would have to look more into it because again, some of these AI names and chip names, some of them are in the right space and some of them are getting clobbered by it. So again, like the only thing I'm familiar with is the silicon carbide plays and chips and semis that have just been murdered. Call you crazy, but Ethereum is on the brink of mooning to 5,000. I mean, to be honest, the only way I'd call you crazy is if you truly believe that and then didn't buy it. You know what I'm saying? So poster play. Poster play. That's all that matters. The crazy doesn't matter what you think. Crazy would be believing something in the financial world and then not going after it as much as so that's why you got to figure it out. Vinci acquired 2 road. I thought that's not Vici, is it? It's Vinci. Pump up. I mean, we pump it up at 5,400. We will see. What the hot dog is going on with T-Mobile? Good earnings, man. Honestly, their last earnings, they slowed a little bit. It has been going up since their price increases that they announced. But like T-Mobile is a killer company in terms of like out of any of the telecoms, like pure telecom plays like that, nobody has been increasing members like that. Like low key, like T-Mobile has kind of been making a wave for the last couple of years. And I think the stock price reflects it, especially compared to their industry. Can we play the other song if Nvidia breaks 1,200 today? Yeah, if you asked me in the morning, you can't ask me at 11:99.65, bro. Come on. That's not, like, what kind of deal is that? He's like, yo, what if it hits 1,200? It's at 1,200, man. It's literally, I don't know about you. I round shit up. I think it's at $1,200 right now. Like, I'm... 54 on this spot. 54 on this spot, baby. Yeah, wait, didn't it already hit 1,200? Idaho man moves water by hand from Guinness World Record. What in the Nazareth? That's wild. Oh, we got your candle. I kind of want to short Nvidia, but I think the last time it worked, we wait till it goes to 1250. Because if it breaks this solid level without going down, it's going to go up another $50. I think that's what's happened every time. I know. Step in front of that Nvidia train. Did my idea offend you? Did you feel like threatened by it? It's okay. It happens. Just giving ideas, man. Just giving ideas. See, don't shorten Nvidia. That was a little bit. I think he cares about me more than the other one. Like, yeah, step in front of that train. Go ahead. I'm not going to lie, bro. That's how I feel when mother effers walk into a Boeing plane. That's why you don't see me flying. But I feel you. But I'm just like, step on that Boeing. Go ahead. Step on it. Did y'all see that the other day? There was a pilot, I think, leaving San Francisco. And I love this pilot, man. Homie was just like, yeah, I'm not flying this plane. It wasn't because it was a Boeing, but he was like, yeah, the oil pressure, he just was not feeling it. The vibe was off, and he was like, yeah, I'm refusing the plane. I'm like, what would you do if you were on a plane and then it got delayed because the pilot was like, nah, I'm not with this. Nah, bad vibes. I'd be like, I feel, bro. If he don't got good vibes, I don't got good vibes, man. We need to hear from the pilot more. Yeah, I get off with him, bro. You would join the Mile High Club? Jeez. So let me get this straight. You're telling me pilot tells you he's not flying, and then you're going to go to pilot, and then you're going to do... Never mind. That's cool, dog. That's cool. Twitch isn't like this. Well, don't come talk about the YouTube, and just stay on the Twitch then. You know what I'm saying? Glad you checked in, though. Always good to see you. But you don't got to throw the shade. Don't got to throw the shade at him. Final Destination. I told you, those movies terrified me. Awful, bro. Awful. Anyone's car insurance go up again? That was the people were saying, I think on the next CPI it's going to be an issue, but it's hard to already go up. Like, you got to think about it. It's already up 18 or like 21% on the year. And then over the last couple years, it's like insane. But yeah, on the next CPI, insurance costs are the worry. You want Biden to say hard mints? Sure, but like, you got to understand what just happened. See? In Cyclops, this is what we were talking about yesterday. Your first message of the day, Cyclops, that was serious. Within like 10 messages, another Chad was like, hey, can you bring up hard mints now? So that's why I was telling you from yesterday. I'm like, man, you're talking about it a lot. Homeboy just branded you, man. And now he's like, oh, yeah, let me hear you say hard mints now. Look at that. He was asking a serious question. But yeah, insurance is going to be the main issue on the CPI coming up. You work residential insurance. Insurance companies are always lagging behind on raising rates to catch up to values. Yeah, I agree with that logic there. What was it? We have a couple of insurance people, and they were just bringing up how other things are like. I mean, for cars, it's even been auto parts, and how much and how long it takes to get those. But even then, real estate, a lot of people have adjusted their risks as insurance companies. Insurance went up in Texas. I think auto insurance is probably your more pervasive inflation that everybody's still experiencing right now. Houses, I mean, I'm telling you, I even got dropped on coverage. And depending on where you're at, the house price insurance is insane. But like literally in America, universally, no matter what state you're in right now, your insurance price is at least for your car up 15% over the last year or two minimum. If you're on the unlucky side, your insurance is up by like 30 to 39% in the last just couple of years, like 2 years. It's insane. It is the number one component on CPI. Auto insurance is the only thing, not only, but it's one of very few that is following the 1970s at a more pervasive rate, and that it is like that's 1970 type beat. Then car insurance is insane. So there's answers to it, though. It's not like you could blame the companies, but there's so many things that is all factored into it. Might take your advice from yesterday and crash the whip. Make sure I get my money. That was a joke, y'all. That I'm not encouraging y'all to do that. So please, I don't know, man. Just be safe out there. Okay, that was a joke. It was definitely a joke. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Do you have any car hacks? I have a lot of car hacks, yeah. I don't know. The car market's kind of getting back to value where you could do it, but yeah, you could definitely, there's a lot of deals. Honestly, I don't know. Does anybody want, would any of you drive a EV Fiat? That car is there's a new one coming out, and that car is going to be so cheap on the lease deals. Hell no. Oh, why not? You wouldn't drive a electric Fiat 500? A Cinquecento? No? But they got a new one coming out. It only has 150 miles of range. But that one, I think after the 7,000 lease credit, I think you're going to be able to get that for like $100-something, $200 a month for a brand new car. But you got to just be into it. The EVs, I mean, some Teslas aren't too bad, but it just depends if it's a battery issue. And the Porsche Taycan. The Porsche Taycan is extremely cheap right now relative to its value. It's still a $60,000 car, but you could get like this is not like a lease deal, but it's just like buying. Like that's a used car right now that is very, very cheap. So if you're into that, that's all you. I like the car and how it looks. I've driven in them a couple of times, but like, I mean, fuck a EV, bro. Especially like a Porsche one. Like at that point, either just get a Tesla or get a Prius, or like, you know what I'm saying, or like really join Greta. But like you're buying a luxury Porsche EV at that point, I'm like, come on. And I just hate the depreciation on that car. The styling of it is beautiful though. For an average person, I don't think EVs are financially sustainable. I mean, until we get them cheap, but then the problem is, like, it just sucks that EVs are very heavily depreciating. So it's like if you are going to spend a lot of money on a car, and a lot of people spend a decent amount on a car, it's just a damn shame that that value is not going to hold up. You know, like it's sad that you're telling me these gas ICE engines, some of these old cars are holding up great, but it's fucking mind blowing that EVs, like I'm saying, a Taycan, whatever you fucking call it, it's going down at a rate of what's it called? At like 60-70% in 2 years. So it's pretty nuts. If they really depreciated that much, I would have one by now. What are you saying? Have what? They are all depreciated. Every single EV, I think after 2 years, they're plummeting 50%. If I think minimum 39 to 40. But any EV you want, if you're willing to buy it used with 10, 20,000 miles, you could get any EV for half the price. So literally, $100,000 Porsches are going for $60,000 right now. I mean, if you want a high mileage Tesla, then that's it. No, they don't. But please tell me a car. We could go look it up. Like, I mean, it's not. You could disagree with me on this, but thankfully there is a lot of information publicly available on all of these cars, from MSRP to where they're at now. There's no electric 911s. There's a Taycan, but that's about it. Tesla Model 3s. They might be the best, but I still would like to think they're down 30 or 40 after 2 years. Hummer EV, I mean, people don't even want them. The Hummer EV used to go for $100,000 above sticker, and now you could get that. I think they'll give you a discount on MSRP. The new 911 is a hybrid, but it's not an EV. It's crazy. They did that because they had to meet the European standards, and then they're, what's it called? But then it like made the car faster. It sucks. I would get one if they love Jesus, but they don't. So I'll just look at it. Yeah, and honestly, dude, all of the Model 3s are going to plummet like rocks. If you don't understand why, yeah, dude, that's crazy. This one's high mileage, but yeah, no, all the Tesla Model 3s are going to get killed. You don't know why? Nah, it has nothing to do with nothing to do with Elon. This is just basics. This is car value basics 101. Literally, new body style. You want one? That's good, man. First they're telling me I'm false. I'm not this. I said, like, why do you get so mad when people talk about EVs with reality? And now you're like, good, I want one now. Even that's what you said is not true. But now that I know it's true, now I want one. And it's there. Well, it's good, man. Do your thing. But literally, there's a new body style. So they're changing the whole entire headlights and taillights. And that hasn't been changed in a while. So all the other ones are going to be clobbered. I'm trying to find low model ones, but yeah, Tesla's Model 3 MSRP, cheapest you're getting is $38,000, $39,000 with nothing else. I'm seeing them 20 grand. A 2022. They have high miles though, even the 23s. And again, these are all old body styles. I want to see lowest mileage. And this isn't even this is just within 50 miles of San Diego. That's not even going nationwide. So this is already 5,000 below, and it's brand new. Yeah, this one's high priced at 32. This guy's insane. 2022 long range. This one's just low miles. He wants a lot. Yeah, and these ones won't sell. But like, this is the new body style one. But like, dude, that's crazy. These are brand new cars, and it's saying overpriced. That's insane. And how many is there? There's over 5,800 of them. So there you go, $28,000 with 1,600 miles. So again, really, once you get above 10,000 miles, that's where the cars like get really, really, that's usually the depreciation zone. 10,000 miles, cars with leases, all of that. So that's my usual thing. Like you see the car after 10,000 miles in 2 years, that will give you a good value. But even then, these are already plummeting with 2,000 miles on them. This one is the best. This one is 28 grand, 2 years old with only 1,600 miles. And again, though, that's cheap compared to 38,000 MSRP. But this isn't a used vehicle. This car is lightly used, bro. And this is the best depreciating EV out there. Teslas are in high demand still. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like, that's why I'm like, go to the other cars that don't have the charging networks, that have different things. It's like, nah, it's insane. So this one, 4,000 miles, 30 grand. Yeah, 3,000 miles, 28 grand. This is 1 year old. That's a great deal. But that's more realistic. That's what's happening. If you want to sell this car and not sit on it, you're going to have to price it like that. But yeah, dude, that's almost 30% off in 1 year and not even reaching any of the thresholds of 2 years or the other ones. Yeah, that's what we were talking about, the Taycons. And then, I mean, I don't know why people are pressing me on this. And they were like, no, EVs don't depreciate like this. But that's like patently false. EVs, even the best ones in the world, depreciate like rocks. And especially some of the new ones lately that are not Teslas, they've been murdered. So you could go look at you could get that Toyota. There's even some Toyota ones, and then the other one's a hydrogen one. But you could get that car for practically free, but then it costs you like $500 to fill it up. But yeah, this started, but there's a lot of car deals out there. If you are willing to drive an EV, you could get them for really, really cheap. Why though? I mean, sadly, I think it's because it's an electronic. You know, I told you the first time I wanted a Tesla, my car broker guy who like helped me with all my cars back in the day, he told me, he was like, why do you want to buy a giant iPad? But sadly, I do think that's what happens. It's an electronic. It's not a vehicle. It's like, so there's the battery, all the electronics, and then think about it. Even with like Tesla, bro, I own an old Tesla and I have a new Tesla. Like, think about it. After 1 or 2 years, they come out with 18 more cameras, add this, add that, this technology. The technology just advances on a EV electronics so fast that, you know, by the time, again, that's what I'm telling you, Model 3s, they finally got a body change and it's going to look with a facelift. That's not even incorporating any of the tech stuff. But that right there it's just going to outdate the old model. When it's an iPhone. Literally, iPhones are thousands of dollars when they first come out. Before you know, they'll still hold there will be a floor eventually. But it's easy to outdate an electronic versus like, and even then, cars get outdated too. Even ICE engines. The engine, not as much, but even the tech in the cars, the more you update and the faster you update, the more that car is going to depreciate. Would you trade in your old Tesla or sell it on the market private? I mean, private, you'll always get more money. Trade in, they will always scam you unless you could like work it into some other crazy deal. But my plan is just keep that Tesla till it goes bust, and then I'm going to light it on fire. Literally, I think my Kelley Blue Book value on the 2015 Tesla says $8,000 or $6,000. I'm like, fuck no, that car is worth more. And then LTB driving that. Everybody, I think, and one of the other agents took it the other day. That car still works amazing and has free supercharging. I'm like, fuck you, $6,000. This is a 2015 Tesla. I'm gonna this thing is going till it can't Tesla no more. You want to double up on my house payment? Should I make a payment every 2 weeks? Yeah. Like, you want to pay more? Like, you just want to start paying the mortgage off faster? Best way is make sure it's added to principal. So bi-weekly is going to give you a couple extra payments, but then you could also add to principal. So it's not about just making the payment. Because once you cover the minimum payment of interest and all that, then you could add to principal. The key is add to principal so that you lower the principal so that the next set of interest will be lower. Good day to all the lurkers, baby. Good morning. Google acquires virtual app delivery platform Cameo. Oh, no way. I say, if I ever go broke, y'all going to see me on there. But even then, I kind of want to do it now. I've been seeing people make millions off Cameo. Y'all pay me $20, you could have Josh send you a message. Like, hey, guys, it's Josh AI. You paid 20. Oh, it's the different Cameo? That's fucking bullshit. Damn it. I was all excited. I never get to have fun. Never mind. I guess no Cameo for me. Because they were going to introduce that on YouTube probably and be like, oh, do a Cameo. I'm like, fuck yeah. I don't know if I'm good at it. I would get canceled pretty fast. Show face or we're not paying. That you have to pay additional for that, sir. I never said I was against it, but there is a budget. There is a budget. Here's a SDGR on the high. Mortgage applications continue to decline. My Chad Union rep is fighting for face reveal. Oh, wow. Well, listen, man. If he disappears, I'm just going to blame it to whistleblowing. That's all I'm saying. Chadadonia has learned a thing or two from Boeing. I ain't got time for no Chad Union rep right now. Okay? So be safe out there. You're like, what the fuck? Just kidding. You're safe. Don't worry. We're not going to hurt you for whistleblowing. Boeing just terrifies me. With the CH? That China? He recorded that in his notes. He's like, I had to face a hostile work environment trying to get the song Pump It Up played. And every time he would give me these weird work requirements, and then when I brought it to Troy, I knew Troy was fast with the news, but when I brought it to Troy, all I got was they threatened to Boeing me. I don't even know what that means. YHE? Is that a stock, or are you just communicating in? Okay, man, next one I'm timing you out because I don't understand what the F you're saying, respectfully. Okay? So I'm trying to listen to you, but if it's distracting, I can't do anything with it. Walmart CEO speaking at their event. Who is Fast Stock Market News on Twitter? As an op, don't fall for it. Even though Gonzalo gave us 50 yesterday, you know who it is. You know who it is. He's looking at you right now. But y'all should subscribe to Fast Stock Market News. That's the only Twitter. I think I'm still logged in. Yeah. So it's a good account if you want Fast Stock Market News. So good work. Advice, please. I can only give so much advice, but what do you need? You got your invite to buy the Cybertruck. Is that what you're referring to, or is this something bigger than that? The best long-term stock in your opinion? I think we have some good ones. I don't know. I like what's it called? I like Abivi a lot. I'm glad we bought a lot more, and like I always wish we bought more, but like we have some good names, man. I really like Uber. I really like JP Morgan, you know, and like so some of the names we're up on, those are the names I really, really love. Why isn't my long term's not loading up? Should you buy the Cybertruck? I mean, do you want it? It's pretty expensive. So like if they're making you buy the Foundation edition, it's going to cost like 111 grand or like 118. It's an expensive car. So I think if you want to buy it, there's like a weird thing in terms of the sell. They pretty much have first right of refusal, but if you're willing to try to like screw them over, which I think you can flip it. But it's really up to you. It's an expensive car though. It's not cheap. And then if you like the attention, it'll be good for you'll get a lot of attention for the next like 6 months. Yeah, 116. Yeah, it's not cheap. It's literally, it's not. I thought it was going to be like 60 grand. No, I sold Save yesterday. Yeah, you should watch the watch list. Oh, I don't know if I should do anything else today, actually. That just reminded me. Is it a chick magnet? Oh, dude. Listen. If you like women above the age of 60, oh, you should get the Cybertruck. You know what I'm saying? That's there. That's good. I won't time you out. Your chat fax isn't quality, though. You got a lot. You joke every time during the call-outs. You got your GGs, but that little thing I just told you. Communicate with me properly, though. Otherwise, it gets distracting when I'm trying to, like, I think you're asking serious shit, and then I'm looking into it, and you got me typing around shit and not getting an answer. So, chat fax is good, but it can be used against you. So, if you really want the chat fax check, I mean, it's not, you know, you got to stay with it. But I love you. I haven't timed you out. Yeah, bro. The old ladies love the chat fax, or they love the Cybertruck and the chat fax, I guess. All right. Let me check one more. I'm going to do 2 more. Please hold. All right, we'll get rid of 3 more. I'm good. I'm glad. All right, I got rid of HKD, Qualigen, DNTH, so, and LXRX. Some of Qualigen is even from almost 2 years ago. That's crazy. So some of them had decent liquidity. Well, I got rid of 3 more. All of these are at losses. NTH and then LXRX. No, you got to watch yesterday's watch list. I talked about it, and I'm gonna push everybody to that watch list because I don't want to. Everyone's gonna ask me if I sell out anything. They're gonna keep asking me why, but I explained it there, and now I'm doing it again. Oil pop. Oh yeah, gold's still up. I forgot about that. Yeah, oil's trying to make a move up. It's not bad though. Not bad. Up by points. It's still kind of small. Why don't you like energy stocks? They don't really have like crazy growth. I mean, up until recently, they didn't really do much. And then the other side of energy, the non-clean energy, is just filled with a lot of scams. The data wasn't conducive to the move. Can we chalk it up to cut because of Canada? I am. I mean, I think it's Canada, and then how that factors into what's it called? How that factors into the ECB tomorrow. So I think that's definitely because again, the data, you see what it did with the bonds, but ever since the Bank of Canada, you've had more of a effect there. All right, I think I'm going to wait on a couple more. Added 1,000 shares of ABEV for the long term. Long term. Amen. No, the market drop of the Feds don't rate at the... It doesn't matter about the next meeting. If anything, America will probably be last now. That's the way it's looking like. But it just depends on... Again, is Powell, like I said on the watch list yesterday, maybe Powell just, whatever people are worried about today, if Powell keeps the same attitude, I mean, they will quickly forget about it. But you still got time before Powell necessarily has to do some. But all of these little effects in the meantime, they've been causing moves. And I'm glad we noticed it about a month ago. Maybe, or literally it was when we bought the Cybertruck. But literally just all these little central bank moves ahead of America, the impact is on gold. And that is, again, even today, I think you could strongly feel it. Yeah, Dell is going up there. Dell's actually killing it, 1.6, but back to those 130s, right under 140. Since Nelson sold his Disney, where does Disney stand in the long term? Is it a good time to jump in, or do we wait till it goes down? I would be waiting. I think we're up still a decent amount on Disney. So, like, where's Disney? Yeah, we're still up 13% on Disney. So, and that was the name we were buying end of last year, beginning of this year. But I would just wait. I'm not against it if you want more, but I already have a lot of Disney and it's up. But the way I'm looking at it is They should turn around, and if it doesn't, then, I mean, I'll buy it if it goes lower. Is Vanny's next event? I know as good as you do. We've covered that many times. I think you've been here, but I don't know. The company puts out the event dates, but you could ask me a million times. I don't know any better than anybody else, unfortunately. I would kind of be down for Robinhood, but not in the long term, just for a short-term trade. Almost positive on UMC. Yeah, man. Colt's sister is green on that and collected the dividend for a couple years. That one is kind of crazy. I think she's up 10%, maybe even 20%. Like, Colt's sister got great prices, but missed out on Meta and, like, Redfin. Sushi coin? I have no idea. I've not asked her about it. Yeah, that's insane. So Colt's sister, UWMC, literally up 22.7 just on the equity. And then based on how long, I think she's held it for 2 years, probably got another 20% back in dividends because she got it at a 9 or 10% yield. So that one's, again, like I'm saying, the plays that she got on some of these, her prices are like absolutely amazing. But then she missed out on some of the bigger growth ones. But where is it? And when Pfizer, yeah, so even Pfizer, that is up 10% for her Colt sister. So she just got the low price and held. Yeah, I mean, any of these accounts you should have a decent return. She had a high, 10.2. Yeah, this is a new all-time high for her, too. Amazon on the high. Will affect companies like Shop. It could. It's a good look, but it's more so, I think, global in like broader macroeconomics and then even affecting rate policy. I think that's the real big driver on that one. Have you seen a market this choppy? Oh, yeah. If not more. This isn't really that bad. Not at all, actually. I think the only part that's weird is that I haven't seen such a lack of liquidity while technically it's not really that illiquid. So I've never seen this much illiquidity with this much money floating around and then everybody still just burrowing into one pocket of the market. That I haven't really seen. I haven't seen it feel like this and feel low liquidity, but then having, probably trillions of dollars in one industry, one factor, literally. I think we were talking factors yesterday. And AI, that's part of it. And to see that much absorbed into one area, but then not anywhere else, that's the part that I think is kind of unusual, or at least I'll add it to my memory bank for the future. Yeah, no, there's still billions on the sideline, if not trillions, but, the fallacy is thinking that it will come into the market, but even then, it doesn't matter how much money's, waiting, because there's still a lot of money committed to AI, Nvidia, and all of the, again, there's why we have the whole equal weight and unequal weight diverge so much. Gazillions. Who's this? Oh. 5330, bro. We're still 11 points from all-time highs.
Energy. Over their investor day, which is next week.
All right,
This is
follow me on
Wells
Instagram
Fargo.
at the Trading
Oh,
Fraternity.
This is your stock.
I'll be
95
right back.
bucks is the price target.
Yeah, we like it very much. So there's two themes going on here. One is sustainability. The stock got hit hard because there was a concern that they couldn't fund the capital programs for wind and solar that they were involved with. It's also a major electric utility. But then there became this AI connection to utilities, and all of these stocks, and NextEra is one of them, generate an awful lot of power through electricity. And that's been a boost to the stock as well. So investors have rushed into it. This is not an expensive stock. We still like it a lot and think there's a lot of upside potential.
Okay, let's do Applied Materials here. We already talked about Taiwan Semi, which hit an intraday high again today, but we know that story. Applied Materials upgraded to equal weight from underweight. So they take it off their essential sell type list at Barclays. It's on pace to break a 5-day losing streak. What do you think, Joe? You own it.
I'm not sure what they saw in which they wanted to have a sell on this. It's right near a 52-week high and really near an all-time high. It really speaks to the strength reflected in the semi-cap equipment makers, and that's KLA Corp, that's Applied Materials, that's Lam Research, and also Teradyne, which more recently is having positive momentum.
Give me quickly, Old Dominion. You own that too, right?
Less than a truckload.
Outperform at BMO. Price target 210.
Okay, so volumes in both May and April increased about 18%. I think that's some of the reason why we're seeing excitement surrounding less than a truckload. In the most recent rebalance, we sold out of JB Hunt. That appears to be the right move. You could own XBO here. You could own Old Dominion. But ultimately, you need to see a recovery in freight rates. I'm not sure you're seeing that just yet.
All right, let's go to Contessa Brewer now, who has the headlines for us today. Hi, Contessa.
Hi there, Scott. The U.S. Embassy in Beirut, Lebanon, says its staff members are safe after a gunman opened fire outside the embassy earlier this morning. The suspect was taken into custody, taken to the hospital with injuries. His identity, possible motive, well, that's not immediately clear, but Lebanese authorities say they are investigating. The American Civil Liberties Union will spend more than $25 million on down-ballot races nationwide in this year's election. The ACLU told NBC News that investment is the largest ever for an election cycle. It plans to be more involved in U.S. Senate, state Supreme Courts, and state legislative races, as well as financing efforts to enshrine abortion rights in the constitutions of several states. And beginning in August, eBay will no longer accept American Express. eBay says Amex charges unacceptably high fees for transactions. eBay is not the only merchant who's walked away from Amex. Most notably, Costco did it nearly a decade ago. So it costs Amex. Scott.
Amex, the best performing stock within the Dow Jones Industrial Average year to date. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
That's fantastic. Fantastic.
Contessa, thanks. Contessa Brewer. Up next, the Texas takeover, the Lone Star State looking to unseat New York City as America's financial trading hub. We're going to talk to Virtue.
Nice. That's crazy. Amex is number one. That means Amex doing better than Microsoft. My goodness. Yeah, oil, it's up 0.9. I would like a little bit more. Because, again, remember, it went down 5. So maybe come back up 2.5. I don't know. Maybe I'm greedy. Unusual or scary that the money is all in one segment. I'd lean more towards unusual. It's only scary if something bad happens. That's the only way I could explain it. So it's not, again, I'm not fearful, but I am aware. I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of like if I was inspecting a Boeing plane and there was kind of a screw that was a little loose. It doesn't, maybe the plane could keep flying for a while, but if that screw is loose in the right environment, that's the thing that's not good about it. Because you do have all this money on the sideline. You already have other weakness in a lot of things. I was just telling you about the currency volatility and even bond volatility, but all the money is in one area. So a bad area in that thing is, that's what you want to report the loose screw at your own peril. No. But, yeah, cautious is definitely it, man. Man, you at court, another 50K day, baby. I love you, baby. Man, you just flexing on the donos, man. I love it, but I don't. But I'll tell you, we'll say $50 day, baby. Amen, amen. But God bless you, bro. But be mindful of the rules in the chat. I love you, man. God bless you. But yeah, cautious is, I think, the word that we would use. You know what I'm saying? That's definitely the word that we will use. But even then, that's why I'm saying, like, hey, I'd rather be prepared for anything rather than not. So I don't know what's gonna happen, and I think I could even miss out on stuff. But I lean towards be mindful and get ready to take it slow. And court, how was it? Court's fun. I had my experience recently. What price did I think Nvidia should be there? Oh, I see you, man. I appreciate the dono, but low key though, I think some people, I don't want to. What's it called? I don't want to support the thing because other homie did it too. He just kept donoing to like pump the shit. So unfortunately, even the chat facts kind of don't line up. I know you got the mad Nvidia, but then you're like, I sold it and then I didn't. So I'm just confused with a lot of it now. So no flexing on anything, man, unless y'all really post him. But after some point, yeah, I know. But it's cool. But yeah, I'm not going to get like hyped. That's not, I get hyped for the right reasons, man. I get hyped for the right reasons. Yeah, then I did it once, and then it turned into VHI pumper, and then the other one, and then the other one. So yeah, I feel. I mean, GME's been up all day. You got it. You got it. SPY's been going, and it's hitting the new high. I don't know if we're still 10 points away. About just 9 points now. So we'll see. When you compare it to the internet bubble, everyone says you can't. The internet wasn't world-changing. Well, I think the thing is, I don't know if you guys remember, I could probably find the watch list or the chart, but mother effers were starting to compare the forward PE. So, like, literally the NASDAQ and SPY forward PE, it's not even at the peak of 2000. That's why people are like, it's not to the 2000s, because technically the level of overvaluation, we haven't even reached that yet. We did for briefly. If you only want to look at Nvidia, then yeah, you could call it that. But then again, as a collective, and although it could be skewed by a couple of things, it's technically not at the same level of overvaluation or premium that people were going for. The internet wasn't world changing. I'm just reading the comment and answering. Yeah, but I think the internet was world changing, but the internet bubble was more hype about the world changing than the effects arriving 10 years later. Does that make sense? So like the internet was world changing, but from 2000 to 2005, bro, even like 2010, all you got was a Garmin. Like it, and yeah, but like it did help globalization, but it wasn't until probably like after 07, 08 that internet really started to like change global trade, started to facilitate, a level of globalization unparalleled to what the world has ever seen, and then social media and communication, and then that's how it turned into everything. I remember the world pre-internet. I kind of do, but I was still kind of young. And then even then, when I was young, I got on the internet. I don't know, man. The Bible says not to do it, but you got to watch like in the good old days, bro. The good old days. Life was cool, man. But even then, I love the internet. Without the internet, I wouldn't be here. Yeah, MapQuest. Y'all remember that? See, that's why we like, oh, the good old days. Like, nah, fuck that, bro. If you didn't know how to get somewhere, you used to go to something called MapQuest and print out directions, and you would still get lost. Now, y'all don't realize it. And then like real estate, you have to drive for open houses and look for signs to find houses for sale. It was wild. Mm-hmm. Does MapQuest still exist? MapQuest.com. Yeah, bro, it's still a website. You can still... Wow, they got updated maps now. That's cool. It was classifieds and where, man? You remember the penny saver? That was always... I love the penny saver. Josh pushing 50. I might be, man. I might be. I'm pushing 50. I mean, I'm old, bro. I'm a boomer who doesn't want to grow up. That's why I sound like this. It's unfortunate. Like, this is what a midlife crisis look like. You're listening to it. You know, so just be careful, man. The same could happen to you. Same could happen to you. So just get a long term. You're still going to probably want to buy a Corvette, but just get a long term. You're almost 50. I mean, he just said I was, so I'm like, fuck it. Yeah, why not? I do feel like I'm 50, yeah. My hair is gone. Like, I don't know, man. I get like, I stretch too much. I feel like my spine moved. Like, what the fuck? AOL stock at its peak? I'm not too sure, but it did good. It did very good at one point. AOL, people thought AOL was like... I'm surprised AOL didn't become anything, but... Yeah, I guess for AT&T, technically. So it hit the peak all-time high on AOL was in 2014. And it was delisted in 2015. Or was it Yahoo who bought them? I think it was Yahoo. At their peak, they were valued at like $200 billion, 318 in 2021 dollars. That's crazy. I mean, the slow melt up is in play. Ever since we got past here, or where was it? Ever since we got past like 53.26. So, because then again, it only leaves one more high and left in place. We're either going to sell off right below before we hit this high, or you're going to rip through it and do your thing. Because again, it does feel good. Like everybody in this morning, they didn't think it would sell off the same way. And then you got rate cut stuff and all of that factoring into it. Do I sense some kind of eeriness in the market? Just low liquidity. It's kind of what I've been saying here. And at the end of the day, I mean, I think this environment, if you're not perfect, I mean, it's going to be wild. Then again, I think volatility will emerge somewhat between now and the end of summer. I just don't know when. But other than that, you know, you just got to be prepared. Their first stock was Yahoo, cost $9. Oh, per trade. Yeah. Oh, I remember that. When stock commissions used to be like $9.99, they used to be $15, and then $9.99, and then as it would get lower, they're like, yeah, I got $4.99. Yeah, GME's in the bottom. It's been up all day, and it has not came down. A lot of names have been like that. Nvidia, AG, and PSLV for the long term. I'm not a fan of commodities in the long term, especially like gold or silver. Honestly, I think if you really want gold or silver in the long term, you should allocate maybe like 1 or 2% of your money and buy it in physical and just hold it for the rest of your life and call it a day. All you got to do. That's it. Silver, physical. Gold, physical. It's the way to go. That sound is making you want to pee? What is this? Do you go to puppy school or something? What do you mean? He's like, don't make this. What are Pavlov's dogs? Bro, what are you talking about? In the coming weeks, it could be a couple months. I mean, and then if it doesn't emerge, you're going to miss out. But that's like the way I'm kind of looking at things. I don't think I'm going to miss out on anything if I get my 5% and then I'm keep getting my value in the long term. But at the same time, too, I also, if big volatility comes into play and there's an easy read as everybody's about, again, we're getting into the second half. We're about to start shifting. I want to be ready for all of that. And then if I'm wrong, I get paid 5%. So fuck yeah. I may miss out on some things coming back, but that's why I'm still holding a lot of stuff too. But I'm definitely, definitely being prepared for something that I don't know what is going to happen. But that way, no matter what happens, I will have something to act on. The physical gold, I don't know. I think there's very limited supply. If you guys got it back when I first told you about it, it would have been killer. But they do have it's kind of hard to get your hands on it, I've heard. But if you can get it and you buy it with like a Visa card with cash back and you have an executive, you're getting a discount on it. So like that's the whole idea. You buy the gold from Costco. If you have an executive Costco card, you get back 1 or 2%. And then if you use a Visa credit card that has rewards, you also get the 1% to 3% cash back, depending on your credit card. And then now you literally just spent, what, $1,500 or $1,900 on gold or whatever it's at, 23. And then you get back the 1%. And then if you have a rewards and get back another 1 or 2, you're literally getting 3% off of spot gold price back in rewards. Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't know. There's another one, Costco. I think it was T-Mobile. So you could do something like that with T-Mobile at a Costco. I don't know if they still offer it, but they had one little thing. It was kind of one of these pricing glitches where, like, if you get like if you sign up for T-Mobile through Costco, like they give you Costco credit cards as a rebate. And it's like $2,000 or something. It'll pretty much pay, and you get a free phone, and then you put it on the rewards too. You get paid out pretty good. Ming Chi tweet, is this the one analyst? Don't they usually cover Apple? Is AMD considered using Samsung's Foundry? The survey results, there's currently no substantial progress between AMD and Foundry, even if both parties start cooperating on 3M, by the time it's ready for mass production, TSMC's 2M will be in mass production. Be more beneficial for AMD to invest into TSMC's 2 nanometer products. Currently, the cooperation project under discussion between AMD and Samsung is related to 5 nanometers. I'm not that technical on it. Unless if it's not moving them or Samsung. I haven't checked. I feel like they've been going over a couple of things lately. Them and Spotify. I think iHeart's been doing good, but I would have to double check that. I haven't done earnings yet. I don't know if I'm going to do any earnings today. I think there's a couple for the morning, and then there's like Lululemon, but realistically, we have earnings in a couple of weeks here. So these are like the last ones. I'm not really as focused on them, but before you know it, we're going to be into the bigger set of earnings. And then SPY's coming up here. High ticker is starting to gas a little bit more, and you're near the highs. Nvidia, $1 off 1,200. 5334. You're about 7 points away from the highs. MP dub on the high. Oh, shit. Has it been going up every day? Has there been a red day? No, yeah, it's kind of been holding here. Couldn't you immediately flip that goal to make 3 to 5? Yeah, but they just have limited supplies. When I told you guys about it, I told you guys about Costco Gold probably 4 to 5 months before every little Instagram started posting it, and then gold started going crazy. At that moment, it was in high supply. You could have done it a couple of times. That's what I was saying. We as a Chad should do it, but then eventually gold wasn't going as crazy. But then as everybody picked on and the press started talking about it, it started to go nuts. And then now, like, again, one of the Chads, their dad's a general manager at Costco, and he was just saying how, like, literally they only get limited supply now, and it's already, usually it's gone by the time they get it. So if you had it, and then I think they limit it now to 1 or 2 ounces per person. I bought gold futures today, micro. We're up on that. We bought that after Bank of Canada. But other than that, I'm just in, what's it called? I have physical gold. I don't believe in paper gold. So believe it or not, I am a gold bug. I'm still kind of polluted by modern monetary theory. And I do have a somewhat of a respect for perception-based fiat currencies because they're the only option, and we are all sheep now because of social media, myself included. But so no shade to anybody, but I believe in physical gold. I really think that, I'm a crazy person. I believe if anything ever happened, I would have it. But if you own gold without actually owning it and having possession of it, it's like I really don't understand why. Like at that point, you are speculating on the price and all of that, but I really believe in physical gold, and that's it. And I don't think you go crazy. I literally think 1 to 2% of your portfolio at max. Just how you see these companies, and lately they're like, oh, should we put a small portion of our balances to Bitcoin? I feel the same way about gold, in the sense where just like 1 to 2%, you don't have to put all your money. You could always put a small amount. Anything above that, you're just being crazy. And then, anything below that, if you hold it, it could do its work for you. Oh, 1201. There's Nvidia. SPY new high, XLK ripping with it. And high tickers starting to gas. Nvidia above 1202. Wow. I still have Solventum. Let's see. I don't know. I think your boy Nvidia might hit it. Yeah, man. So I think it might go up $30, $40, $50 because it does that at the solid levels if it doesn't come down immediately. But is tomorrow the last day to own the stock as part of the shareholders on record? That could make sense, but it's doing it. ASML too. Well, that's something we've been watching all day, and now it's going up. Micron on the high too. Again, Dell. Yeah, so if tomorrow's the last day, I mean, there you go. So now if you buy Nvidia after tomorrow, or I think on tomorrow, you might not even get it. Or so you get one more day with tomorrow. Well, then there you go. The gold, you got to make sure they have it in stock at Costco. So go online. Like if you have a Costco card, you should probably like go online and then put in your zip code and see if they have it. But yeah, bro, it's not. It's in very high demand right now. And like again, one of the Chads, they got the Connect. They told us that it's just like they're not even getting a lot. Like each store only gets a certain amount of gold now, and then literally by the time it's up there, everybody wants it. It's gone. They have it at Costco in Laguna Hills. Yeah, the ground has plenty of gold. Just go mine it. That's a great idea. You have an excavator? I'm down. Silver is a much better buy. Gold has already hit all-time high. Silver is still 80% off. Yeah, silver has more upside, but silver is not considered a precious metal in that sense. So again, it's like in bullion terms and the fact of like having some value of like monetary, silver doesn't hold the same amount. That's why it's lagging behind. Again, silver is an industrial metal. Silver is used every single day, way more than gold. And then honestly, like this could kind of be part of our economic lessons. Tell me, what is the risk to silver? There's a big risk out there with silver that you have to keep in mind. And again, to think globally. China. I know. I've been telling you guys, China's the problem. Can you believe it? Fake news media. It's a shame. China. You got to realize if China ever goes back to its economic activity, it could help out silver a lot, but also at the same time, if China starts getting into like dumping practices like they have in the past, then we could run into problems. But China doing good or bad has a really big effect on industrial metals. Again, copper, aluminum and everything else that's like used beyond just like buying it as a monetary value, more or less. But I have silver. I have a lot of silver, but also I like gold is my favorite. And then physical. That's it. If it's not physical, I mean, you're borderline just speculating on the price point at that point in dollars. I know, my first act as president, it's going to be to have Costco remove China from its executive membership. I know, they've done too much. They've pillaged us. Can you believe it? And Joey Biden has nothing to say about it. Beijing Joe, Beijing Biden, even though he did the same exact tariffs that I did. Yeah, screw you. Who's talking? I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say, I say bounce and it stick to you. Yeah, you prick. Screw you. Yeah, I'll do the tariff. I fucking tariff legalize weed and I fucking open a border. Yeah, I did that. Now look at that. I stopped it. I closed the border, Fuck you. I'm closing the border. Boom, one stroke of the pen. Even if I told you I couldn't do anything about it 6 months ago. Fuck you. I did it. There was a Republican trying to stop me. And yeah, I'm not a Republican. That's why I didn't stop it. Yeah. I don't know why you waited till now. After my case, I think he saw the polls. The polling. Yes, I hired somebody who did use a poll. But still, I know, everybody's getting the smoke. Can you believe it? I know. It happens. I could only imagine G going to a Costco with a mustache to get gold. That's funny. It's like, my name is Jason. Nice to meet you. I need 20 tons of gold pant bars. What? Do you take central bank payments? No? Okay. I don't know what's up with NVAX, but you're running. Nvidia again, 1204. Don't say Winnie the Pooh. Who said that? Get him. Security. JP Morgan. All right. I need to go to the party. So, will you guys excuse me? Oh, I got 2 Nivdas. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Be blessed. I'll see you in a little bit.
Ripping higher by 255 points, up 1.5%. World's largest tech companies driving stocks toward records. Right now, the 10-year's yielding 4.29% with a 2-year, 4.73%. Spot gold up 1.1%, 23.52 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%, 74.03 a barrel. I mentioned big tech giving stocks a lift. Case in point, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise after earnings up now by 12.9%. CrowdStrike after earnings up now by 10%. So again, recapping, we've got a tech-fueled rally underway right now. NASDAQ up 1.5%. S&P higher by 0.8%. Balance of power continues now. Lots going on. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. I have to say, here in Washington, we're still paying a lot of attention to what's happening up in New York because big news from Governor Kathy Hochul today, Joe.
Yeah, no doubt.
Indefinitely postponing the congestion pricing tax that was set to go into effect at the end of this month.
That's right.
Obviously was going to raise a ton of money, funnel it towards transit. Climate activists were happy about it. And yet it also could have had some negative political implications potentially for, say, vulnerable Democrats in the state of New York. And I wonder how that factored into this decision.
Look, there's some reporting on this. Politico says that the call came from Washington, potentially in a world where pricing is the number one issue. And for Democrats, you have this deal with a lawsuit already in place from the state of New Jersey. Maybe not a great look when you're trying to win a Democratic majority in the House. Whether Hakeem Jeffries was directly involved, not something that we can verify. But there's a lot of messaging coming out of the House right now and the Senate, as we discussed earlier. And that's why it's good to have Megan Scully with us. Edits our congressional coverage here in Washington, D.C. I guess just pick your issue or pick your day, pick your chamber, pick your party. Everyone has a message to send now.
Absolutely. And we're seeing it in both chambers. This week, it seems to be a lot of social issues, whether it's on spending bills in the House or on votes on contraception and IVF and whatnot that are planned in the Senate.
Well, on the contraception, the Right to Contraception Act is what the Senate is going to be voting on today. Is it likely that it will pass, or Republicans are going to not vote for it and say that it was all just, election year gimmicks on the part of Democrats, even if it could hurt them being on the record voting against access to contraception?
I think we're going to see it probably not getting the 60 votes necessary. Even if it were to, it would not pass in the House. This bill isn't going anywhere. It's a pure messaging bill, and it's something we're going to see more and more of in both chambers. Chuck Schumer himself has said they plan several votes over the next several weeks, specifically targeting these issues.
Messaging comes in a lot of different forms. You could hold a hearing, too, and we see a lot of those. That's kind of been a full-time occupation for the Judiciary Committee and for the Oversight Committee, whether it's Hunter Biden we're talking about. In the case of this week, Merrick Garland, which was kind of the most recent example of a hearing moving far away from what its intended purpose originally was, just so we could browbeat a member of the administration. So we're not making laws, we're making commercials.
Absolutely. You're seeing campaigning essentially move to Capitol Hill, even though technically they're not supposed to be campaigning from the Capitol. This happens every cycle. This year, given the stakes with the presidential election year and both chambers in play, we're seeing it a little earlier than usual, I think.
Well, given that it is an election year, it also raises the question around the funding battle to come, considering September 30th is the end of the fiscal year, the deadline to fund the government for the next one that comes, 5 weeks out from Election Day. So everybody assumes that the can will be kicked down the road. And yet we are seeing the House, as you suggested earlier, trying to move today on at least one appropriations bill. Should we take this as a sign that they're getting ahead on their work, or they're just starting what could be a very bitter partisan fight early?
I would say starting a bitter partisan fight early. The bill that passed the House today, the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs bill, is the least contentious of all of the spending bills. It's usually the bill that they use as the engine to push other spending bills through. And it is locked in a bitter partisan debate. The White House has threatened to veto it because it cuts military construction spending. It also...
Yeah. That's it, man. Nvidia about to do the $3 trillion, bro. My goodness. Chadadonia. Wow. And SPY about to hit all-time highs. You're right. So honestly, I mean, what better time to do this then? The market may already have its effect, bro. So let's say, baby, sold my tuna video, posted my plays. Enjoy the coffee, baby. Amen. Let's go, man. Let's see. Let's double check, but I'm pretty sure I remember seeing your plays. So I'm talking about, baby. Oh, man, and you've been in. Okay, you were. I read the other one wrong. When I asked the pop quiz, you were like, I'll pop your quiz. So, but yeah, no, you got it, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. But now, Chadadonia. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I hope you're having a wonderful day today. The long term should like it, but even then, bro, we have a lot. We have a long journey for the rest of the year, the rest of the decade, and I really hope all day, every day, man, you guys are at peace. Always be at peace, man. Honestly, I have a lot of random PHILO today. There is a lot that goes into it, and I'll tell you one of them, man. You know what I've noticed about that figure, Jesus Christ? I mention him every now and then. He never offered happiness. You know that? Never. Always peace. Always peace. He never said, I'll make you happy. Happy is always short term, baby. So for real, when I say I wish peace, man, for all of y'all, and I hope that you desire peace, because the world around you will always be crazy, man. But how you are at peace, oh my goodness. Is that y'all feel me? I'm just starting it out, bro. I'm just starting it out, man. So, I don't know, man. We have a lot that we could talk about today. But before that, bro, I really, again, man, for those of you who have been staying on a path, man, and willing to take on the burden, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, I've been talking about it. I've even been talking with other people, even though people have asked me some things, and I've tried my best to help them out. And, like, dude, I'm telling you, like, for real, like, I'm just, like I'm saying, man, I'm proud of y'all, and I hope you are take some comfort, not only about the people around you, but, like, dude, the burden. Like, it's hard to take on a burden and be like, oh, I want to live this way. I want to reject this. I'm going to be a part of this. And then even though I have this and I want to do this, and then, like, why do I feel that? Oh, dude, it's a crazy burden, bro. You have no idea. So I'm very excited. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, bro, for real, like, bro, take on the burden of trying to better yourself. I know some of you guys can relate. You know, the first time you ever, like, got, like, a book or something that made you think, and you're like, oh, I want to do something positive. And then you do it for a little bit, but then you're like, man, and then it gets difficult. And then the first time you fail, maybe the 100th time you fail. Oh, is this working? Do y'all feel me? I don't know if they feel me, Chad. So, all I'm saying, man, keep it up. And it's not going to get easier, but I do think there should be an element of peace that you will be able to gain from all of it, and the progress that you make, bro. And honestly, don't judge the tree too quickly, man, and just keep your grind in there, man, because you will see. You will see it. And again, I mean, Amor Fati, it's funny how even, you know, pre-PHILO, we're talking with the Chads, man, and, you know, asking me about stuff related to finance and money in the markets. But, like, I'm telling you, man, this moment and just thinking about this stuff, you know, like, it's just PHILO goes a long way, man. And this, what you do in your head and the thoughts you have and the words you say, man, if you have not learned yet that it has an effect on your life, oh my goodness, I hope that we could teach you that, because it will make a big change. So, that being said, I have a lot of PHILOs today, Chatadonia. I don't know. I could probably break these up into 3 different PHILOs, but are you down with a shotgun approach? Because I might just fire all of them out in just very randomly and sporadic, because I don't know, there's a lot. And I like all of these topics, and, like, I was just praying and reading, and a lot of things kept coming to mind, and then I was like, man, this is quite interesting. So, all right, you guys want it? All right, I got you, man. So let me tell you the first one. I heard this one. This just came up on a TikTok video, and I was like, damn. And it was like, I wish I liked the video, but I didn't go get that preacher's name. But he had an example. And he went on stage and he was showing, like, a big chain. Not like a jewelry chain, but, like, I'm talking like one of those big chain links, you know? Just like a heavy, think like a boat anchor. You know what I'm talking about? And he explains the chain. And he goes on to say, like, think about it, bro. If the devil approached you with this chain, and it was like, hey, man, you know, think about it. And I don't know, your chain might have been a drug, might have been alcohol, might have been another person, might have been gambling. Who knows what it could have been. But imagine if it was presented to you as what it was, as the whole entire chain. And you're like, hey, wrap yourself up in this. I'm going to chain you up to this, and then this is going to dominate you, your personality, your life. Oh, no. Oh, man. Bro, if it was presented to you like that, all of you would have ran away. Do y'all feel me? If I showed you the thing plaguing you in your life right now, I showed you what it was and what it would become from day one, as the full chain that it is, you would have ran away from it. That's the sad reality of how we are. But the point is, we're never presented the whole entire chain. Ooh. You're presented every single day with a link. Little by little, We all build our own chains link by link. You don't get the whole chain. You don't realize what. That's why sometimes you don't really realize the pull it had on you until it's too late. You don't realize, you're like, damn, why am I controlled by this? Why is it? It's, I think about it every day, every time. Like, I'll ignore it. Just this, just that. Little by little, we've all taken one link at a time and built our own chain. And guess what? It's the same way getting out of it. You know, sometimes you can't just break all the chains and you know, pick up your mat and walk, baby. But also, literally, you got to start delinking it one link at a time. That's why the journey, and that's exactly why the burden is so difficult. And that's why as you go to progress and you're trying to delink one at a time, you may have done it for a couple days, and you're like, oh, and you get tired and get exhausted. Oh, man, come on, man. So that's the first part. I heard that. That blew my mind. Okay? And then I'll give you the second one. This one's kind of funny. You know, I was just thinking about it because I was hearing about, I read the false prophet verse, and then I even heard somebody else talking about it. And it just like, I really thought of something that was kind of mind-blowing. And false prophets. And why I kept thinking about it, because I've had talks with this man. And like, for real, like, there's a reason I am how I am, bro. And like, I've even, like, dude, there's a reason I don't like church. You know, I grew up seeing a lot of things, and I grew up in a church, and I ran away from it for, I think, like a lot of people. I'm not going to lie to you, bro. I don't know if y'all have noticed, like, a lot of people, even like famous people and people who are doing all sorts of stuff, whether it's good or bad. Bro, there's so many people who are just very similar. They grew up in it, and then they went a different way. And, like, I mean, I could relate heavy. But there's always a reason why I never liked the church and even how some people were. And sadly, it boiled down to a lot of the false prophets. I'll even tell you, man, I'll be very brutally honest with you. Because I have been, especially over these last couple of PHILOs, and I've been explaining it to y'all, man. And I don't know, bro. I've had a different level of conviction. It's crazy because, like, it's not like I'm not doing anything too nuts. And it's not like I don't think I've changed my behavior too much. But, like, I'm telling you, there's just been certain things in my life. And now I feel a different level of conviction. Sadly. I say it sadly but joyously because it's like, damn, that it has me thinking. And again, this topic of false prophets is huge because I'll even tell you, man, there is, I pray about it. I'm praying about it. There's a degree. You're saying, why is this sadly? Because there's a degree in me where I'm like, damn, bro, I don't even want to do PHILO. Not that I don't want to pray, not that I want to do this, not that I want to read it, but I'm like, dude, in the same way I don't like the church people, in the same way I've been let down in other ways, it's like I feel that conviction on myself too, where I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'm not qualified. And I don't think I am. That's why I've always told you I'm not a preacher. I'm not this. I'm not that. But at the end of the day, there is that element where I'm like, damn, because it is a heavy burden and it is something bigger and there is more expected of you. And you do have to, because again, how people will behave and even react to it. So that right there, I'll tell you, man, it's something that, like, and I love it because I like that conviction level because I didn't have it before. I had a certain level, but it's definitely something there where I'm like, damn, you really gotta think about that. And that's what I'm saying, bro. Like the whole false prophet thing, it's an age-old issue, but it's so serious. And honestly, there is a funny part about it. There is a very, very funny part about it. I was even thinking about it because I was like, do you realize how many times in the Bible it says false prophet? And the fact that back in the day, they were warning about it so much. It's funny, bro, if you really, really think about it. Like, really, really think about it. It's hilarious. Because Do you realize from the beginning of time, like literally from the beginning of time, there was always people going around and being like, I'm God. I'm the Messiah. Like literally. Like, why do you think it shows up? And then all the different stories, bro. Like, do you feel me on that? Like, that's pretty funny. And I'm laughing at it because I'm like, dude, even then, think about what you see. Like, bro, like imagine what you deal with today with the internet. You see people have the internet. And they could see 1,000 versions of themselves. And they will still shamelessly imitate something and say, I'm this, I'm that. Isn't that, bro, think about it. Even with the internet, imagine how pervasive it is in our culture today. But imagine back then. That's what I was thinking, and it made me laugh because I'm like, damn, there probably were even some guy, like there were some who were like, I'm the Messiah, and then they were just embarrassing themselves, right? And then people were like, yeah, there was the one guy who's like, I'm the Messiah. Then he did the little like, where's my thumb trick? You know, he probably learned, and then they were like, whoa. Like it must have been hilarious because obviously, like people back then, no social media, no any of this. Like, bro, they were just, wow, they're like, I'm God. Let me show you. and then some were more convincing and some weren't. It's actually like, and I was like, I don't know, man. It's kind of funny to think about that. We're like, why does that show up so many times in the Bible? Why does it warn about false prophets? But it's like, dude, this is something from day one. And this was something where you got to really think about it, man. You got to really think about the things you are listening to, the things that you represent. And it's like this from the beginning of time. And it just relates to one thing, man. And it's something that I've been trying to think about. Yeah, you are getting a little bit of a dump here. I won't freak out till VWAP. But, like, you got to think about this, man. This relates to that one very difficult thing I was telling you about, the meekness. It's hard to defer credit. It's hard to not try to honor yourselves living in a human body with a human ego and all of this. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, for real, there is an element of meekness that it's hard to go back and forth with. And again, the false prophets and how it gets us to behave, what it gets us to listen to, you got to be mindful. And that's what I'm saying. Like, this did stick out, and I was just thinking about it because I'm like, where did this come from? Where does imagine how much we have all disliked false prophets, let alone how many you see, but then, like, and how many times you're warned about it. But it's like, where did that come from? And it's like, man, this behavior we have as humans from day one, I could only imagine what it was like even back then. So there's that one. And then are you ready for the final? I told you, shotgun PHILO. I got a lot of things. But here's my final one, man. And this one, I think this one's great. And what we got to talk about, bro, is there is levels of maturity. And that's honestly, that's kind of what I've been realizing lately. I like to think I'm mature in some areas. You know, I've done some things in my life very maturely. Obviously, I could go crazy and be immature. But there is a spiritual level of maturity. And I noticed it. And that's where I've realized, like, at some point, I'm at a stage where it gets me acting a certain way. And I'll just break it down for you, man. You're born a child, right? You're born an infant. You have no idea what the world is. You slowly learn it. You eventually slowly get into reading. You know what I'm saying? You learn what a letter is, how to put the letters together, how to form a word, a sentence, and then that leads to comprehension and meaning, right? You start as a child, you develop these skills, you develop, again, just living. Then you become a teenager. And then what happens when you become a teenager? Does anybody know? What does your behavior turn into? As a teenager, after you've learned, you start to think. You're like, wow, I could think. You don't necessarily have to rebel. Maybe you could blame the hormones. But yeah, there it is. Exactly. Oh, I'm glad that you guys got it. Amen. Amen. Y'all feel me. You start to think you know it all. You know, you become a teenager, like, oh, I know this now. Oh, no, my mom, my dad, nah, they don't understand. And then that, they don't understand. Yeah, you literally start to think you know it all. And then you become an adult. Then after living a period of I know it all, life starts to beat you down. Certain things happen. You know what I'm saying? And then you're like, oh, man. What? I guess I didn't know anything. Oh, man, I remember when I thought this. Oh, yeah. Now you realize you don't know anything. Then you do realize, then you do, again, it's a different level of maturity. That's why even some of you say, what's the next step? I'm not there yet. Some of you already have. Then you have kids. And then you have kids, and then you see them go through the stages, and then you're like, oh, I get it even more now from when I thought I knew it all in this. And now you in charge of somebody, you with the task of raising somebody, now you're like, oh, I get it now. And then again, there's another level. So, do you get it? I don't know if you get it. That is exactly how we are spiritually. Every single one of us. And that's the thing. I don't know where your walk is right now and where you're at. You know, that's the beauty. Like we had that PHILO. We said it. God will meet you where you're at. You don't need to be a genius. You don't need to be smart. You don't need to be into it. Some of y'all literally, you told me, you were like, I just opened up my Bible the first time in 10 years today. Good. It doesn't, and it don't, God ain't, nobody gonna judge you for that. There's nothing, it won't be held against you. You won't be missing out on anything because you will get met where you're at. You will learn the letters. You will learn how to sound it out, how to make a word, and what the sounds of the book are telling you. You'll be able to comprehend it and go from there. But then what else happens? We all do this. That's how you start out with, I'm going to make positive improvements. Let's go. I'm going to punt the Bible real quick. Because some of y'all need to realize how you have done this and how you are in this same cycle with just making positive improvements. Yes, I'm talking spiritually. Apply this to how you behaved when you first started learning stuff about money. When you started saying personal development. You learned the words, you were excited, you learned the comprehension, you started putting things together, and then what happened? You turned into a teenager. It goes from I never knew anything about this to now I know about it. But then you're like, now I know it all. You're like, oh, my friends, and they don't do that. How? Oh, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You have no idea. No, this child's completely incorrect. Again, same thing spiritually. You learn about it, and then you turn into a teenager. And then what happens? Eventually, after years in that spiritual, you're going to learn. You deal with people. You deal with everything else. You see the reality as displayed through time. Then eventually you're like, oh, I get it. I don't know as much. I know a little, and I'm on that journey. I made that progress, but I see it now. I see how I could be wrong. I see how I could learn from this. Maybe I didn't have it exactly how I thought it was. Oh, man. So, Chad, I'm telling you this, PHILO, so you can realize where you're at. And above all else, like, for real, this should show with how you behave, but like also how you treat people. And then it's kind of like, and at the end of the day, it's like you don't even need to do anything, but like you could definitely recognize where people are at, kind of based on how they act through the journey. And that's why I've even realized myself, I was like, man, maybe like you guys don't realize it. How many things am I telling you? I'm like, well, shit. Even then, even down to the cussing. I know, don't change, Josh, but like, let me have my journey, baby. But like, for real, it's just like all like certain things I said, I'm like, I don't want to hide behind justifications anymore. And I know I could, if anybody can make a justification, shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't do that. But it's like, it's realizing, oh, maybe I'm not, the only way I could get convicted by something is if I realize that I don't know it all. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. So, Chad, recognize where you are at on this journey. Better yet, if you recognize somebody is above you or below you on that journey, how are you reacting to them, and how do you react to what they say to you? Like, you know, that's the thing, man. That's why I said it the other day. You know, y'all want to come out at people, and like this is part of it. And I don't say you run away from the standards. And again, if you don't make the book the law, then the law it's not effective for you. But I said it the other day, man. I'm like, listen, before you tell somebody, like, again, before you tell somebody they're wrong and that they need to repent, I do ask you, like, did you pray for them? Or do you just want to tell them? And then where does that mean you're at your journey? Better yet, someone tells you that you need to go repent. How do you feel about that? How do you respond to that? Like a child, like a teenager, like someone who's been wrong? Oh, man. Oh, man. So, Chadadonia, I think this is beautiful. Because maybe you don't like the religious stuff. Blah, 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 blah. But, dude, you could apply this to your life. And to your energy of where you're at right now. Like, come on, money, personal development, relationships. I could keep going down the list. Do I think this is very applicable spiritually? Of course. But I do encourage some of y'all to look beyond that and really recognize there is levels of maturity. You will be met at the level you're at. That means there's nothing holding you back from being able to increase it. But you got to ask yourself where you're at. And you got to really look at that. Do you really know everything? Are you in between the stage of thinking you know it all and still kind of not at that adult stage? That's where I think I'm at. I think I'm kind of getting out of my teenage years. And it's hard, you know? It's so hard for me. You know why? Because I've spent my whole life people telling me a lot of things, and a lot of times they were wrong. Why do I say that? Because I did what they told me not to do. And like it is very hard advancing in certain things very early in life and doing certain things, and then to be able to sit there and be like, okay, well, I think I know a decent amount, but it's a trap. And it's very hard to play that in fine. That's what I'm saying, bro. The burden, dog. It's not easy. And I think some of y'all can relate in different ways. But again, like acknowledging where you're at and being open to change, you know, for real. Being open to being wrong. But not only that, but like growing from it. But then at the same time, having the discernment, though, because you know what I'm saying? This same PHILO, there are some evil, wicked people out there who are going to try to use this PHILO to try to snake some bullshit in there. I couldn't hold back the cussing on that because I feel it. It's BS. And I know damn well how people is with that. Like, they will really be like, oh, well, there you go. So that's why you need discernment. That's why you need a law. That's why you need a principle. You see what I'm saying? You're right. I will be wrong, and I could be wrong in areas. But it's not to your standard. It's to that book. And that book was done enough conviction. It will convict you. And that's what I'm saying. But you got to be open to that. And hopefully with others too. And at the same time, man, some of y'all, like, bro, like, you wouldn't get mad if a teenager was yelling at you. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. And you got to really think about it. But at the same time too, man, sometimes when correction shows up, we won't like it, but those are always opportunities to grow. So, Chattadonia, I hope you feel me. I hope you take that one to the bank. But that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Here on mobile, press hard chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list on my channel. First link for the stream alerts, bootcamp, and real estate. Okay. Bam, ba, bam, bam.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think that you watch some movie like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons. It matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather. When weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing then it's needed. Then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way. You gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade. Either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain. Every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run. They want it all today. My father is really awesome. Don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it. So either way, giving thanks. Yep. You could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank. A speaker without a face. A people without a race. They eating without a taste. They scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
Actually, bro, I wanna listen to something. Can I show you guys another song? Biden is an old school politician. In Mother Russia, Biden is old man. He said many things long ago. He just like typical American politician. His accusation against Trump in espionage as a Russian spy is a nonsense. That was the quote he say right now. Good. Yeah, screw you. You big bully. You're a bully. A bullshit. Yeah. No, yeah, I want to show you a song though. I'm surprised it took me this long to hear it. I don't even know if he's here right now. I saw him earlier, but like this shit low-key blew my mind. It's kind of intense, but I was blown away, bro. Listen to this. I'm gonna give y'all one. I'm gonna give y'all one, bro.
Boys, we hit the jackpot this time.
This is the chat from yesterday. Bro, it's crazy.
Where you at, Michael?
I listened to like 4 other ones, and I was like, damn, Doc Illa, baby.
I'm chilling with Adam, yeah, we back from the dead. World in a spin from the crack and the dread.
Just
Better off
listen
sleeping
to
with
it,
a
bro.
bag
It
on
gets
your head
insane.
than to be a free man for the sack and the bread. I was with Eve, but she nagged me to death. She was taking pole behind my back from the back, and I thought that I was dead, but it turns out that I had to repent. Repent means that we try it again. The band, I got bands, but I never made music. Kinda focused on making money just to lose it. Kinda jumped off with the noose, but the loop didn't grip. No, that wasn't my shit. If the shoe doesn't fit, I see law and I had enough of it. Lawless, if you ask me again. Yeah, the checks coming in, and the feds get the max, but they friends, but they charging you tax, and they tax it again. I don't know if you've seen this. The world is in a spiral like I feel it, and I don't know when anybody means it. Truth's dead, then I don't know how to heal it. I can tell that we are nearing an outcome that isn't so appealing. People having a dream, but it's seeming that we try to fly and went straight into the ceiling. I keep it spinning, yeah, I'm reeling. I really know when it's the real thing. I can test it, put it under inspection, and put a value on whatever the fuck you think you were dealing. I'm talking words and a feeling, hanging on your ear like an earring. Beer drink like a shot, did a lot, clearly no fear. It's appearing, my dear, and I really like when you let me do the steering. I'm chilling with Adam, yeah, we back from the dead. World in a spin from the crack and the dread. Better off sleeping with a bag on your head than to be a free man for the sack and the bread. I was with Eve, but she nagged me to death. She was taking pole behind my back from the back, and I thought that I was dead, but it turns out that I had to repent. Repent means that we try it again. Yeah, I'm acting like a piston while you're telling him that you missed him, but you're telling him at a distance. Take a little bit of my energy while you giving me a little bit of spirit like a gift then. Might just give you that back cause I'm seeing weight, so I lift them. Innovate cause I fucking listen. When I fight, I'm like Sonny Liston. Give no resistance, don't start fights if you wanna win them. I see circles and get in them. Social, emotional, and slide through the wet like a boat go. Really have hope in the dope flow. Not afraid to think about the shit that I don't know. And I hate to tell my mama, but since I was a kid I knew where the dope go. Where to get it from, then I got a whole load. Mostly for myself and my old bros. And my day ones, and my plan Bs, and my family, and my hobos, and my oh-nos, and my whoa-woes, and all sorts of people you don't know. Really gotta
I love it.
I owe those. I got some brothers that you cannot meet. I work for Mafia, you cannot see. Listeners wanna find out what I mean. Explanation complete. I turned 18, saved 15, then I spent it on me. I grew from flowers, but I couldn't see. Remember the shit in the dirt, never far from the tree. The shit in the dirt, never far from the tree. I live in the grotto, and I noticed that it's been getting dirty. Some wanna flee, others are standing their ground in the smoke just like me. Just stick around and you'll see the grip and the pound and the sack and the bag of the commodities. But this is the streets, these people been quitting their jobs just to breathe. I got a brother that you cannot meet. I found a God who been raising the meek. Million different ways we can fuck it up, but never quit until the mission complete. Been in the pit and the grips of defeat. I've been in the debt, even poverty. I made a rack and then I made 60. I lost it all back from the sins and the greed. And would you believe, and would you believe, I've been in depression and I've been in need. I've been in addiction, I've been in affliction. I had enemies, but all of them bleed. I learned that the source of all life is the seed. I learned that the source of the fight is the beef. I learned that the reason for karma is all of these people who work to create dirty deeds. Yeah, the checks coming in and the feds get the max for their friends, but they charge you tax and then they tax it again. Damn. Just chilling with Adam, yeah, we back from the dead. World in a
Dude, it's
spin from the
crazy.
crack and the
I
dread.
like it.
Better off sleeping with a bag on your head than to be a free man for the sack and the bread. I was with Eve, but she nagged me to death. She was taking pole behind my back from the back, and I thought that I was dead, but it turns out that I had to repent. Repent means that we try it and try it again.
Dog, no, bro. It sounded like a little different of a style than like I'm usually used to, but like, bro, I was just listening to it and I was like, damn. And bro, he sent me this shit for a long time, bro. I'm surprised. I was like, bro, so Doc, fire, bro, fire. I love it. Absolutely. It reminds me of a young uncle, but like way different. I'm like, nah, this is. Oh man, I vibed heavy. So yeah, he was saying yesterday he wanted it. I was like, what? I said, let's play, and I listened to it. He gave me the email, and I was like, damn. But he sent me a lot in the past. That's why I was like, I can't believe this was like the first time I saw it and listened to it. And I'm like, whoa. Yeah, bro. Doc Illa. Go check him out on SoundCloud. Doc-Illa. Crazy, bro. Crazy. The vert and the lyrics, bro. That's why I'm like, man, that's another post one. There you go, baby. There you go. But now we back. When that back from the dead, when the Eve with the it's crazy. It's crazy. I love it. Yeah, like NF. It gives me mad NF vibes. Exactly. I was like, bro. No, I liked it a lot. But yeah, man, we here. We here, Chattadonia. We here. What's this? I'm sorry, I'm checking this. You ended up grabbing 1 ounce pieces of Egyptian bars and the Rajneesh Bhagwan coins. The Rajneesh were a cult in Oregon in the 80s. Something I wanted to share. That's crazy. What? Are these, how much were these? Like, did these go above spot price or anything? Look at these. That's crazy. Are these 1 ounces? Look at that. That's kind of nuts. So there's a whole nother world too. Like, you guys know, like, I guess we were talking metals earlier, but do you guys know that, like, again, like collector coins and like certain currencies, the older they are, that's crazy. These are 1 ounce too. Bro, that's really cool. Why do I feel like these would be worth more, or maybe in the future? Look at that. That's my homie Tut. You see that? And then the cat that's burying him, you know what I'm saying? That's crazy. But yeah, that's crazy. If they're only $30 now, I feel like down the road, those will be worth something. It all depends on, again, if it's minted, how much it's minted, the available supply, like, down the road. And, like, you guys know, like, errors. So, like, if you get a coin with an error, like, sometimes, like, when money is minted, it gets minted with an error. Those are worth a shit ton. So, like, if you get, like, a U.S. gold coin that has, like, a letter wrong, or it doesn't have, like, it has a misprint on the person's face or anything there, oh, yeah. Yeah, keep those. If you have, those are worth a shit ton. Yeah, even off center. They're crazy, bro. Back from the dead. Your dad sold his collection of some error coins for almost $100,000 back in the day. Pfft. French paper, le Peverson, Stellantis to white and large scale. Wait, what? That was a lot of accents. Recall over airbag issues. I thought it was the IP company. What blew my mind was the Silver Eagles going for way more than spot. I always knew, like, the 1 ounces had more premium than 100, but that thing that you showed me the other day, that tripped me out. Putin, after court guilty decision in Trump case, donation to his fund grew so much it proved American distrust the judicial system. Putin, quote, Putin on U.S. position on Ukraine. If Trump win election, hard to tell. We have to wait and see what him and his administration will do. That's funny. That's a funny-ass quote. Because that's pretty much Putin trying to, like, tell you, maybe I want to do war if you let Donald win. But now Donald have to defend why Putin say this. Very funny headline. Distrust of American people in judicial system. Putin say we are not threatening nobody. Anybody. That song was called Repent by Doc Illa. I listened to like 4 or 5 of them. I was tripping out, bro. Like, in a weird way, I'm glad I didn't see that earlier. Because I don't know. I think now is a perfect time to see it. But I was tripping out. Putin, I've been watching Stock Market Live. I encourage all Russian tune in. Very great channel on YouTube. Josh, great educator of the stock market. I agree. Very fast news. Also, fast stock market news on Twitter. Only U.S. American source I trust. That's it. That's crazy. I didn't think our reach was that big, but yes, it is, Joshua. Okay. I love that I could say whatever. I don't love it because it kind of makes me feel awful, but like, you could say whatever you want in a Russian accent and nobody gets mad. It's kind of awful. Like, if I started doing a Chinese accent right now, somebody gonna get pissed. If I brought out the Indian voice, somebody would get pissed. You know what I'm saying? But I do Russia, nobody have problem, just sanction, huh? Good. Yeah, even the Russians might get pissed, but what are they gonna do? Are they going to go to the all-loving West, defender of social justice, and say, defend my Russians? We've given up on the Russians. You know? Exactly. Good. Wait, exactly. It is the President Kennedy Johnson. What his name? We think it's funny. Russians do have a good sense of humor. I mean, again, I lived in L.A., bro. There's a lot of Russians out there. And I mean, they've liked me. I've never really had a problem. I love Russians. I'm not allowed to say that because I'll get sanctioned. And they'll be like, Josh is a Russian sympathizer. Cold War, get him. Now. What are you talking about? The United States provoked the coup in Ukraine. No one in West want to recall that war Ukraine start from coup in Ukraine. My name is Nico Bellic. Good. U.S. Ed 2 individual. I thought it was a real headline. To sanction list. Josh answer, Uncle answer for showing support to Russian by saying he liked the L.A. Russians he met in L.A. a decade ago. That is punishable. We should take away his assets and sell them to buy weapons from Boeing and Lockheed. Good. What about Israel? Well, tied to the context of L.A., I met a lot of Jewish people when I was in L.A., and they loved me. And I didn't really have any problems with them either. The only thing is that back in L.A., like, I have a lot of Jewish friends in L.A., actually, and they all think I'm Jewish. Unfortunately, fortunately, depending on how you... Eventually, I just told them, okay, because, like, I know the Old Testament, and, like, but then, like, I don't know. If you see me, it all depends on how often I get tanned or not. But, like, literally, like, it has benefited me. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you, bro. because like I've gotten real estate deals by people insisting that I was Jewish, and I told them I wasn't, and I said, listen, I'm not, but they're like, no, you are, look at you. And then I was like, okay. So, but I love them. And then again, I love my Palestinian people too. That's why I don't think y'all realize when I get like on the whole thing of no war, like, bro, I have friends in all of these communities, not to mention my culture is Middle Eastern, bro. Like, I've been telling y'all been bombing my cousins for a long time, and y'all started to care now? Funny, but all of it, man. That's why I'm like, I'm not really a big fan of war and violence, and quite frankly, I don't know. A lot of people like to focus on a lot of, I'm sure everybody has bad parts, but like, I feel like I've been exposed to some of the best of every culture, man, or at least the people I've met. I know I'm like, man, I love you, because there's some good people out there, and unfortunately or fortunately, it's not defined by a border when it's all said and done. So yeah, man, you gotta be loving, man. And then again, you go to LA, you will literally meet everybody. You will meet Russians and Israelis and Palestinians and Persians. It's all in LA, man. You'd be surprised. Yeah, 99% of the people are good. I don't know, 99, maybe like 90. Just the whole 10, the factor of 10 rule, Oh, the Koreans too. I feel you, bro. Nah, you will. Yeah. Amen, bro. I don't think that conversation got dark. I was just answering homies. He asked me. I said Russians. He was like, what do you think about Israel? And, that's it, man. I love people. That's it, man. That's all it comes down to. And I think I just don't like war. That's it, no matter what. I know there's political things people attach it to, but I don't want to see Russians or Ukrainians die. I don't want to see Jewish people and Israelis die, let alone Palestinians or anybody in those communities. Like, that's so crazy. That like all of everything that's been going on, which I feel like all of us are ignoring the death count. And, like, let alone do we not even know the numbers? Because, like, bro, everybody is like, people are dying. So I know there's a lot to it, and there's certain things, and everyone's going to have, and I'm not trying to take that away from anybody, but I'm just purely it's kind of mind-boggling how we are such a progressive generation advocating for more death than Vietnam. And, like, I'm like, what the hell is happening? Like, I really thought the progressive young people and all of the progressive movements we've had in this country would have meant less war rather than more war. And that is the mind-blowing part. The only time we don't feel it the same way because we're not like, it's not America directly involved in it yet. See when, Pop? Yeah, Clearway Energy up 2.5. I mean, what up, Doc? What's up, Doc? What's up, Doc? I'm going. I don't think he was here. Were you not here like 5 minutes ago, Doc? Let me see. I don't see anything on Clearway. See when. When? No, I don't know if it's peak euphoria just yet. But I don't think it is. Maybe Friday data. I I mean, by Friday, you're going to be going through the whole thing. Yeah, bro, we played the whole Repent song. It was fire, bro. I was even saying I can't believe it took me that long to hear it from you, bro. Because I went after I heard, I listened to it, and I went and I looked through your emails. I was like, dude, have you sent this? And I guess I never saw the other ones, bro. And I was like, holy shit. And I love it, bro. It's like it sounded like a different style at first, but like it reminds me of like a NF. It reminds me of NF mixed with like a early Uncle and then even Eminem. And I loved it, bro. And the lyrics are amazing, man. So I don't know. Maybe we got to hear it at the right time, bro. It was smooth. At first it was like, I don't know. It sounded a little different, but I was like, no, dude. And then it's catchy and all of it. Bro, it was beautiful, man. Good work. I really think you should keep it up. And I think you got something, man. I enjoyed it heavily, and I got to listen to a lot more of just than one of them. So good work, bro. And then again, it's just everything, bro. You in the chat and all that. That's the added bonus on top of it, bro. But like, nah, like genuinely, that was fire, bro. So I'm glad people got to hear it. Sign the man. I don't need to sign anybody, you know. Do good. I'll show love. I got your back. Buy me a house one day. That's it. I'll tell you what not to sign. You know what I'm saying? Amen, amen, amen. I say bro a lot when I'm really like in my feels about it because I liked it a lot. I really did, bro. You know what I'm saying, bro? He's a better candidate to date your sister. I guess. I don't know if he's into that. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Brother. That first Buffalo double. Buffalo, man. I got a lot of people out in Buffalo, man. Or anybody I've met from Buffalo. That's it. Y'all the real ones. I feel like Buffalo creates like just triple OGs or crackheads. That's all I've met from Buffalo. I've either vibed super heavy with them or I'm like, you're a crackhead. Like, that's it. I don't know any other way to put it respectfully. Why is the market pumping? Well, Nvidia, the data, again, you're getting all sorts of these reactions and lukewarm data, but above all else, I chalked it up early in the morning. I'm blaming Bank of Canada and then the segue into ECB and lower rates. That's my take on it. I think there's a little bit more. There's definitely a data effect, but I do think the Canada stuff it's hard to shake. And keep note, I've said this about a month or two ago. Any time you have had a developed or undeveloped nation cut rates, the market or one sort of asset goes into its own little la-la land. And that's kind of what we're getting with equities as well as gold. It keeps happening. So I would definitely pay attention. That's why I'm giving it so much weight. But that's my take on it. Pump it up at 5,400, baby. 5,400. MP Dub, new high. Yeah, it's starting to go up. Zooks to test self-driving cars in Austin and Miami. I think the Canadian rates, it was small and big at the same time, but like this is a very macro idea. That's why it's hard to blame the micro moves on it. But the fact that we've seen it so many times now, that's where I'm like, yo, you got to pay attention. Broadly speaking, the pendulum is getting shifted towards rate cuts. You guys get what I'm saying? That's what's been happening. And every time these countries are doing it, we are watching very noticeable moves that are confirming previous moves or building upon them. So that right there, you can look at ARK. ARK, I think, again, it's kind of getting trapped with the Russell, but I do think there is some element there. Contracts work. Yeah, you asked this earlier. I answered it for you, and I told you to go on the watch list, man. So what's making you not get the answer? I could be more effective in the future. But yeah, you are right. It'll be 1/10 of the value. Yeah, I answered it for you though earlier, and I told you you're not stupid. But I mean, again, just if you ask a question, maybe turn the speakers on. But yeah, everything just 1 to 10. So you'll get 10 contracts worth 1/10 of the value, but everything will be equivalent. You're playing TLT for rate cut hopes. I'd be careful just because, again, Bank of Canada. Remember I kept saying today, I don't like this. I don't like how Canada's doing it. Because if we cut rates like Canada, TLT is not going to go up like you think it will. So why? Because if he cuts rates and says, well, we don't know, we still have to wait, and then he plays the data card just like Mr. Macklem did, then yeah. Europe buys expensive LNG from United States. Gazprom will survive this. Why Germany does not want to receive gas via one remaining leg of Nord Stream? Putin. We also supply gas to Europe via Turk Stream. We still supply gas to Europe via Ukraine. It's strange that no one in German leadership defends country's interests. It's crazy that Powell accomplished the soft landing. If he does it, yeah, but unfortunately, we are not on the ground yet. So technical victory level is when inflation comes back to 2% without nobody getting destroyed. Then you have landed the damn plane. You went out till March. Well, here's the deal. If you do want to go for TLT cut plays, until we know they're going to zero or cutting a lot, then I would say you need to just get closer to the money. That's it. Because you might get a move. We just don't know how high it'll go, or how low the rates will go, and that's the problem. That could kind of give you a move, but still can leave you unprofitable on a play like that. You know what I'm saying? So that is the answer. If you really want to play it, you got to get closer to the money, because we cannot make the same assumption of buying the super far out the monies, because even if they cut, you could still lose on those plays. Stop kidding yourself. We're getting a soft landing. It looks very good, but unfortunately, I have been bred to distrust the Federal Reserve. Not in like a conspiracy sense, but unfortunately, I don't believe central banks are that good at doing it. Unfortunately, so I have to be a little bit skeptical. But I'm open to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, straight up, you bring inflation down to 2, no disruption, no, extra tightening that wasn't necessary. I mean, I'm down. So I'm down with it, but I don't think it's as guaranteed as we would like to think. Base case is not a hard landing. Base case is a soft landing at this point, I believe, or maybe a bumpy landing, a little bit rough, but at this point, hard landing is 10%. Hard landing, you are a contrarian, whether you like it or not. But then again, in the same respects, odds of a hard landing 8 months ago were completely different, just like rate cut odds. The market's finicky, no shame in changing its mind. They will significantly cut when something breaks, yes. Or if you watch the watch list just a couple days ago, when there's something else, that's when you know they will be. When they cut, that means something else has happened. If they cut large, or if you want a significant cut, you need to see blank. What is the word I'm looking for? Not the symptom, but the cause. No. Damn, that's crazy. Y'all either don't watch the watch list, but this topic, I've said it so many times that even then people still never got it over the years. So no shame on you, but yeah, bro, deflation. No. Everything, again, the jobs and everything, that is part of it, but deflation. So that's why it's going to be weird with Powell, because he could cut before deflation. And what I picked up from Canada today, unless he stops QT, that there may not be a risk of deflation until that occurs. But the answer is deflation. You want a significant cut, you need deflation. Otherwise, there's no significant cut because he wouldn't be worried about it. And that's where the problem would be as they play the game. But that's the whole idea. Like, what I'm saying is that if the Fed is incorrect in their assessment and something does break and then they have the policy how they have now, it will lead to deflation. Because then they would have cracked something, and then before you know it, you'll see that dollar revaluation and prices and everything else. So deflation is my answer. Won't Japan, China. Japan, they need to do something there. But China, that's going to be the weird part. Because they're still trying to cut, and they need it. But then again, we need to start cutting. That's why we might be the last one, and now everybody else is moving too. I don't think we're in real stagflation, no. We're not in it yet. But can we get there? Yeah, but even then, think about it. Right, by the time you get stagflation and you really see it, it's going to be deflation, and we're going to be calling it stagflation. But as of now, no, but it's definitely possible. But statistically, the odds of that are still 10% and lower. All of this, sadly, with how the market has moved into exuberance and not, a lot of these ideas are unfavorable for now until something materially changes again. One can argue the amount of printing in QE, deflation won't happen unless something breaks. Well, yeah, that's probably what it would be, but I see your QE and massive printing, and I raise you one Japanese economy for the last 60 years. Yep. So, sadly, the situation of Japan shows us anything is possible when it comes to deflation, because they did the same thing. We cut, inflation goes higher. We're looking at massive increase in consumer debt, recession. Well, here's the thing. This is why Canada is so important today. Because they just cut, and they have an economy with real estate and everything else that could be a victim of that. But if that doesn't happen in Canada, there's your answer. And that's where I think maybe some of these other countries are looking too. Ah! Why do they keep trades executed will now settle on the next business day? Tomorrow, ECB, just if they cut or not. And if they cut, that'll be now a big group cutting. And then you would be watching it after Canada, and then the same kind of effect with gold and other things. I've gotten that notice every day at the same time, I think. Friday, I mean, the non-farms, I think, was the revision opposite of whatever the revision was. So if the revision last time was big down, we're going to get a surprise up, and then vice versa. But I'm kind of more fixated on ECB in Canada. I think those are more important because no matter what we get, we're either going to be ripping through an all-time high or not. But then at the same time, that's just you get Powell the next week to now confirm with Canada and with ECB, and then we'll get the SCP as well. So low-key, I don't even think Friday matters when the bigger, broader macro of rate cuts is occurring right now. But we could get it again, and we're still trying to figure out good news, bad news. So I think that's more evidence to that. I think just you could search ECB Fed futures or ECB rate cut odds. There should be an asset link to it. Or is it? So there's swaps linked to the meeting dates. I need to find the actual asset of it. But I think they're at like 60 or 70. So I think they're going to do it. Riot tells Benzinga, we disagree with the characterization of Bitcoin mining in Riot and the equally unsound conclusions reached in the Carysdale Capital Report. We believe these errors will be demonstrated through execution of our ambitious 24 growth plans and resulting financial performance. You're looking to buy long-term. What's my best bet? Something with no premium, but it also depends how your portfolio is set up. Do you have growth? Do you have dividends? How much cash you got? Let that all speak to you to find a good play. My latest play was Intel just 2 days ago, and then the last one was Pfizer, but it's up since then, and then or MO and then Pfizer. Doesn't the decline in Japan's population play a factor in how they've been able to maintain the conditions economically? It does. It doesn't mean like it obviously factors into what happened, but there's a lot of other things in Japan, like culture even, and then what they went through and how it led to savings and how it even led to lower birth rates, and then the wages and the wage negotiations. Like literally, they've had the first wage negotiations go up in like 30, 40 years because of everyone's perception of their monetary system. So that like it's kind of a pretty deep, never-ending cycle, and that's where they're trying to escape from that now. But there's so many things that factor into what happened. That's why deflation is a weird beast. That's why that's why Japan is so scary for us as the United States. Because y'all could tell me how we're not like them in many ways, and you could be correct. But unfortunately, how deflation played out with them, it's not a respecter of cultures, customs, or anything. Deflation is a very weird beast that when it does play, that's why people don't like it. But when it does play out, it can cause a very, very sticky situation, kind of like quicksand. Japan to raise cap on state backing for copper mine stakes to 75%. Intel for August in lieu of shares. Not sure if it's enough time. Well, unfortunately, my play has nothing to do with that. You know, I'm thinking 10 years out with Intel having the shares. I even saved a little bit of deposit if I wanted to grab more or anything else. But unfortunately, like a 2-month, 3-month option, I mean, there's no real like connection to that play except that they're the same stock. Japanese yakinuko, what's that? I had a Japanese pancake the other day. That was good. It's very unique. It's kind of like strawberry shortcake, but it was good. Barbecue, oh, I feel. I'm a big fan of barbecue. Food good. I like food. That's it. Oh, and bro, I found another place. You remember I was telling you about that like sushi pizza? That one at that place in San Diego? I went somewhere else and I found it. There was another one. People are doing it now. So like you take like that little like crust, like that crunchy crust, and then you put like a mayo and then you overlay it with tuna or salmon and like that. It's kind of becoming a thing, bro. But it was good. I had one. It was good. Yeah, it's like a sushi bake. Sushi, such clean protein, low but quality fat, low carbs, quality protein, clean source. I mean, have you watched that Netflix documentary, though? Remember that one? What was it called? Seaspiracy. I didn't want to eat fish for like a week, but I was like, it's too good. I could docu-series myself out of everything good. I feel you. That's it. My mom, I don't know if it's like a Middle Eastern thing. She refuses to eat anything that is raw. So like she will not eat sushi. She will not eat tempura or like what's it called? I'm thinking of it. That like Italian stuff when it's like the raw steak and shit. Oh, why am I blanking on that? So like I can never have sushi with my mom. She won't eat any. She won't eat carpaccio. Yeah. She won't eat any, or tartare. She won't eat any of it. Isn't it crazy? Bro, it's wild. So yeah, she won't anything that's not cooked. Because I've taken to her restaurant. I've tried it I was like, you got to try this. But no, she's not down. No kibi, no, nothing. Ceviche, no. She said, no, it's too risky. Yeah, she says, dangerous. Yeah, bro, she won't eat any raw food. And I'm like, man, I love carpaccio. It is kind of disgusting when you think about it. Carpaccio is just like raw steak in sauce. Jiro Dreams is a documentary. Is it going to ruin sushi for me? How about red meat? No, man. Well done. Even now to this day, bro, I be getting well done steaks and it pisses people off. I be going, I've learned to not get them, but like low key, like for a good portion of my life, I was going to nice steakhouses and I was telling them, cook it well done. Yeah, man, my mom's that's my whole family's like that. My name is Marty. My nickname at work is Marty McFly. Yeah, no clue how many Buffalo people thought I created you to get people to listen to rap music. They're like, well, that's you. You're mad. That's definitely, no, we're not buying it. He said, dead ass. That's so Buffalo. You know that? The first time, my homie from Buffalo, he'd always say, dead ass. Dead ass. Dead ass. That's a Buffalo thing. Mm-hmm. Dead ass. Buffalo. Unfun fact, it's illegal to serve meat medium rare in Canada? No. People at work at restaurants have horrible schedules, family problems, they're broke. Your mom's right to not trust anyone from there. Well, she won't even make her own raw food. But that's a big assumption on everybody working at a restaurant. It's like, yeah, man, these people at restaurants, they hate their lives. Every single one of them. Do you understand what they have to go through? They fucking hate everything about life. That's why they're working at a restaurant. So, yeah, you should be careful. What? I've met some pretty, happy people at restaurants. I don't know. I trust my restaurant homies. Yeah, usually. I'm not really. Yeah, but my mom won't. That's just how she is with everything. She will not even buy her own stuff and, prepare a raw dish. You want to know the scoop on restaurants and delis? That's all I do every day, and let me tell you, I eat nowhere. So you have poor health practices, is what you're telling me? But I do want to hear the scoop. What do you got? Anyone who fully trusts restaurant employees have never worked in or seen the movie Waiting. I mean, I've never really boiled it down to trust. As weird as that may sound, because you do need trust, but at the end of the day, I've seen my father drink 17-day-old milk and tell me expiration dates are a scam. So I've seen he's still alive and well, bro. God is good. Thank you, God. But you know what I'm saying? If he survives, I'll survive. That's it. It's in my genetics, is how I look at it. Mm-hmm. The milk. Dude, even then, I've seen my dad just eat wild shit. Old, expired, bugs. That shit. And it blows my mind, bro. Bugs, yeah, bro. No, even when I was little, I remember eating food and sometimes there would be bugs in the food. And he's just take the bug out. Don't worry. No. That came from outside. I'm like, nah, dude, it definitely did not come from outside, sir. Mm-hmm. Oh, dude. I don't want to I'm not going to tell you the restaurant's name. Oh, dude. Bro. Me and my girl. I took my girl out. Bro, and we went to this restaurant. And it was supposed to be this nice ass place, right? Oh, dude, I walked out. We had an 8-course meal, and by the third dish, I walked out. Even the owner, he was like, "Don't worry, you don't have to pay." And I was like, I tipped the staff. I left them a tip. I was like, we're not finishing any of this shit. We were, oh my gosh, bro. It was crazy. I didn't tell y'all. You might have to wait till Friday then. No. I might make you wait till Friday. This could be an after-hours story. Even then, even my girlfriend, she was fully like, yeah, we should. And I've never walked out of a restaurant like that, like in between courses and been like, nah, I'm not continuing. No, but you know what happened though? It was like we were making a couple. I'll tell you the full story on Friday, but the one ending, it was just disgusting. It was that bad. And then like I was just making jokes because I was like, dude, this is so bad. And like these employees are not even like, I'm like, nah, I'm like, this is probably like a high pressure environment and they can't even like say anything because like, I'm like, there's no way everybody thinks this is normal. And then my last meal, bro, there was like an egg and there was just like a huge ass hair baked into the egg. So I have long hair. So usually if hair is in my food, I think it's my hair. Right? Oh, dude, no. This was so disgusting. Because it was like in an egg white. You know what I'm saying? So like I cut like half of it to see. And I was like, oh, that's fully baked into there. And I was like, oh. And then I already rejected the 2 other dishes ahead. Because they gave them, and I was like, yeah, it was nasty. I couldn't eat it. I was like, and even my girlfriend, she usually like bougie food. She'll be like, oh, you don't understand. Your palate's not refined. You know what I'm saying? Some bullshit. And like, oh, even she was like, no, this is gross. This is disgusting. Just coarse after, and then by the 3rd one, I get this hair baked into my egg white. I was like, dude, I lost my appetite, man. I cannot be doing. I said, nope. Like, and I was hungry, bro. That's it. Shane Smith to host video podcast. Will also create content on Vice's new social-related media. Vice co-founder Smith takes on new role of Vice Media. Vice is bankrupt, is it, or is it public still? Didn't they already go BK? But yeah, new social media video thing. With Vice, that's coming out now. Yeah, Vice used to be real. Back in the day, I remember even in college, Vice was like, whoa, look at what they're doing. Yeah, and then it just turned into weird shit. Putin praises China's economic model, says USA is trying to hinder China's economic development. Oh, yeah, Vice. Dude, Vice used to be really popular. Like, it sucks. Like, but they lost all of their vote, like, all, not their voters, but all of their, like, viewers. Like, it's crazy. Even like Washington Post, bro. It's still crazy because, like, bro, legacy media has taken a big hit, and some of these like reporting places that we all like, grew up on, like, bro, no, like it doesn't even matter what it is, but like there is a certain element where like you suffered in terms of like readers and viewers, like it actually is like insane. Yeah, Waystar Royco, duh. ASN, I don't know. I saw that in the morning, but didn't really catch my attention too much. I think it was already too crazy. And then GME being straight up. And then now Nvidia and SPY. Yeah, bro, you're about to hit a new all-time high. Actually, wait, you just did. Yeah, man, new all-time high. Ta-da! Casually. So nonchalantly. Yep, new high. Nvidia going crazy. And now you get another high. Timmy Turner. No, we got to get to 5,400. Oh, I like a new all-time high, though. And some of you got your pop quiz question correct. So I'm very impressed with some of y'all. But we'll get there. I don't know. We'll see. We're almost there. Oh, I need to stand up. I was sitting after PHILO and didn't stand. Selling your Nvidia. Good luck, my friend. Well, I don't know, man. SPY, it's still due. Remember the last couple times, though? I said this not too long ago. But last time we hit the highs, we would go up like 100 points. So it's good that we could get. Now we might be looking like this instead of looking like this. But it just depends on how much, like, real activity we go from there. Great thumbnail. Shout out the Canadians, bro. I hope it wasn't offensive putting a hockey player. But then during their Bank of Canada meeting, they literally brought up hockey. So I think I was justified. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel I didn't want to offend my Canadian brothers. But, you know, your homeboy, like, literally, like, he did not make it, like, difficult. Like, he really, yeah. I put an American hockey team. Oh, no way. Damn. I'm not going to lie to you. All I did was Google hockey player, and then I went to transparent images, and I took the one that looked the best in the first row. All I know is Wayne Gretzky. You know that? I know Wayne Gretzky. I know what's the team he played for? The Red Wings. I think I know that, and that's about it. And then I learned today from Bank of Canada, Oilers. I know the Oilers. Yeah, I do know the Oilers. The Knights, Oilers. Oh, the Kings. I know the LA Kings. That's just marketing. Wayne Gretzky never played for the Red Wings? This is fucked. What? Are you serious? He played for the Mighty Ducks then. No? Oh, dude, my whole life. Oh, I'm convicted, bro. I've been quoting Wayne Gretzky, go where the puck go in. And he ain't played for the Red Wings? No. Was he in NASCAR? Hold on. What do you mean he didn't? What Wayne Gretzky team? The Oilers, he played for the Kings? And the Rangers? Oh, that's fuck, dude. Oh, well, shout out. I like the Red Wings. I have a Red Wing sweater, and I look so cool when I wear it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I look so cultured. Not really, because I don't know how cultural hockey is, but at the end of the day, like, people dap me up for it. And I'm like, yeah, what's up, baby? You know, but like, yeah, damn, that's crazy. That's nuts. That's crazy, bro. Football is life. Hockey is life. He's the Gretzky he's the Jordan of hockey. Yeah, I know, but that's why I'm like, damn. I didn't know he played for a different team. That's funny. I was really good at foot hockey. I don't know if y'all knew, like in Southern California growing up, like at PE, there's eventually you play hockey and they set up the goals and then like you just run around. I was good at it on my feet. Very, very good. I'm really bad at ice skating. My girlfriend laughs at me like really hard because like I just turn into like an old man and then my feet start to move and then all of that. Buying oil next week. Seems we're going to flush then head higher. I mean, we still got to wait for the OPEC stuff a little bit more, but, I mean, oil's just already in a position to either get clobbered or run up. And then it's down 5 on the week. Now it's came up a little bit. Yeah, y'all know foot hockey. It's good. Your school canceled soccer? What do you mean? I don't know. We played some soccer growing up. This Canada rate cut squeeze. Well, get ready for tomorrow, too. I want to see how it plays with everything else, but literally, you're going to get the ECB now. And that's even bigger than Canada. That's the crazy thing. I don't think there's news on Ethereum, but I do think it's probably reacting again. You just had a very big central bank action. So I think there's a lot of moves today, but like low key, I think you could just blame it all on the central bank stuff, and then we'll see for tomorrow, and Nvidia. ECB's in the morning, so literally by the time the bell go ding ding, I'll probably be having Christine Lagarde on. Yeah, MPW is going up. Honestly, MPW is not bad. I'm actually pretty surprised. It's been a couple of days. BCTX during my lunch break. LPA, no. I remember that one from the other day, but I didn't know it still was making moves. That one went up to the crazy price, but it's down 80% right now. So, yeah, just be careful with that. But I haven't heard as much, like, hype and attention on it. I'm changing my last name to Term and naming my first child Long. Long Term. Amen. That'd be cool. Not in just looks crazy. Yeah, it was like that from day one. I haven't heard as much like attention towards it though. That's the thing compared to some of the other ones. And then GME did very good today. That one's still up, and then Nvidia, as well as all the chips, are taking the cake. What was the other one? MU, Qualcomm, Dell, even Marvel. ECB is European Central Bank, yeah. So it's like the Fed, but for the European Union. I don't know if Vanny, we just wait till the damn headline or not. But I have no idea. June 3rd to June 6th, but I have zero clue when or if we'll hear anything. Putin pressure on Russian media has nothing to do with freedom of speech. Putin's still talking? How long is he going to be making headlines for? Yeah, Nvidia is right below 3 trillion. It's kind of crazy. It's about to be bigger than Apple. And you don't even walk around with everybody like, look at my Nvidia phone. What? From the long time. Damn, you guys. That's crazy. It's already almost power hour. No matter what you say, if you say long term at the end, Josh will be down. Almost, like, you know. But once I catch on that you being a hoe, like, I catch on pretty quick. You know what I'm saying? So, but like generally, I am down with if you really have long-term mixed into your life and whatever you're communicating, it goes a long way. But, you know, at the same time, like, I don't like, you know, there is a limit to it. Yeah, today did fly by, man. That's crazy. I sold my long term. Honestly, I don't even want to, like, joke about that, you know, because, like, I feel bad. Like, there's mother effers who sold their long term and not for a house. Like, I'm telling you, bro, I'll never forget the Twitch, man. The Twitch is like, y'all good, but, man, I'll never forget homie in the Twitch. And there was, like, even then, there's, like, 4 or 5 on YouTube. But this was when the market was, like, down. And they were like, I'm out, Josh. Even, bro, I swear even like 6 months ago at the end of last year, coming into this year, some of y'all were really telling me I'm done. And it wasn't because of financial struggle. It wasn't because you needed the money. It wasn't because you wanted to buy a house. It was literally like, yo, I think it's never going up again, this idea. And then, yeah. So, I don't know, man. I'll reposition the long term in 10 years minimum. So we got 5 or 6 more years to go. But usually I reposition through my deposits. So if you're not depositing near long term, then maybe you can reposition in your own way. But at the end of the day, like throughout the years, all I've done is by adding to the long term. When I didn't like something or I wanted to lean a certain way, I used my deposits and savings to build in that formation rather than selling other things and not. And because if I did, I would have been left behind on some things. Yeah, if you have to liquidate because of financial hardship, that's different. You know, you're buying a house, that's different. But, like, there was a time, bro, anytime the market's down, and, you know, we've already had this talk. Anytime the market's up, they're like, Josh, should I buy Nvidia and start my long-term at all-time highs now? I want to do it. It looks good. But that's what they always say when it's up. And then when it's on the low, they're like, oh, I need to sell it. Oh, I can't. No, it's going to go lower. I can't believe I wasted this much time. I'm down 10, 20%. And now it's never going to come back. And it took me this long. It'll take me this many years to get back. What a waste. It's the same. Dude, it's mind-blowing. But sadly, it happens. And I think some of you have got to witness it here, sadly. Long term is key, bro. Holding cash is the stupidest move. No. Holding cash for too long and too much, that is stupid. That's where it hurts you. But a little bit of balance with everything, especially when the yield is returning now, like that's good. But again, like I've always, like if you have way too much cash, you have more than 20%, and now you're waiting 2-3 years to do something, then yeah, that's not really, you know, there's a lot going on. You want to make sure you adjust to that. But, you know, there's times the cash helped, and being stacked and ready to go, it went a long way. I mean, cash is not bad. It depends how you're doing it. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, cash pays now, and it's good. But, like, even right now, if you're like, oh, Josh, I'm going to avoid paying a high premium, and you do all of the right things, and you have right justifiable reasons, and then you're holding 40%, 50% cash, it's like, dude, that's a little too much. You know what I'm saying? And then vice versa, it's like, oh, well, I'm holding this much cash and I've been waiting for 6 years, 5 years, 4 years. It's like, dude, why wouldn't you just, at least you're getting yield now, but you could go buy anything cheap and at least get a little bit of exposure in some way. But that's the only way I see cash as not a wise move, is if you hoard it, too much of it, for too long of time. But otherwise, it's a tool. So, you know, that's all it is like I see cash as a really great tool, but it's very easy to misuse it or try to use it always at the same instance, or you're like, yeah, I need a lot of this tool to like do something, when not really. You don't really need too much. When the market finally drops, you get extra greedy and hold on to watch it drop more. They don't feel you, bro. You know what I'm saying? As somebody who bought Nvidia, bought Meta, Netflix, Redfin, and a couple of Uber, JPM, all at like 30 to 50% or 400% discounts, all in the last 24 months. I did the same exact thing too. I even had cash and I was looking at Nvidia and I'm like, nah, it'll go to 80. It never went to 80. Yo, what the fuck is this? Bro, I just clicked on your link and it just sent me this crazy tweet deck thing, bro. So Donald Trump, whoa, this is trip. Donald Trump confirms plans to jail opponents. This is from Biden-Harris. Reeling and increasingly unhinged from own felony convictions, Trump raising plans to jail his political opponents is just the latest proof that he will do anything to regain power, preserve his own freedom, and seek revenge on anyone who opposes him. Trump is pledging to rule as a dictator on day one, punish his enemies, embrace violence done on his behalf, and warns of a bloodbath if he loses. These warning signs are clear for all to see. Trump is a danger to our Constitution, a threat to our democracy, and so consumed by his own failed, diminished state, he has gone off the deep end. Bro, this is getting weird. That's... I don't... How do you say... I don't know. How do you say it?
Gaslighting. Gaslighting.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to figure...
Gaslighting.
Okay, let me...
Gaslighting.
Okay, that's the word? Okay. Just making sure. Again, I don't like Donald Trump, but I do think that is very disingenuous because I feel like that's exactly what Biden has done. So we're fucked. Just so there's no confusion. I know you could get mad at me, but I'm going to pursue my policy of tell you what it is. That's crazy. I do think there's some truth to, like, I've told you. I told you guys a year ago, almost 2 years ago. I'm just as scared of every side. Y'all don't get it. For real. Even then, Republicans are going to be on a fucking mission to terrorize, just like the Democrats are already in a similar mission and going against people. So, sadly, it's kind of fucked. But I'm trying to sit in the middle. I really am. But that's why I'm like, man, I'm really dissatisfied with a lot of things, especially when I'm like, how are you going to say that when homie has just gone through court? Like, that's just wait till Trump does that. Then you could say that. But at the same time, wow. Gaslighting. Let's accept Biden. Let states go through due process, judicial review, and jury trials. But sure, same thing. No. I mean, there was a time where the president of the United States mandated something for every person and company and made people do it without any real authority to do it, and it was constitutionally violated, and the Supreme Court even said so, and y'all act like that didn't happen. And that is offensive. That's very like come on. So it's not about states, and that is a strategy that this administration has used. You bully stuff that is not even allowed, and then let people react and do something to it, and then let somebody overturn it months later, and then while you run through a media cycle and everything on it. And that's an issue I got in trouble for too, and unfortunately that is I agree with what you're saying, and yeah, we could look at how, I do think Biden is better than Trump at, delegating stuff to states and allowing them to do things, but I do think there's a lot of disingenuousness, as other real life examples that they have done can show. That is what it comes down to. So that is my view when you say that, because I didn't forget that. There was something unconstitutional that they enforced for months, and it was stricken down as unconstitutional, and they had no right to do it, and they did that. And that was related to courts, judicial system, and all of that. Not even talking about whatever just happened in the last 2 weeks. It's crazy, bro. And again, I won't use that that doesn't mean I like the other side, but unfortunately, that is one thing where just, I guess I am a libertarian. I don't know. What am I referring to? I'm referring to my favorite value stock recently with a 6% dividend. And then the reason why they did very good and then very bad. So, shout out the long term. Shout out the long term. You think war will eventually lead to more peace on Earth? No, I don't think so. I mean, has it ever? I mean, we've had peace after World War II and stuff like that, but, we've been fighting since day one of society, and I guess we still are doing it. Jailing policy is the least wild proposed policy. I feel you, man. I mean, honestly, but the point I'm trying to make is that the other side turned Donald into this extremist. He was already extreme. I'm not taking that away from him. But do you see what the whole point is? Why would this man be saying, this is what I'm going to do? It's the fact of the matter. I think some of that was already happened under this administration. That's just the sad reality of it, is that's why they are so aggressive now. This is why I even said yesterday, I don't know what Democrats are trying to do, but it seems like they're trying to force people to vote for Trump by acting in this kind of very wild way to say some of these things when it's dude, that is what we've just lived through for 4 years. So unfortunately, I'll say it every single time I criticize to remind you all, I don't like Trump. Like I'm saying, I could find it in the book too and show you all of the different things and different policy and why I don't like certain things. But sadly, this is what happened. We have created this extremism that now whatever the next party is going to... I said this years ago. So y'all got to give me credit for that because it's not like it's anything new. I told you guys this years ago that this is where we were headed. Because you are getting extremism on one side, allowing one thing to happen, and then the next person, it's taking the pendulum and swinging it super hard. And that's what's going to happen on both sides, unfortunately. Yeah, you say the left goes commie, and guess what the right's going to do? They're going to go full Bible Belt, welcome back to the past. Ta-da! And you guys are surprised. It's yeah, because it's how it's not like we were in the middle, and it's not like the level of acceptance that we've had and disagreement and okay, actually remaining in authority and constitution rather than pushing the authority. And now one side sees one person do it, monkey see, monkey do. They're both gonna do it. That's it. This didn't just happen for no reason, out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? And that's the point where I'm fuck, this is crazy. And then again, and you get crucified if you try to talk about it. That's it. The only thing I'm risking by talking about what I feel is that I will lose social media presence, money, and will get attacked unfairly because I want to fight for the middle and believe in the middle, and I want to call something wrong when it's wrong and not have to support the other side to assume that they are correct. And that is wild to me. But the pendulum is real. TJT pop on that. So yeah. Yeah, why don't we? Ron Paul is funny. Ron Paul's always funny. Fighting for the middle, but Trump ain't it. He's fighting for billionaires himself. I mean, I agree. I'm not, but also I think the same thing you said, and now put Biden in it, and it's the same statement. It works. Biden ain't it either, and he is fighting for billionaires and himself too. They're both fucked. That's I'm gonna die on that hill, because it's sad that and then as a society we have to argue. They're both like that. They both have billionaire donors. There's so many, bro. Every rich person with billions of dollars is a Democrat, and then only in the Republicans that he gets money from, they're all rich people too. Trump's business arrangements are wild, and it's again the guy is connected to all of it. They all are. They both are. That's why I'm like, it's fucked. You got to really, really think about it. But it's the same thing. Biden ain't it, and he is also doing it for the billionaires. And again, I don't put it past Trump that he is an infallible person that does not have business investments and endorsements and has to agree with people to get progress and whatever he wants done, or not even progress. That's the wrong word. Power for both of them. So yeah, I feel, and that's the sad part, is that we are faced to pick between both of those. And that's why it's like when you do get presented with the sad reality of what this administration has done, it's sad because you think it's going to have to lead to Trump, and then vice versa. It's like you don't want to, like, there is clearly flaws with Trump, but then now it's like, oh, well, then are we going to do Biden again? It's fucked. It's fucked. The only people who pays for it are people who actually work, and then immigrants when it's all said and done on both parties. No matter who it is, bro, it's all just a win. Then they get us all fighting against each other, while all the rich people, they love it because they getting their thing. You disagree? One party is trying to fund programs that help middle and lower class. One doesn't. Biden Dems aren't saints. Yeah, but I honestly, my take on it is that the last 4 years it's harder for an immigrant lower class family, like my family, like how we came to this country. I don't think people will have that opportunity that my family had because of what's gone on. It's harder for immigrants now. Yeah, let them in the country for what? We're enslaving them to work for the rest of their lives under these high prices, no opportunity to buy a home, to do all of this. If my family, it's sad. I even tell this to my sister because I'm like, how? You grew up with me. And and look at the opportunity. It's like, it's there. I think both of them don't care about it. We're using immigrants, both sides. And if you don't see that, that's sad. And what we're doing to the middle and lower class and forcing them into this environment and saying, we're advocating for you, but then your situations get marginally worse no matter what. So I don't, forgive me for my nihilism, but it's a fucked up game. And that's where I'm like, I don't know. I get what you're saying. And there was people who cared about the underrepresented in this country and really cared, but it's not done through excessive funding and creating these consequences anybody with any understanding could have seen from a mile away and then letting it go there. Was Marx right? Oh no. Marx was correct on a couple of things. Marx was correct on a decent amount up until his alternative. And there's a reason why people like that. And everything just leads to classes, if you haven't noticed. And it's all class shit and bullshit because it leads people in one area controlled by another class, sadly. And class has nothing to do with color or anything like that because we have evolved into globalism. And the class now is all about it's money, power, working versus labor, capital, all that. That's always applied for 100 years. So I don't know. That's just where I'm at. I hope I got reasons why they're all fucked, man. So forgive me if you don't like it, but at the same time, I do think there's a lot who agree with me, and at the same time, it's like, why are we not allowed to talk about it? And why everyone's so scared and everybody fights? So I respect you for bringing up counterpoints and actually like vibing still, you know what I'm saying? But because it's wild, the world that we have somehow accepted that we fall into now, and it's nuts. So, amen. If we could just put aside the differences, pump out, just like you and me, Chad. Amen, bro. Amen, bro, for real. It's just like, I think if we work together, found what really needs to happen, and like, you know, stop doing certain things, and just because we don't like the other people or that, but we have it. It's there, bro. This country is filled with people who are loving and really want to do it. We just elect only weird, power-hungry weirdos that you didn't even talk to in school. You know what I'm saying? Those are the only people in our government. It's so like, you got to be what's up, man? Like, you got to really like, oh. Yeah, it's just, well, it's like the chart I was saying. Like, you got to realize, like, there is a very big gap. This was the lesson we were going for yesterday. Again, like, you know, factor models and understanding. It should start with the workers, and it should start with who has the interest in it, and then it leads to how it gets organized, and then that's supposed to go up. But like, there's breaks now in this pyramid that like the interests aren't really, and then maybe it's just shooting off into too many offshoots, which is making it difficult. But yeah, I don't think you're really electing anybody in the same way. It's not to say that elections are this and that. No, it's to say that pretty much elected officials aren't fully representing the interests or factors that they were propelled to in the beginning. Let's go into the hundreds of things we do agree on. Amen, dude. I feel you, honestly. That's a very good point. Because that's what I see in the good. Like, we do agree. I know a lot of you guys, especially some of you, have worked hard and you actually give a shit about others, you know? Like, we do agree people should have opportunity and equal opportunity, and we should do something, and that there is an element where the greed is too excessive, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you can help and give back, and you shouldn't restrict certain things and all. Like, there is a lot, and I feel you. That should be where a lot of these conversations start. Well, let's talk about all the things we agree on first before we start getting into other things. I like that. I believe in the peach. Sorry. I do. Nvidia becomes third stock ever to reach $3 trillion. Wow. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya. Why did we stop singing Kumbaya? I remember Kumbaya used to be like it used to be back like it was a thing, you know? It's like that guy who changed his name to anybody else. That dude's not normal. Nobody normal would want those jobs. I mean, here's another part I'll tell you. Like, you got to think about conscience. To do that job, you have to have a really sticky conscience in a weird way. Because, like, think about it. You don't think these people know damn well the impact, the real impact, not just like the money and what they say and the talking points. So you have to look at people, and you have to do all these things. You have to see all the consequences, and then still smile and go on with your day, and then smile and then do it again. And then do it again, and then do it again, and then weigh the electoral model of trying to get votes versus trying to meet the interests. And it's wicked, bro. So it's like you have to be a certain type of person who could do that day in, day out for many years of your life. I'm 200. I'm so... That's it. They were like, "Are you mad you sold out?" I mean, I'm mad I got too cheap in the long term, and I had Nvidia at like $100, bro. I know some chats got it. Dude, that's insane, bro. 200 billion less even to 3 trillion, bro. That's insane. Insane. Even then, the fact, bro, this shit was at $600 not like 3 months ago. Like, you know, at any moment, we've watched this whole thing just march along. Dude, that's what I was saying. It was right in front of us the whole time. It was, again, the first couple $100, it was about debating whether or not it was a fraud. And then the other $1,700, $1,400 was after the earnings kept going up 50%. Because, again, the company did grow earnings at a wicked rate, bro. You don't really see that too often. So, I mean, it has some weighting when it's all said and done. My goodness. What do I have? Let's see. I want to see this long term. The Schwab. Not bad. Basis Meta. I still had the GME put. That thing, even after it went down, it got clobbered. I thought it would have gotten way more off of the band thing, but I got that one just in case. But yeah, that one, I mean, again, high volatility plays, high IV on some of these like crazy runners. It's difficult unless you really get the big move. Once Pelosi sells, it doesn't matter with Pelosi anymore. People might react, but all that really matters is if they keep doing this earnings how they have been. Like that's the real kicker right there. Yeah, bro, there's some Nvidia positions very, very low. I'm just talking, bro. Like, again, you see it. We have the Meta 400%, but in that same time period, we had the opportunity. Literally, it was at 117, even like 140, and I was like, I'll wait. But then, like, we had the golden ticket, and some of you took it. That's why I'm very happy, though, because I do think it's not like everybody missed out. I don't have any Nvidia, but we could have got it there. I took Meta instead. So, and then Meta, I made 426%. But that's all we got. I guess and the other names, but none of them were comparable to that. Only one comparable would be Meta. But even then, now Nvidia is going even crazier. Even if you got it, it's hard to hold it. I mean, not if it was long term and you had my annoying ass telling you. See, I'm more hesitant jumping in because I know I'm not going to change my mind. But once you're fucking in it and it's running, that's easy. For the long term, I don't know. Some of y'all got mad at me at every couple $100 because they were like, don't tell people that, Josh. I'm like, what are you saying? You just bought Beverly Hills real estate at the cheapest price ever, and now it's booming. And you're telling me I want to exit out and go into another neighborhood? No. You make your money off the buy, and some of y'all had it, and some of you still have it. So, like, at that point, I do understand how it is hard, but if you're telling me that was long-term and you put it in the long-term at those moments we were buying the other long-terms and you put it in there, I would have rode that shit. I would have been holding it to the day, just like Meta. Just because now, a play like that, it opens up the doors for you to do stuff. You know, you really think you got to take profits, but, think about it. You could have just turned $1,000 into $20,000, and now you have $20,000 in growth. And then now you could go buy other things and work around it. And if it does come back down, those other things will probably come back with it. KPLT, Costco, buy now, pay later. What's KPLT? Catapult? That looks liquid as shit. They might benefit off of it more if they really do get a Costco deal. Nvidia overtakes Apple in value, has 24 gains, hit 147. Meta's starting to go up. Maybe Meta goes back to 500. NQ 19,000 hit? No way. Oh, wait. I think it hit 19,000 before, though, no? Yeah, we went above there, 1907. But now you're like 40 points above it. It's average 0.9 a day for the last 2 years. That's insane. 1% a day. When the shit blows, it's going to be 20 years of pain. Nah, maybe like 5. Remember, because after there's pain, they're going to start pumping again. This is America. I mean, think about it. 2000 only lasted for 4 years, like 2-3 years. And then you started ramping up by 04 to 06, you know, and then it led to another one. But yeah, I don't think it'll be that bad. There definitely will be some losses, but there's a lot of money out there. So we'll see. They say 75% lose. Yeah, right. If you're long, you literally can't lose. I mean, don't underestimate. You guys are around me a lot, and I'm a very extremist when it comes to long term. But if you haven't noticed, that's not how everybody plays the stock market. I mean, again, you've even seen how you could go about trading, and that's one element, but there's not that many people in the world who are just buying and holding, again, unless it's like 401k, but like to go out of your own way to buy a long term and hold it and stick with it and like actually like go about that and not getting involved in the trading or trying to, you know, literally trying to become Warren Buffett and like just just buying and holding. That's you'd be surprised, bro. Most are buy and hold these days. No, you would be surprised. I mean, there's stats. If you even remove like 401ks, like it's not something that, like, again, a lot of Americans, you know, go back to the whole how many Americans have X amount in savings type beat. It's very similar to that type of logic because it's not, you know, if you already have money, you have a 401k, yeah, chances are you are, but you would be surprised that that's not as common as you think. Japan had 30 years of stagnation. Yeah, but theirs was different though. You know, they had a lot of things, but that's what we were talking about earlier, where it could be like there was a confluence of factors that awoke in the beast of deflation even after what they did. Fair if you don't count 401k. Yeah, but think about it. What is a 401k? So, like, that's... Imagine if it wasn't a 401k. 401k, you can't do anything till retirement. So you can't touch it or use it till then. So it's a trip. But shout out to long term. Shout out to long term. It is 401,000, Habibi. Why you ask stupid question? It's very easy to answer. Yeah, everybody still wants dollars. I mean, there is a little bit of demand for gold nowadays in this thing called Bitcoin, but other than that, I mean, people still, they love dollars, man. They still take them. You can take out a loan against your 401k. It depends on the purpose for it. That'll depend how much you get taxed on it or all those other things. Sorry, I'm doing some stretches. My back got a little better, but it's still kind of... Dude, Netflix 648? Why does that... Remember, they were down in the morning. Why does that seem high? Because it is. Netflix, they might split. Because last time they did it was like, it was around these prices in like 2014, 2015. CVOZ BSX options investigating issues on multicast. Top feed. Oh, wait, yeah. Doesn't Chipotle split soon? And then the next couple of days? This is what happens when there's no stock to sell. 1,200 some funds might unload here. No. Well, yeah, I mean, that's what we're saying. The money pocket is real. That's why it's so weird, because you could look, this would be like pretty much, this is like driving into like an old city and it's just dead, right? And you just see like abandoned gas stations, you know, you see like a couple of things, and then you just like keep driving for like 500 miles, maybe 30 miles. And then you just then you'll see like a McDonald's. You'll see an Apple store. And then there's just this giant skyscraper lit up, looks like Dubai. And like, that's Nvidia. That's how the market is right now with the whole, like, this is what I mean, liquidity pockets. Everything's empty. It looks like a ghost town. But then there's like, and everyone's like, oh, it'd be scary if there was nothing else. But then you look a little outside, you keep following the road. There is a fucking party in the Burj Khalifa called Nvidia. And all that money is just in that building. And it's there. And there's a couple, again, there's still the other names around it. But it's just like this one shopping center of 7 names or maybe 20. But it's like, what? And that's where I'm like, man, it's kind of nuts that if it is so illiquid, but it's really not. Like, because there is that much money there. Pfizer is popping and locking. What's up with that? Yeah, Pfizer getting a pop. So again, this is at the 30 level. Check news on Pfizer. Okay, big candles on Pfizer. And it's above 30. Oh, scammers. Oh, no, I don't have the headline on it. Bro, that's going crazy. Bro, something's going on with it. It's at the key level. They already scammed me. I tried to get one. It already moved. Damn, I had one. They just totally scammed. Something's going on with it. FDA backs inclusion of JN1 COVID variant in shot. Oh, that's all because of a vaccine? No way. All right, watch out for that. That seems a little big. It's just at the level. Again, they still have some inventory and shit, and that's good. The vaccine stuff is good for them. They vote unanimously to recommend monovalent JN1 lineage vaccine of 24-25 vaccines. Yeah, so this is that advisory committee stuff from yesterday. I thought it was going to be something bigger or maybe a GLP-1. But watch out. If that could get some follow-through, anything above 30, that will be good for them. Then Netflix still at the high. SPY a little bit at the high here too. Nordstrom's at 13D. That's moving. 1950. Where's the NASDAQ? Filing shows Bruce Nordstrom reported 6.27 stake. Man. All right, I took a NASDAQ short, MNQ, 19038. I wanted 1945, but I'll take it. Small, only doing one at all-time highs. So hopefully we get something. That I'm down to hold till end of the week, or if we could get a nice flip on that by end of the day. Be careful, though. If more shorts pile in here, we could just be fucking literally dry sticks for fuel. Kindling, yes. That is the time. Yes, kindling. I clearly don't camp. If you don't notice. I camp in Call of Duty. 2K, I camp at the 3-point line, you know what I'm saying? Meta's on the high. Oh wow, there is only 30 minutes left. 35 to be exact. Well. Big pop now on GME. Again, you got that 13D on your boy Nordstrom's. Yeah, GameStop is moving right now. And then Pfizer got that approval there for the new vaccine. That's why they're going up. Yeah, Moderna's already up, and they remember who's the other one? NVAX today. GME sweep, apparently. Kill. DFV's expiration is June 21st. So literally 3 weeks from now. 2.5. Yeah, and I think NQ, we might get lucky on that, or pretty much you'll get like a pullback coming into ECB. And then after ECB, it'll knee-jerk reaction, and then we go from there into our open. I think there is some China stuff too, though. You have extreme FOMO right now? Why? I mean, is it Nvidia? Just have the long term. You could look at that, and then you go from there. I'm telling you, this summer is probably going to test your FOMO. Whether there's big volatility to the downside or the upside, it's going to make you want to go away. But like, I really encourage you to find the shift and wait till the actual shift starts occurring, kind of like it did end of last year. And I think that will guide you. But I want to trip. So Nvidia, well, hey, you will never make that mistake again. You know what I'm saying? That's it. It's the long term. It's like there's a reason why I've told you what I've told you over the years and certain things. So when it's all said and done, man, at least you got a learning lesson you will never forget. If you ever get a long term and get that good of position, I mean, you just let it do its thing, and you could always rebalance through every other way. The only stock I sold out the LT is good. It's a lesson, man. Don't trip. It's okay. If you have any of the other stocks, it teaches you something. But like I've always said, I can only teach you guys so much. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I'm not against experience, bro. And I really think some of y'all, you get to live through it now. You get to do some things. You'll be able to figure it out, and you may have regret now, but that may turn to joy later once you really remember this. Oh, need water. You think after 4 years you'd learn? Well, no. I mean, you'd be surprised because, like, when have you ever experienced that situation? It's not too often you get your hands on a life changer stock. You know, for me, it was Meta back in the day, and then it was Amazon and Netflix. And then, you know, I had all the other stuff I got to learn that, but they taught me that. And I remember going and doing the back and forth. And then, again, all of us, like, bro, you're going to sit there and be like, oh, I have another idea. And it's like, I had this whole talk. Someone yesterday was telling me they held from 1998, and they only sold out the bad ones and kept the good ones. But from my experience, I just learned that the bad ones they can only hurt you so much. But once you do get a good positioning and you give it time, then that's it. It just does its thing, man. So don't trip. Do not trip, my brother. But that's why long-term will be different than your trading. And just have the plan and stick with it. And I don't know, like, now you're going to think about things a little different. You're going to think through it a little differently on any other opportunity. Like, this is why we say don't change the mind, why we go for certain things, and, like, you make the money on the buy. What stock do you regret selling the most? None of them. I don't know if you guys have realized, my only regret is what I didn't buy. That's why, again, I've lived in this market for a long time. You know, people like to poke fun at what you do good and bad, but, like, and that's why every time they're like, oh, you missed Tesla, you missed this. It's like, well, yeah, it's just stuff I didn't buy. But again, I mean, like, what have you, besides, I made trades, I made bad trades, but all my big money is long-term, bro, and I never sell. That's it. I've taken losses. I got shit like AT&T that ain't never done shit, but the other stuff will do its thing. But that's really where it's like, I've never really sold. And that's like, I've sold some Facebook and some of my Amazon to buy houses. I've sold Bitcoin to buy houses, and, like, I don't regret it because I could have gotten more money if I waited, but then I have another asset that I'm grateful of that I bought at the time that I did and still have them. So, yeah, I still have all that snap. I do, man. Down 17% on the big account, not including covered calls. Otherwise, it's break even. And on the small account, I'm up 24%. I don't regret shit. My only regret is what I didn't buy. I don't know. Y'all should have picked up on that for half a decade. You know? It's like, for real, there's a reason why I have this plan, and I stand by it for years because it's virtuous. It's not it's a problem. It's something that could be applied universally. Anybody could do it, and it's not like it really should give you a good logic, an understanding of the market, and taking advantage of how it all plays out. You didn't learn the selling lesson the hard way? Oh, I did when I was really young, but nothing was big. Like, so I learned all of that selling lesson because I would sell shit. And again, it was during like 07 to 08. And I saw everything drop and go up. I saw my parents lose every single house and almost lose our home. And then I saw all of those houses come back up. So by the time I was running in the tech and all of that, I only kept one thing called Google. And after I saw that, I was like, shit. Well, there you have it. But my thing was going to trading early after like 1 or 2 years. and then seeing, and then every stock I traded after another year was higher, and that's why I was like, I'm never doing that again. And I'm listening to the books, all of the Intelligent Investor, all, you know, the Buffetts of the world, all these rich people who had the things I never had, and I that's what they did. They held these stocks. Like, is there other rich people who buy and sell and do that? Yeah, but like, go look at the really, really rich people. They own these assets, and it wasn't life change and wealth changes. It didn't happen by buying something and selling it. It was they bought it and became owners in some of the biggest behemoths, and then from there they grew that into other similar quality assets. And like, you only sold if you wanted to buy something else that was like really, really, like, that's it. You sell to buy something that is a good value and investment. Unless you have another plan, why are you selling? That's why I've told you that, and that's it. And listen, if you did not follow this, no shame. It is just like richest man of Babylon. My brother, you are living through it. That's it. He said, if you uproot the tree or not, go and do it again now. It doesn't matter. You're going to make a mistake. Everybody will. Sometimes it'll cost us more or less. But you just got to do that. And now you know. Yeah, zero shame, but the tree, you have to replant it. Or now you got to see it. Some of you got to prune the tree, but that's it. So I don't say this is all like, ha ha. It's like, no, my brother, like, let's go. There's nothing will show you what I am telling you than living through it. That's why mother effers didn't believe me, and they doubted it when the long term goes down, and then it goes up, and then it goes down and goes up. That's why I've said at this point, we've stuck that long term through years of fire. But the only way you will understand what you're holding is living through it and getting that experience. So now you hear everybody, oh, do this, do that, do this, do that. Live through it, my friend. Live through it. And you now have experience, whether that led to money today or not. Now you're able to apply it to hopefully the rest of your life. Amen. Shout out to Law Tire. MP Dub up 2 now. Even Netflix, that's a silent like runner right there. I don't know if silent's the right word, but they're getting back up there. S&P unlikely to gain meaningful upside through 24, Wells Fargo says. I expect a negative response to the ECB. No, I think, though, this was a lot of steam today. So I think you could blow off a little bit until the ECB starts it up again. But I'm down now on that short. I'm down $20. And then I have the gold too, so I'm kind of looking at it that one will do work versus the other. But that one's going to be a quick flip or like a short-term one. Is the new normal up every day? Until it's down every day. But yeah. And I laugh at that because, like, remember, we were just talking. I remember when the market going down and everyone want to sell the long term, that's what it feels like, right? And then everyone's like, well, every day we make money. And then you're like, what the fuck? Why is it going up every day? It's like, it's the same thing. So, I mean, it's a very cyclical market, and it's going through these little mini cycles over and over again. But yeah, so it will be like that until it's not, and then eventually be like, why does it go down every day? It took us a month to go up, and now it took 2 days to come down. Why? Is it just going to keep dropping I'm wasting my time. It's, again, like Warren Buffett says, the market goes from being really puffed up on itself and being like over optimistic about its ability to being depressed and then thinking it's not worth anything when it is. So it constantly cycles between that. If ECB cuts, do you think we'll gap up and die? If we're not already gapped up by then. But it could. I think you'll die off of the release, just like today. I think you'll do the same thing. You'll get a big candle like up and down. It'll go back to like a certain level, and then it'll probably start taking off as people's expectations for Friday get settled in. But then again, you are gonna have to think jobs data and some of that shit too. Today's news, well, what was the news? That's what I'm saying. If you're looking at today, I bet you 70, 80% of the market is going to define today as one way. But I'm gonna stand in my own lane, and I'm tripling down on why we went up today. And it's another reason. It's broad, and it has to do with hockey. But that's where I think, again, you're like, today wasn't the jobs data. It wasn't the ISM. It wasn't any of that. It was literally Bank of Canada. You just had another big developed nation, a North American nation. You know, it's in North America. They just cut rates. And now tomorrow, potentially the ECB, the biggest financial force in Europe. You know, that right there is that's the driver of the day. And again, I didn't catch this the first couple of times it happened. So when this happened with Brazil, Switzerland, Sweden, and some of the other Latin American places, we didn't catch it. We were scratching our head. Why the fuck is gold going up like this? We didn't get it. I was kind of worried about it, and then it clicked. And then once we kind of put the pieces together, it's hard to not see it anymore. This is all central bank drivers that are moving us, just like how fiscal excess is the other underlying factor. In the same way, this central bank moves are bigger than everything, and that's what's happening. Again, people may disagree. I could be wrong, but I really do believe this after what we've seen over the last couple of weeks now or months, and even just today, it played out perfectly. And it's like, wow, why are we up? It's like I don't know, man, but you could try to attach it to a Nvidia or this and that, but it's like, no, we're new all-time high, another big thing, but it's interest rates. But it's what's happening around the globe, and that's why literally all of the algorithms today and the computers and reporters, you know what they're going to say? Stocks up as interest rate odds go down. Why did they go down, mother? You know, it's all Bank of Canada. It's all another central bank moving the puck as we're waiting for the big dog Powell to do it. And that's where it's like you gotta pay attention. It's like it's the bugs scurrying before the bomb, essentially. But now you have but this time it's a developed nation, and you don't have too many of those. Are you smart? I don't know, man. Because like I said, that's why I love the watch list, and I love y'all who are actually here live and like really paying attention with me, because you watched me not fucking get this for a couple of months or at least a couple of weeks where I was like, dude, gold, I was hitting every gold play back to back to back to back to back. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, I don't even know about this price right now. I don't know what the fuck is happening. This doesn't make sense. I could not put my finger on it. I really couldn't understand what it was. I didn't act like I could tell you. I just said, hey, I'm not going to touch gold when it starts acting at these prices because I don't know why it's doing that. But then little by little, we saw the reasons, and then it lined up, and it makes a lot of sense. And now it's there once again, and now that's why I could come into it. I may be a little late, or maybe I'm early. Maybe the prices have moved, but it's like now at least with some confidence, I could give you an answer as to why this is occurring. And that's why I'm like, it's been a cool development, but you didn't really have to be smart as much as it was like just paying attention and just riding and like trying to put the puzzle pieces together, because that's all we did over this last couple of weeks here or months to get to this conclusion. I'm ready for dumb money too. That's happening right now in front of you. GME. Yeah, Meta was like, I'm not going to let Nvidia overtake me like that. About the emails and polygraph, your sister does them. NHL players, Logan Paul. Could be fun for you to, like, you want me, like, a polygraph? Like, is that a lie detector test? Or does that mean I have a child and a baby mama I don't know about? Like, I'm down, I guess. I'm down for both. Oh, it's a lie detector test? I don't want to, take the polygraph. You are the father. I'm like, no. No, I ain't never even been to Colombia. I haven't. But no, I didn't see an email, man. I have to maybe go through it. But I don't see an email on polygraphs. Might be an extra R, but what do you? So what? You guys want to hook me up to a polygraph and then just ask me questions? That could be pretty fun. Logged in late, don't know. Do you believe in the soft landing, no landing scenario? Seems improbable. Well, currently it's the highest probability, at least the soft landing. I think it's possible, but I will accept it. I'm not against it. I don't know, just because I do believe a hard landing is still much in play and much more than even priced in, but that doesn't, I'm not incentivized to have that view. It's truly just what I believe. Again, I have a lot of real estate holdings. I have a lot of stock. I don't want to see a hard land. I would suffer in a hard landing. Everybody would. So, but I don't think it's no chance. I think there is a chance of a hard landing, but it still would take a little bit, but also in the same respect, same goes for your soft landing or no landing. But yeah, I believe it's possible. $700-day yield curve inversion screams soft landing. Only 1929 and 08 to reference. Woo! Yeah. That is the only part. That is the yield curve is just staring at everybody. Not blinking. Do tax people work year-round? I emailed mine about an audit and wondering if she'll reply. They should. I mean, do you pay the person? So, that's it, man. I don't know, unless they're not like school teachers. They don't have summer vacation. But yeah, I'm assuming if they're employed by you, then yeah. The world was set up for deflation in 1929? I don't think so, man. Cut to clips. They were jumping out of windows, selling their cars for a penny. I'm just I don't know, man. It's hard. Deflation, nobody is ready for it. I think real deflation is not. Nobody wants it. I don't want it. I'm honest. It's kind of crazy if we end up seeing it. But real deflation is not I don't think anybody's ever prepared for. Again, I think it was 1945 Was it the World Trade Organization or no? Who was it? It was one of those big groups, but they said like deflation and floating currencies are the biggest danger to mankind. The only person that benefits are the people that have cash. Yeah, but at the same time, there's going to be, it causes a lot of damage and can leave permanent damage. You know what I'm saying? So, like, yeah, you can, deflation, if real deflation hit and you have cash, you might benefit off of it. But if it leads into a cycle of multiple years, then your future income is fucked, your assets are fucked, and then now, if you made one high bad purchase, like anybody who bought into the highs of inflation, even then your asset purchase or your cash could be underutilized or used incorrectly and then hurt you. But it's not like cash could help. It's like I said, it's a tool, but it's not a lifeboat. Like it's that lifeboat can still sink. This is with the Mr. Beast. No way. This is your sister? Your sister was in a Mr. Beast video?
You'll be offended.
Damn, I hate this. I hate this.
Am I your best friend?
Yes.
That seems like a lie.
That was a lie.
Gonna have to give you a true on that.
What?
Wow. No way. That's cool, bro. I'm down. We should do this. But then you can't see my face. I don't show my face. Will that change anything? You guys could just see the polygraph. Actually, fuck that. I got a girlfriend. I got to ask her a couple questions. Question number 1, are you a spy? Low key. Now that I think about it. Mm-hmm. Do you want to keep the girlfriend? No. Not if it's not built on truth, my brother. Why would I? I was just telling, I don't, anywhere you leave if it's not I have a high standard, my brother. So that's it. If I would like to put it to the test, I think she'd pass. But yeah, I mean, if she didn't, well, that sucks. Trained well enough, one could. I think I could trick a polygraph. I honestly, like, I don't know. I'm kind of psychotic. I feel like, but then again, maybe I might find more humanity in myself if I can't trick it. But I really feel like I could just, I don't know, man. I feel like a lot of things I just answer instinctually. I don't even have time to process it. Spy, bro. Spy just did like 3 Vs in a row. Hit a high, came down, hit a high, came down, hit another high. MP Dub running, even GME, and everything's running, man. The Spy's at all-time highs. You might, again, it was one of those melt squeeze days. I'm glad I took my short with only 20 minutes left, so, because that could have got you all day. Yeah, Baidu did good today as well. DJT even, yeah. I want a little bit more MO. Pfizer's going up into it. MP Dub. You tried the reverse. I mean, it was melt up. it didn't look too melty until it got past those levels, but even then it was still, it could have, I could see how that could have been tempting. Even then, I might even get worked on mine. I just took mine. I'm down $40 on it. The gold play hit, though. ECB hopiums tomorrow. Today was Canada. Sorry. Oh, Lulu has earnings, but no, I'd save the capital till the next set of earnings. Because again, in 3 weeks, you're going to have a giant set of all the big earnings. Yeah, we did the gold play right in the morning. I mean, I feel like I telegraphed that play on the watch list. So, like, yes, literally, watch list title was gold is going to go crazy. And then we talked about why Bank of Canada, and I mentioned gold a couple times. But I took it within a minute or two after the interview. You have another one with your sister? I'll take a look at it after. How much does this cost? So, like, how much does it cost for a lie detector setup? How much would one session be? Oh, wait. Hold that thought. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Yeah, we're getting there. We got a little bit of time, but I'll tell you the warning anyways. I don't think anybody got banned today. So that was good. I think a couple of 24-hour timeouts, but you guys made it to the end. That means you had respect for the rules, the Chad, the community, me, and everybody around you. And it was beautiful, man. So I appreciate you, and I don't want you to be disturbed and hurt by the end of the day. So that's why I'm here to tell you, when I say earmuffs, that means you should mute your speakers if loud noises disturb you and bring out anything dormant. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that being said, when you hear me say earmuffs, just know it's going to get loud, and you should mute your speakers to protect yourself, okay? Sound good? Sound good. You got a little bit of time, maybe 30 seconds, so you can prepare yourself. Mm-hmm. Gout, Zika, SARS. Oh, my goodness. You never know, man. You never know. You never know. Damn, new high, bro. You go again, maybe were we the Tinder, the kindling? Is that what it is? But Chatadonia. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. It's going to get loud. Earmuffs. Protect yourself. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. So we make our final approach. You guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with the trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 or 5 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 74 degrees and sunny. We're getting conflicting weather reports. Kind of sounds like if the market is going to crash, no landing or not, but we'll see. But good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Rewards program card, please fly down to our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wow, Chatadonia. Bro, y'all giving me conflicting weather reports. I have Mr. Market and Jordan. One said 74 and sunny. The other one said 64 and strong gusts. That literally looked like watching CNN and Fox News at the same time. That's what that looked like. One of them was saying, 74 is sunny. 64 in a strong gut. What? I'm confused now. What's happening, CNN, Fox? Yeah, now you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Everything's going up. SPY, bonds. You're getting your moves. You got Lululemon after the bell. You got ECB tomorrow morning. You had Canada today. And then you are going to get until the end of the week. But, Chad, you have less than 10 seconds to bring it home and finalize those plays. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go. Oh man. Chatadonia. Let's go, baby. Good game. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that participated brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, infos, personalities, baby. Way to hold it down. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, baby. GG. Members, non-members, streamers. Bro, you threw in a dono. You didn't have to today. You supported, baby. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. You were respectful to the chat. You didn't get clapped. You respected everybody, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Good game. GG, dog. GG. I see you too, Twitch. That's what I'm talking about. Members, non-members, stream alerts, everybody. I hope you know we stronger as one. Let's go. Good game. You ain't get banned for a reason. You are in the game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Mutual respect. Way to hold it down, baby. GG. Good game, baby. Good game. Good game. Good game. GG, man. God willing. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. Wow. Oh, I like this one. I gotta do this so crazy. All the songs sound so much better on Spotify. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. They be hoeing you sometimes, bro. They be hoeing you sometimes, man. Where is that one? Yeah, bro, I'm gonna play. But, Chad, that's the day. We'll get earnings here in a little bit. I'm not really too caring about all of them. Nvidia up 28. What? I saw it go up, but, man, bro, it's a wild day already. But, Chad, that is the day. Thank you for being here. For real, man. Even if you didn't meet the standards, I hope you try again. If not, then fuck you. I don't know what you're expecting from me. But at the end of the day, man, y'all have upheld it. And y'all have been here. And y'all vibe with it. And even if not, I know I'm aggressive. I'm weird. I'm a lot. We talk politics. We did everything, bro. You know what I'm saying? But if you made it through, bro, had love and respect, you're here, bro. We provide it all for free, bro. We do it with a purpose. And, yeah, you got to listen to some shit every now and then. But, for real, man. Thank you all for upholding those standards. Thank you for raising the bar, bro. For real. Somebody said it. Yo said, man, we for real maturing. And you are, bro. For real. I don't know if you see it. Look around, bro. Some of the same people, man. Let's go. We turned up the heat. And now y'all here. So let's. Amen, bro. So I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it, man. F you to God bless. I know, man. Only I could pull it off. But for real, I don't think I'm right in doing that. So, like I said, I've had my own self-convictions. I don't need a mother effer on YouTube to do it. It's like real. I be in my own prayer. I be in my own. I cry to the Lord, baby. You know what I'm saying? I use it as law. You know, I don't. So, amen, bro. We all still working. But God bless you all, man. And for real, I appreciate y'all. Thank you for holding it down, and thank you for the opportunity and even treating others with love and respect, bro. I'm honored to be here, for real. So God bless you for the time, and I really hope you got something out of it. At least, the very least, what I got out of it, man, some joy. I got that joy down in my heart. Long term, down in my heart. Long term, down in my heart. I got that joy. So amen, baby. Amen. All right, I appreciate you, but that's it. We got GME. Chips going crazy. What the hell is this, man? Wow. Yeah, man. That's it. All right. That's it. I'll give you. I want to play that one. I'm gonna play it. Yeah, let's go.
Sending bought a home.
Amen. Amen. Yeah, Lulu, bro. 12% on the first print. I see it's up 10% revenue, 2.2 or 11% on constant dollars. American revenue 3 or 4. Comparable sales 6 or 7 on constant basis. Gross margin 1.3. Gross profit 11%, 1.3. Buyback to $1 billion. Operating margin decreased to 19.6. Income from operations $432.6 million. Diluted earnings per share $2.54 compared to $2.28 last year. And then company ended 24 with 711 company stores. So I don't know if they were pricing in that much, but 12% is already big. Was that what it was priced? Let me see the preview. So it was pricing in 10%. So yeah, low key, sadly, you are right above one standard deviation. So I don't know if this would have hit our strategy, but it is a good report for now, it looks like. We can take it. Oh, shit. I forgot to unmute the Twitch. My bad, y'all. I only unmuted the YouTube. So y'all missed the whole Lulu thing. My bad. It's what happens being a stepchild. But it's okay. I still love you. You know what I'm saying? I want to go out and like go-kart or something and get ice cream. I got you. My bad. My bad. They're like, you just call me a stepchild? It's okay. Don't worry. I still love you. Like I said, you want that Napoleon ice cream? You don't get it if you weren't here this morning. That's a good full circle joke. You won't hit K1. Yeah, I took my girlfriend to K1 before I let her drive any of my cars. I said, if you can't handle a golf cart in America, then I don't know. She was like, our cars aren't even right-hand drive. I'm like, I don't believe you. I'm American. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's within one standard deviation. They beat. Looks like they did good. Been applying the deviations as far as joining. It helps. Yeah, man. Telling you, knowing how to price the option chain and just the information it presents, it will be useful for your whole entire trading career, no matter what strategy you employ. Because that's just sadly what the reality is. The options market says something, there's a dollars behind it, and by what people are willing to spend and not, it tells you where people think things will go. We aren't even blood. I mean, blood don't matter unless it's Jesus. Because you know what they say? They say blood make you related, loyalty make you family. Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. That's why. I don't know Lulu's guidance yet. I'm sure it's out there, but it seems like a good report, but good enough to be in line. It's already now below one standard deviation. So Lulu 254 versus 247. Guidance next quarter 292. No, they guided lower. So they guided 292 to 297 versus estimate average of 303. Revenue 24 to 242. Estimate was 245. Full year guidance 427 to 414. Estimate was 14 to 420. So they raised that. And then so full year guidance raised, next quarter guidance lowered. Revenue reaffirms 10.7 to 10.8 versus estimate of 10.76, and reaffirms operating margin for the year to be approximately 23.3. So it's kind of in the middle there. I think that's it, man. Can't believe you missed it. It's good, bro. It's good. It got you unexpected. That's what I like, man. But it's good work, bro. I really like that. That was a lot of fun. Good listen, man. Good listen. All right, man. I think that's it. Man.
Yeah, we like this one. Got blast like Nancy, tips like Ramsey. Wish a motherfucker wouldn't, you could call me Kathy, Ashley. All these bars I feel like Johnson Matthey. Damn me, then you'll buy it later with a taffy. I ain't worried about a dip, I'm never selling. I ain't worried about a bitch unless it's yelling. Why you chicken and you talking like you did it? You was bitching, I was shopping while it's dipping. Hope you know not everybody make a lion. They some shit, but that don't make your ass a lion. Think it's cheap, but they don't know what price implying. Think it's left, but they don't ever mention timing. Bitch, I slept on, I ain't overrated. Got a lot of cribs, but I don't got a lot of payments. A lot of wishes, making shit look like inaugurations. Motherfucking selfish, how I list my occupation. Yeah, I thought this stupid shit was working. A lot of shit was moving, I ain't nervous. Bruh, it was like me before I learned it. Duh, taught about investing with a Birkin. Why? Cray like Kramer, coins like Sailor. Take you to the gym, I could probably be a trainer. Waiter, let me buy a drink for all the haters. Made that shit a double if they asked me for a favor. I don't want no trouble, so I gave it to the savior. Money out these bubbles like I was a toy maker. Word was always firm, but I never paid later. Young enough to learn, but that long-term agent. Face it, y'all could probably do a little maintenance. Those are the requirements before the bank takes it. Hope this shit inspiring, the only way to explain it. Little bad environment and more about what you thinking. Thought I told you that we keep it peaceful, chill. I don't really like you cause you evil, ew. Made it off the ether, not the sheep, real. Got a lot of stuff that I could teach you, still.
I ain't worried about a dip. I'm never selling. I like that whole like rhyme in there. Just I ain't worried about it unless it's yelling. Oh man. That's it, man. That's it. I ain't never selling. All right, Chad. I think that's it, man. I think I got a little stomach cramp poop coming out. I need to eat. You know what I'm saying? I need to eat, man. I'm getting hungry. Lululemon. I don't know. Maybe I'll go buy me some yoga pants. Well, you judging me for it's 24. Shut up. I'm just kidding. I told you when I bought a Lulu tank top, I felt so uncomfortable. I still have it. I want to try it on and just remind me to humble myself. You know? Honestly, if any of y'all think you look good, just go wear it. I'm only speaking to the men out here. If you think you look good, go wear a Lululemon tank top. Like they don't call them wife beaters anymore. They call them wife lovers. So you could wear a Lululemon wife lover. You know what I'm saying? And just humble yourself. You know what like if you really struggling with the spirit and you struggling with the meekness, seriously, my brother, just like put on a Lululemon tank top and you will humble yourself. That's how I felt. I was like, damn, this is it, man. The Lulu. I don't think I never wore the hats, but I've seen them, like the baseball caps. I kind of like those, man. I like some of the men's Lulu clothes. I'm not against it. But something about the tank tops. I don't know. I got it at there's a Lululemon outlet. Stop it. Y'all don't know about this. Y'all forgot. We grew up poor. Stop playing. I got it at a Lululemon outlet. So it was only like $5 or something, or like $10. This was before inflation was crazy. But oh my goodness. This tank top. I still have it, bro. And it's awful. Awful. I have a gym shirt too from there. I got it at the outlet too. And it just looks like I'm one of those bodybuilders wearing a Baby Gap shirt. You know what I'm saying? It's really tight on me, but it's not tight. And I get to show off my pecs, but then it like outlines my nipple. I don't know if I'm getting too into this, but like I don't like it because I feel like I'm letting on too much. You know what I'm like? I don't know, man. Even if you get a size up, bro. I'm like, it's not even cold. I don't know why it's like that. It's like, yeah. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. But that being said, Chattadonia, I think it's time I leave you on that note. I don't know if that may leave you some uncomfortable. But either way, God willing, I see you tomorrow. I will see you guys on the watch list. Second link. Oh, yeah, go fill out the prayer request wall too, man. Pray for your boy. Pray for the Chads, man. Pray for yourself. Spend some time. You know what I'm saying, bro? Give yourself that secret place. Give yourself some time to, like, breathe a little bit, man. And that's it. The world crazy. You don't need happiness in a crazy world. You need peace. You got to be at peace, baby. Oh, you know what I'm saying? No, real estate, I don't think we're doing it today. I think maybe next week. And then I got some good things. I got some good things to tell y'all. I got some good, bad, the ugly, all of it combined. You're gonna love some things. You're gonna hate some things, and that's life, baby. But yeah, we're gonna go bi-weekly, but I have some other things for you. But no, you're good today. Maybe I'll stream. No, that's tomorrow. I keep forgetting. But Chattadonia, that is all I have for you today. Okay, go get your prayers in, get your relaxation. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, why we got to learn through the maturity, different levels, baby, all the time, why we always growing and not afraid to learn, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh, man. Chattadonia, I love you. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you on the watch list. And peace out. Hey, listen, that was a good. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't like some of the bullshit Josh said about me today, but I respect it. I know he said some bad things about me too, but fuck it. We're all billionaires. I guess what matters is the people who voiced their opinions and still loved each other. I know it's June. I know. Can you believe it? Yeah. For fuck Josh, I still say fuck him. Fuck him. He's an asshole. But I like, the people came to, at least they didn't fight. They were supposed to fight against each other and rip each other's throat out for us, but they didn't. I know, I was surprised. The Chads stuck together. Maybe that's what they don't want. I don't know, people who disagree but work together. Wow. I think they call that across the aisle, bipartisan. No, but we got to tell them politics is all that matters and fucking stab your brother. Fuck them. Yeah. I don't know. I guess they won today. We'll get them again. Welcome to the election. Okay. Exactly. And meanwhile, Peter Pan is at the FDIC doing a lot of Peter Pan activities. Exactly. Have a wonderful evening. I reclaim my time. Goodbye.